내게 주어지라면 꿈꿔왔던 나와 나 그래 그래서 네 운명에 The fate of it both the worst is in our hands 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 자충이 좁아 하도 믿다 날 때까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐 우리에게 알려서 두 세계 운명 Searching empty streets for tomorrow feels unknown. We're dragging heavy footsteps through the silence closing in. I wonder if hope can find a way to glow in the dark, wishing for the night to end. We're storming through the heartache as the city lights burn out, trying not to break what we stumble lost within. Something we must face, wanting to heal. Trust that you will pull me through. Wake up now, see the truth, ready to face the pain. You'll stay through the storm. Come on, let us hold on to hope. Yeah. Here we go again. Stand tall, fist out, reaching for the stars. We fight together now to show the world we are glowing, just like a shining star. Once more, stand strong, fight on, believe in us. You see, we got the magic touch. Do you feel the love in the air? Let's dance again tonight. We run through the thunder as the city sings our name. We're turning heavy moments into laughter with our friends. We all rise up and smile right when the shadows pull us down, laughing as the lights begin. We gather under streetlights as the city spins around. We're chasing after moments to see where they end. Dreaming and hoping finds a new light. We dance as the world spins along. Stay here now, feel the beat, ready to let it go. We'll dance through the night. Come on, let us keep the lights on. Yeah. Here we go again. Stand tall, fist out, reaching for the stars. We fight together now to prove our hearts can keep glowing, just like the brightest star. Once more, stay strong, push on, believe in us. You know we'll make the darkness fade. Can you feel the strength in your soul? Let's win again tonight.
Hello and welcome to day 3 of the Mega Milani tournament, the culmination of 2 days worth of back and forth. You see the hand of Khonshu's, you see the overtimes, you've seen multiple battles throughout all of these maps. And today I am really excited because we have a full desk of people. My name is Shibby, that's CB. Next to her is Diatonic. Next to him is Vaudable. I'm sure you've seen all 4 of us at one point or another. But we've got an absolutely stacked day ahead of us. Going down the list, Stevie, what is this? How do you feel about these last 2 days?
Boy, all right, we have seen some things that we never thought we would see. You know, I guess the big story that we also got to talk about, and we will definitely get to, is Na'Vi dropping 2-1 to Yeah, We Lost. I think that one busted a lot of people's bracket predictions, and where we go from here, because who even knows? It's uncharted territory. None of us thought we'd be here, but hey, we got to chart our way forward and figure it out together.
Diatonic, you've been here for a couple matches now. What is your whole take on all this?
Yeah, I mean, it's been a long road for a lot of these teams, a lot of competition here, very hot, and I think today, the longest road of them all, especially for a team like Na'Vi, you know, coming this far in lowers, but still several hurdles ahead, so I'm curious to see how the teams are going to handle those matchups today.
And Vaudable, we've already casted multiple best of 3s all the way down to the wire. Do you expect that to happen today? Or is it full slate of games for us?
I think we are going to have some very intense matchups going down to the wire. I know Na'Vi are going to give it their all in this next one against Lunex, but Lunex, again, they also have a chip on their shoulder, and they were the first roster to take down Na'Vi, so they have that experience against them. Both these teams have to give it their all, and it's only a best of 3, best of 5s start after this, so they got to give it from the get-go all the way to that final map.
Yeah, and although we have Lunex Na'Vi for our first match of the day, I do want to go over the schedule for everybody. I know it's a busy day. Some people are juggling multiple things happening, Marvel Rivals, football, whatever, but there's a lot of good games. I mean, obviously Lunex Na'Vi we have coming up very soon, Dreamland versus Race Car, and those TBD matches. That's the interesting part there, right? Because we can see a hodgepodge mixture of different things. And CB, as we move towards the bracket, I need you to tell me, break down what's been happening, because there are some kooky, wacky situations that can happen in these next couple matches.
I mean, we're already kind of in a kooky, wacky situation, but again, so there's what I alluded to on stream yesterday. Na'Vi dropping to Yeah We Lost 2-1 and forced to make a lower bracket run. When you take a loss like that, typically you want to go in for like a 2-hour VOD review session, but Na'Vi didn't get the chance. They had to go right back into the fire up against Flark in a lower bracket run, and even that one wasn't clean. 2-1, and now they have to go through Lunex if they want to keep this one going, but look right above them. Yeah We Lost is there again as they dropped to Race Car. So if Yeah We Lost beats Extinction, Na'Vi are going to have to go through Lunex and Yeah We Lost in order to make this lower bracket run happen. And here's the icing on the cake. You know who it was that put Na'Vi in that seed, that put them in this situation in the first place? It was Lunex in group stages.
An absolutely insane set of run backs potentially coming through here. Vaudable, I'm going to go to you on this one. If Na'Vi actually make this run back and come to grand finals, can we just crown them as the best team so far this year?
I mean, you could say that, but you can't give that to a single team who's not faced off against Virtus Pro, the world champions from the grand finals at DreamHack Atlanta. So they still have that moniker, but Na'Vi would say that they own the Americas region if they do win this entire tournament on Ping, especially after dropping in those two series, even dropping a map to the Beast, the first one that they did lose earlier on in this competition. So they have their work cut out for them, and it's not the worst thing in the world if they do go down against Lunex, because they did lose to them before. It would make sense. A lot of people thought this would be the grand finals matchup, but they have pride on the line and they want to go the distance.
Lots of pride on the line here. Diatonic, do you think that Na'Vi's going to take it, or do you suspect that at least one of the America's representatives are going to take it to the top?
Yeah, I mean, I do think they have a realistic chance. It's funny because this match was kind of what in my head I predicted we'd see in the grand finals, not lower bracket round 2. I mean, it's kind of like giving away the pay-per-view caliber match on free TV, right? So, not expected to start off with this one, but, it is a tough road ahead for Na'Vi. Like you said, back-to-back run backs in store for them, but, they're a team that you can't really count out until the very last. Feels like their Achilles heel has been that Virtus Pro squad we've talked about a little bit here. So I am curious to see how the rest of this run plays out for them with no VP in their way.
Yeah, I mean, we've talked about Na'Vi, we've bigged them up, but this Lunex roster, CB, someone that you're very familiar with, you're intimate with, I'll even say, can you run down what this roster has in store for us?
Oh, it's got something actually very familiar in store for us. Something that I literally just realized very recently is, again, I want to highlight the fact, Dongmin is not going to be playing with this roster as he's taking a little bit of vacation in Korea with his family. Hope he's having a wonderful time and not stressing too much over whether or not Lunex is able to get the dub here. They got Techie coming in to fill in, and it kind of felt like it took a while for them to recapture that Crimzo Techie Sentinel synergy, but they've started to get the wheels in motion and started to come into their own. And I took a step back here and I squinted and I realized, hang on, with Techie in the roster, this team is literally, it's just Sentinels. It's literally just Sentinels. You replace Aramori with Flamme, and you've replaced, Nectar and Super Gomez with Yusher, and you've got the Sentinels roster. But it's like no one's talking about that because it still feels new. They have a new identity, they have new looks, and they have new upward potential that I think they are slowly starting to realize. But now in the lower bracket against a team like Na'Vi, seemingly with either everything or nothing to lose, it's got to be now.
It's not Sentinels, right? It's Lunex. They dyed their hair. They changed a different color. They've changed
They went through a breakup. They dyed their hair, as you do.
Yes, of course. It's not Sentinels. We're not known as that now. That's Lunex, and that's a very good point, CB. Now, I do want to head over to Vaudable here. Obviously, a lot of great combos. I know you're big up on the Na'Vi roster. You've talked about them before. Do they have the pieces here to actually make it work against Lunex? Did you see something in that earlier group stage match that we saw? Is there like something there that, maybe Na'Vi can pull it out of their hat? Because they are known as that team to just lock in randomly.
I think they are. I think the big thing was that they were kind of getting in their own heads, trying to play, the front to back style when it wasn't really working against the dive that we saw from Yeah We Lost. So I think having more flexibility in the ban and protect phase is the way to go for this Na'Vi roster. If they can't afford to do that, then they are going to go down against Lunex because they need that flexibility and not just going for the meta picks and bans, because that's what we saw happen so often yesterday, where they just continued to bull rush into what they thought was the meta currently and not really target ban these specific heroes that certain players were doing so well on. One to mention, Cartlover on that Hulk was just having to get banned out, but they just did not want to put a hand up. They wanted to just go with what they're used to doing. And these Americas rosters are all known for just throwing those tactics out the window.
Very much so. Now, Diatonic, I'm going to come to you. The talk of the town has been Terra. How can he perform? How does he look? Obviously, he's been doing pretty well in this roster so far in this tournament. But for them to get the win over Lunex, is there anyone else you're particularly looking at to step up to the plate? Is it a Vanguard? Is it one of the strategists? Is it Terra's, dynamic duo Jerky here on the other duelist?
Yeah, I think since Terra signed with Navi, I've really been looking for him and Jerky to lock in the synergy together. Terra, very powerful duelist, one of the best in NA, if not the world. But I do notice sometimes some inconsistencies. And sometimes when Terra gets caught on the back foot, he starts swapping heroes very rapidly, doesn't give it time to simmer and see if his changes are going to play out. And that's where it's time for Jerky to step up and help out while Terra's kind of recovering and getting back solid on the feet. So I'm definitely looking for Jerky to step up here. I want to see more of that synergy between these two duelists. Though I know the partnership is kind of new, so they're still working out some of the kinks and building that chemistry over time. Of course, always look to Trust Me. He is kind of a natural born leader. Of course, Captain America player, but a lot of Vanpool from him lately as well. So kind of looking for those two to be key players here to guide Navi through what are going to be some pretty rough waters. But, like you guys have been talking about, Navi, a team that plays very well in the clutch, and, pressure creates the brightest diamonds. So I am very much looking forward to see how they handle that pressure.
Yeah, and I do want to talk about that Vanpool just a little bit with UCB specifically, because we have noticed something a little bit different, right? The original assumption was that, hey, you're going to use the final quiz and stuff like that, but a lot of people have been subjugating individuals to the big, quiz or the big hammer.
The ban hammer.
The ban hammer.
The ban hammer.
Yeah, no,
there's so many names. There's so many names
that you have to memorize. No one's playing dual pool, so you don't really have to worry about those two. By the way, I'm pretty sure I think I just forgot what those two were. But, to your point, we're going to see Strat Pool and we're going to see Vanpool, and we can memorize those ones. But yeah, we're seeing a lot of people lean in towards the banhammer because it is effectively a silence onto one member of the team, and it helps you control the battlefield. Overall, I think Vanpool's kit allows him to play very far forward. He has a lot of self-sustain with the ability to use the bubbles to kind of section people off, and then just that one extra layer of controlling the entire flow of the battlefield, you can get a lot done. There's things that people don't realize the first time they see that ultimate. They're like, okay, sure, missed shots and missed abilities, deal damage, but if a Loki clone misses, that counts as missing. If a Jeff, even a single drop, hits the ground before it hits your teammates for healing, that's a missed shot. That's going to be a dead shark before you know it. There's so many ways that you can just shut down an enemy and basically turn any fight into a temporary 5v6.
Yeah, and I love that you kind of describe it. It's a silence, right? It's essentially like, hey, I'm going to take you out of the game for at least a couple seconds while I deal with the rest of your team. Now, Vaudable, we have seen individuals match with Vanpool to some success here. Obviously, Yeah We Lost has their own little strategy. They're cooking up whatever they're doing. But for Lunex specifically, are you looking for them to change anything coming into this rematch? Is there something that they need to be cognizant of, aware of? Or do you think Navi was hiding strats? Because I know you've kind of been on that train.
I think Mason needs to put away the Iron Man, unfortunately. It's not working. Put it back on the shelf, and then maybe when they get some buffs eventually in the future, you can bring it back out. But we saw it used and not really as effective as it wanted to be in some of those maps against Dreamland, where you saw the Magneto, the Meteor M just kind of being held until it came out. And even when it was used, it was always towards the end of a losing battle in a team fight. They couldn't even do anything about it to use that pulse charge. So it's a tough spot to find yourselves in when you're using some of these unorthodox heroes that might not work as well as you'd like to. And we talked about it, Chibi. The spawn bust that you can do from it is great, but it is sometimes in the later stages of a fight, it doesn't work as well, depending on who is on the other side, especially having that Magneto. So if you want to run it, maybe get rid of the Magneto in the ban and protect phase a little bit sooner for that. Other than that, I think Lunex, they just really got to focus down on the attacking side. I mean, that was the issue for both these teams, right? They could not get to that finish line at the end. They could not get those final confirms. And even when we saw like the battles that we saw specifically with Moon Knight, that's who it was, that we saw just the other team of Dreamland doing so much better in building their ultimate charge faster than Amazing was able to. So it's a tough spot to find yourselves in when you don't know exactly who's going to be timed as well as you can be with those ultimates. And if you aren't able to go toe-to-toe, might be better to go for a different option in the hero pool that you have. So maybe some of that rigidness that we saw from them needs to be a bit more flexible, determining on who they're playing and not going into their laurels that they're resting on a bit too much with that Iron Man, as I was talking about.
And I think that's a really good point you bring up, Diatonic. We're going to look at the match history here. And I think a lot of Vaudibles and CV's kind of gripes with some of these teams are going to show here, right? Because they didn't go flawless. They fairly clearly lost some important matches. And I see some interesting map drops, both from Lunex and Na'Vi. Can you break down the surprising stuff here?
Yeah, I mean, these two went toe-to-toe before already back in groups in the last round. So Na'Vi does have one map win over a Lunex, but again, ultimately, falling victim to them. Though I am surprised, in that upper bracket second round that Dreamland was able to overcome Lunex. Dreamland's been hot too, but Lunex, I felt like maybe it was kind of a clear path for them through that upper bracket. So, that's kind of where the surprise for me comes in seeing this matchup here in the lower bracket. And then, of course, Na'Vi have dropped a couple surprising maps. I think of the two teams, they have more surprises here. They dropped a map first round there against the Beasts in groups. They also have one dropped against Flark as well. So, they haven't been 100% perfect throughout this tournament. And, some of that you might be able to chalk up to a little bit of ping issues. Terra, the only one playing on server right now. But yeah, just kind of across the board, Na'Vi, picking up or dropping maps here and there to teams you wouldn't normally expect to see them drop to. So, the ping is questionable, of course, but some of it is that team harmony and that team synergy. Want to see them work together more, execute as a group.
Yeah, I think a lot of surprises here. The map drops, the Beasts. That's the funny one, right? The one map drop there. Obviously, Flark taking a map here on Na'Vi. They haven't looked as buttoned up, as prim proper as we are normally used to seeing. And obviously, Lunex not being the perfect example themselves. But I do want to talk a little bit more on the meta and what we've seen unfold over the past 2 days. And CB, I'm going to take it to you. Has there anything that stood out specifically? Is it the damage boosted Namor? Is it my favorite, the Moon Knight that's coming in? Or are you expecting something else that hasn't shown its ugly head yet?
I mean, we have seen a lot of Moon Knight, especially in the early stages of this tournament, but we've seen a little bit less of it, especially yesterday. But I feel like, especially once we start to see more of these maps coming in, we go from best of 3s to best of 5s. There's a lot more convergence. There's a lot more convoy maps that I think that Moon Knight Groot combination are going to be paired up with quite nicely if you can get it past the ban phase. And I think a lot of things are being painted by these very similar picks and bans that we're seeing across the board. You're taking out the things that are strong while trying to protect your own strategies. And it always seems to feel like, ban Gambit, protect Loki, and then ban Groot, and then from there it kind of becomes a mystery. Ban out some of these other strong heroes like the Hela, like the Phoenix, some of these longer range hit scan heroes, but it's not like, it kind of feels like everyone is dancing to the beat of the same drum, whereas a team like Yeah We Lost can just come in and throw everything out the window, throw teams like even the great Na'Vi into disarray. And I think some of these teams are going to have to reevaluate that going forward. I think you can't just kind of stick to what is strong right now. You can't just stick to like Loki, Cloak, and Dagger, or if you're going to try and play that, you have to try and ban around that instead of just trying to shut down all of the, just going down a flow chart of what's strong, what do I not want to play against.
And just in time, we do have our first domination map. Just to remind everybody, it is best of 3s until we get into the winners, losers, and grand finals of this tournament. And Diatonic, walk me through Krakoa, because I feel like we've got a pretty solid depth of domination maps so far throughout this tournament, but Krakoa has always felt like the most one-sided affair for some of these teams.
Yeah, I mean, it really feels like there's no middle ground here. Either you are very successful with Krakoa and very confident in playing it out, or it seems like teams kind of struggle to get their footing here. I don't know about you guys, myself, I'm a little bit more on the struggle bus there when it comes to Krakoa. So definitely feels like a little bit of a coin flip depending on what team comes in here. And, for Na'Vi, I don't know if I love it for them, already kind of a little bit wishy-washy this tournament, again, playing on ping and things like that have an effect here. But I do think it's going to be quite a toss-up here to start things off. Very interesting map number 1 for us.
And Vaudable, we've seen this song and dance before. Is there anything different, anything new? It doesn't get spicy,
this is
right?
The standard. This is the standard that we've seen. We'll probably see some group bans come through again. I mean, that's been pretty standard for both of these teams. But Magneto, potentially, the thing, we've also seen a lot of usage of that as well, specifically on Domination. We've seen a lot more Cloak and Dagger bans and protects as well. So wouldn't be too surprised if those come through. So it looks like Navi's trying to debate on what they want to focus on, and it will be that Groot. So they are getting rid of the Magneto, so we might be able to see here, CV, some of that Amazing Iron Man.
I mean, I don't know if the Amazing Iron Man is the key thing here, but I do like Lunex banning out that Magneto because Kurova has been the source of my Cloak and Dagger propaganda. The reason why I think that they are so strong has been a lot from watching a lot of Kurova's streams. So you already are able to enable that. You're also able to secure a one-sided Magneto, force potentially the Invis out of Na'Vi. You can also enable Yusher to play the Star-Lord, and especially on maps like Grove, I think that's going to be a huge boon for the side of Lunex. It plays into their strategy so well that I kind of feel like it's one of those things you got to keep seeing them reach for.
I do see the Thing ban coming in, and that's been someone that has been either very, very dominant or just gets farmed by the Moon Knight here. Diatonic, what are your thoughts on Thing? Because I feel like he's a very polarizing hero at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, I've played a lot of Thing myself. I love the character, and yeah, he does seem to fit a little bit more into the mold here than usual or than the last couple seasons we've seen. But yeah, I think you guys are right. I mean, it is kind of dependent on who is piloting the Thing more so than the character itself. So yeah, I'm gonna have to watch out for the Moon Knight here because yeah, he will escape the ban phase yet again, and you know we're gonna see it. We've seen him all tournament long, and now that everything's on the line, especially in this matchup, I have no doubt that there's gonna be some Hand of Khonshu farming happening here.
The big thing I want to talk about is that, so Lunex have one-sided Magneto while Na'Vi have the one-sided Groot. If I'm to put, you know, galaxies pointing lasers at the death bomb, whatever, when you call it, right? Whose side would you want to be? Would you want to be on the one-sided Magneto side or the one-sided Na'Vi here? CB, I'm going to throw it to you. As you and Diatonic, I believe, will be casting this map and this series.
Yeah, I'll take it from here, and I hate to just completely disregard your question outright, but there was something bigger that I think came in towards the end of that pick and ban phase. I was talking about how, you know, getting the Protect on the Magneto might force Na'Vi to try and, you know, not opt for the Cloak and Dagger, but then Lunex doubled down on that, and they ban out the Invis, which is the next best thing. So now Na'Vi are going to have to take that Cloak and Dagger mirror, and have to worry about the Meteor M, or they have to just throw it out the window and play something suboptimal. So regardless of, you know, what the Vanguard lineup is looking for right now, I am favoring Lunex off this pick and ban.
Yeah, I'm seeing a lot of the same threads there, and I was gonna say I'm taking the Magneto one side to side, especially when Techie is behind the Master of Magnetism for sure. But yeah, banger ban phase to start things off, and a banger match ahead of us here. Welcome to the Mutant Utopia of Krakoa, guided by the Quiet Council here, and we are underway. Lunex versus Na'Vi, lower bracket round. Only one of these teams will walk away. Cannot believe we're seeing this match already, but yeah, it is a fight for tournament survival down here.
And it's a familiar look from Lunex. We've seen even Racecar go for the same situation, going for the Helen Moore team up, and then Crimzo is going to be manning the Angela to try and make space for these long-range hit scan heroes to find their man, and Amazing has already struck right at the heart of Na'Vi, finding that opening KO there onto Terra. Yusher does concede the high ground over to the likes of Na'Vi, but with the man advantage, I think the game right now for Lunex is go for that early cap, force Na'Vi to play into your hands, and they are doing just that.
Yeah, I mean, trying to pick things up right where they left off in their last tangle with Na'Vi, and Crimzo there, picking up one onto the captain. Trust me, sent it back to spawn, and Rajra will join in there, courtesy of Amazing's Hela as well. Already amazing in this match here, but it will be first cap over to Lunex, and they are finding picks here left and right. Techie picking up one onto Fate as well. Cloak and Dagger sent back to spawn for now, but a solid start here for Lunex, piling up those KOs.
And there was a moment in time in that pick and ban phase where I think both teams were hovering over a Thing ban, and you can see that Rajaro swapping over to the Thing now is precisely why, because they kind of anticipated Crimzo going for this Angela pick. I think Na'Vi thought that with, you know, the Hulk, they could try and accomplish the same mission, but they're going to go ahead and give that one up, put Trust Me over onto the Groot, Rajaro on the Thing, and now they're going to try and use that to deny the space that Crimzo wants to take, and in doing so, deny the angles for Amazing and Yusher, but it might be too little too late as ults are already online for both sides.
Yeah, gotta settle into something here. Lunex settling into this point here. 40% captured. Kurova with the invisible boundary on the point here. Yusher will find Terra there in another duel one for Lunex as well. Almost halfway to capturing this first point here. No explosive offense from Lunex here, but they are finding these quick KOs that are stacking up here. Ryan Mason filling your KO feed once again here. 3 ultimates ready to go for Lunex. They'll have a Heaven's Retribution as well. They're over on the side of Na'Vi. They are catching up a little bit, but not too far behind in the resource game.
And this is such an aggressive angle from Rymazing, and even as a strategist there to help keep him healed up, but it's effectively a crossfire between himself and with Yusher, and Techie is the bait on the point. They're just waiting for Na'Vi to walk right in, but which way do you look? Do you look towards the Namor and the Tridents coming down range, or do you look at the daggers coming at your skull from on high?
Yeah, cross angle indeed. X marks the spot here. X for Lunex as they are in full control here of this point. And yet again, level 1 Crook sent back to spawn along with Trust Me here. Some big KOs coming through overhead. Techie XD on the Meteor Imp, but gets caught on the tree there. Cannot deliver on that one here. Crimzo will follow it up with a Heaven's Retribution as well. Nailing down a couple members of Na'Vi here as they clean up Jerky and Terra. DPS is offline here as we are almost ready to go into overtime. Techie making up for the missed Meteor Imp with another KO. No overtime needed here. It's going to be Lunex capturing point number 1.
It's literally just a pick and ban gap there earlier on the Grove, and I don't know if Na'Vi really know what they want to be playing right now. And I think, again, like I said, that Invis ban is really shaking Na'Vi's strategy because, yeah, Fate wanted to go for that Eternal Bond and had to play in fear because there's no mag to bubble him, to protect him, to make sure that he gets the ult off. So instead, he has to play super defensively. And like you said, yeah, the tree blocked the Meteor M, but how much of that Cloak and Dagger ultimate was actually on the point? Not a whole lot. There's no real playable space for Na'Vi. And if they can't deny these angles, take these 1v1s with Rymazing and Yusher and deny that crossfire like I mentioned, they really just can't exist anywhere in the map safely.
Yeah, tough shouts here on point number 1 for Na'Vi as you see the scoreboard here. Jerky, the lone KO for that team so far. Lunex cooking up quite a few KOs. Crimzo, the ace after 1 point of action here, but plenty more where that came from here. 3 ultimates ready to go for Lunex and 2 heroes, 80% or above. Na'Vi got 1 ultimate ready to go in Song Inferno, but a couple swaps coming through for them. Terra over onto the Star-Lord, Crook onto the Rocket Raccoon as well. So they're going to be in a little bit of an econ reset here as we get things underway. But looking a little more aggressive this time. Crimzo there on the Angela, already putting in some work as you saw on the scoreboard, but a little bit of a faster start here for Na'Vi.
I do like this this comp swap from Na'Vi. You know, they are at their core, you know, in the past we've known them to be a dive team, and they're showing their roots yet again. Trust me. Symbiotic Brazilians forced out early on, and a Dirge for a little bit of anti-healing. He's able to get out alive, and Na'Vi are the very least controlling a fair bit of space right here, but Lunex seemingly sneak right past them, get their feet planted on the point, and now with this Goddess of Death coming out from Rymazing, finding level 1 Crook, there's not going to be a BRB online for Rajaro when he really needs it, so now you are down 2 men, and it looks like this is going to be Lunex finding the cap yet again.
Yeah, huge target prio there for Lunex, taking Crook down first, and they all come tumbling down here. They did commit the 1 ultimate they had online. That was Jerky on the Insong Inferno. Lunex still holding 3 and now holding 10% of that point captured. Techie's also got a Meteor M almost ready to go here. So I don't know, it feels like Na'Vi not able to find the footing here. They're a little scrambled, it feels like.
They have some big ults online, though. You can maybe combo this Galactic Legend alongside a Cosmic Yarn Amplifier, but the question is, where are you going to drop that Amplifier? Because you don't have any playable space. Like, Lunex are keeping them corralled in these choke points, and even Terra on the Star-Lord with the Gift of Flight cannot get an angle to be able to get out into the open where you really want to pop that ult. Turn around, you look at Fate over here on the Jeff, trying to just draw Rymazing back, maybe create a little bit of space that way, and now Terra is there for a 2v1.
Yeah, I mean, all gas, no brakes here so far for Lunex, finding those KOs yet again here overhead. Another Meteor in from Techie, goes for the midair, does get some damage down, but can't fight quite. Find the full pick. Yusher on to Jerky here. Phoenix back to spawn while Lunex in control again. Now they're going to let everything rip that they've got here. Almost every ult activated, but no KOs coming through for them so far. Rajaro there on the Captain America. Freedom Charge on the ground here for the rest of the team, but Lunex still standing tall here. Feels like they cannot find an answer to get through this Lunex defense here. Still 2 ultimates online for them. Crimzo and Kurova finding some KOs for themselves here. Almost 75% of the way, and Na'Vi is running out of time here on Krakoa.
And it's good trigger discipline from Lunex, too. They still have that Heaven's Retribution and that Horn of Proteus. That's a 1-2 wombo combo that can win them this final fight. And look at Na'Vi's ult economy. They don't really have a whole lot to their name. They've got It's Jeff and Ensong Inferno. Not really a good combination to try and go up against what is definitely coming. And I have Strange TP come out here. Na'Vi want to try to take an aggressive position behind the point, though, but I don't know that's going to be, I don't know it's going to work out all that well for them, as Lunex are prepared for it, and you're still going to have to keep Crimzo pinned down, find out where he's lurking. He gets the ult.
Yeah, Fate doesn't make it through, finds one there, but one after another here. Na'Vi through the portal, and just as quick, back to spawn here. Terra on the Daredevil will pick up a KO onto Yusha here, buying him a little bit of time, trying to get aggressive and follow up on it, but Ry-Mazing taking down Fate as well, so the Land Shark sit back with a empty stomach, unfortunately, to spawn, and that will close it out on Krakoa. Lunex take map number 1.
And in dominant fashion, that was back-to-back 100 to 0s. I mean, Na'Vi really didn't get an opportunity to fight on the point, aside from that one towards the very end there when they had Fate on the Jeff, making that angle, trying to pull Ry-Mazing back, giving Terra the opportunity to get himself on the point, pop that Galactic Legend, but they then lost out in the Ultimate Economy game. I like that Na'Vi are trying things. I like that they're changing things up. I like that they went for that full dive, and I like that they're trying things as a team, as a collective, but it still strikes me as searching for an answer when the question has completely been changed.
Yeah, I mean, you know, all pun intended, it really does feel like ice skating uphill a little bit. They can't quite find a foothold to start the climb. That's what it feels like here. As you can see, just 2 KOs cashed in, one for Jerky and one for Terra on the side of Na'Vi, so they feel lost right now. It feels like they're not sure what to do. I mean, I have to imagine, you know, the losses they've taken here and there, the maps they've dropped, probably shaken them a little bit, but man, I'm very shocked to see this scoreboard come through here.
And it's gonna be a long day for Na'Vi, because remember, this is only a best of 3, so they have got to start a reverse sweep here against Lunex, and then, like I said, potentially meet up with Yeah We Lost in the next round of the lower bracket. So no rest for the Weary, and I don't even know if this team got to strategize before this tournament the way they really wanted to, or I guess I should say before today in this tournament, because you know, you take a loss to a team like Yeah We Lost, you want to go in and you want to VOD review, you want to figure out what went wrong and how do we make sure it never happens again. But then they had to go into another nail biter against Flark, and it kind of feels like they're still looking for the answers to these questions. They're still trying to play past the team that's currently in front of them, and it's just not working.
Yeah, and before, you know, they had some opportunities, had a little bit of time here to try and find the answers, but time very quickly running out here. Of course, we still are in best of 3s up until the finals matches start up. So Lunex on a match point already. Na'Vi in danger of elimination this early on, and a lot of that thanks to Yusha and Ry-Mazing both finding picks around every turn here very early on. Before engagements even happened, it felt like they had already lost a couple of bodies on the side of Na'Vi. So, you know, again, like time running out here. I mean, this is truly the 11th hour for Na'Vi.
And that's really like, you know, talking about Ry-Mazing and Yusha and the way that they're able to frag out there, like that's really all you can say about Lunex, because it was just crystal clean execution from top to bottom. They really didn't make any mistakes, and even the small ones that they did, Na'Vi failed to capitalize on them. So we're kind of hyper fixating on Na'Vi, who are now the, you know, de facto protagonists of this tournament after that Yeah We Lost loss. And it kind of feels like, you know, the hero's journey, it's got to start now. We're at rock bottom, and we can't possibly get any lower. And if we do, we're eliminated. Reminder, chat, this is an elimination match. It's lower bracket. We all thought this would be grand finals, and we'd be playing these two teams for cash on the line. But no, it's lower bracket. Elimination is on the line, and only one team will even continue to have hope of making it to grand finals.
Yeah, and I can see where Na'Vi's heads are at here. I like the swaps they're making in the middle of that match, you know, trying to play the game out here. But, you know, it does feel like a little bit of trouble in paradise, right? A little bit of confusion, a little bit of chaos. You know, a hero's journey, right? You need a mentor to help you on that road. We're really looking for a player like Trust Me, who has often taken the mantle of captain and team leader to guide the team here. And that is what they need. They need one voice to listen to and one voice to operate on here, because right now it just feels like kind of a scramble for them.
And, you know, typically, like you said, Trust Me has been that voice for this team in the past, especially once he's able to switch to the Venom, which is his comfort pick. And I do think that might have been what kind of drove the decision to go full dive. You know, between that and having Fate on the Jeff, you're playing to two of your best players, best heroes. You know, you're playing to your strengths and creating a situation where theoretically you can get the win, but you're also reaching back into the past. We're 2 or 3 metas behind, and I'm sorry, but Dive just ain't played the same as it used to be, and it just ain't as strong as it used to be. We are firmly in a poke territory right now, and it's something that Lunex understand, and they understand how to set up these poke compositions to their benefit. And I don't know that Na'Vi really have figured out how to crack it, but for my money right now, Lunex and Racecar are the two best teams when it comes to this comp, and nobody has been able to best them at it, especially on Krakoa.
Yeah, I mean, it really does feel like they're having trouble adjusting to those changes. Like you said, Dive may never truly die, but it has changed quite a bit, and its position in the meta, its placement has really evolved a lot. So, I want to see them go back to basics a little bit here. I need them to try and play to that meta that Lunex, like you said, has grasped so well so far. But, for a team like Na'Vi, for the position that they're in, I want to see them fall back on some things that they're comfortable with. Map pick for map number 2 is in now, Hall of Djalia. So we're going to get some movement here, of course, no more domination. And I don't know, CB, how do you feel? What are Na'Vi's chances here as we move into map number 2 for some Wakanda action?
I gotta be completely honest with you. To me, Hall of Djalia conjures memories of Namor, and I feel like that Hela Namor comp might still very much so be on the table. So Lunex can kind of just do literally exactly what they did on Krakoa and still come up ahead. If you're up to Na'Vi, you have to try and get ahead in this pick and ban phase and deny that playstyle outright. But there is a second, just as sinister threat that I know Lunex has in their toolkit, and that's that Adam Warlock res comp. We didn't see it on Krakoa because they didn't feel like they needed to bust it out, but they could bust it out here on Hall of Djalia if they get denied that poke composition and be 10 times as lethal in my estimation.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like that's why we're on the same page of they gotta play against the poke here, because like you said, you just ban out poke and then they go straight for triple support res comp. So yeah, I don't think you can completely outright win this thing in the ban phase if you are Na'Vi. So standard stuff here. Lunex gonna take the one-sided Mantis as well. So I don't know, we saw a little bit of Thing Mantis combo. The damage boost for Thing is really nice. I wouldn't be surprised to either see a Thing ban or some Thing come out, but one-sided Loki this time for Na'Vi. So changing it up just a little bit here, I think.
Yeah, they do risk that by going for the Mantis Protect. So this is kind of an all or nothing situation for whatever composition Lunex wants to play. If they want to go for a damage boosted poke composition, I don't disagree with it. I think that's a pretty good thing. And then you just play the Mantis in place of the Loki. You still have your double dip on the Strategist ultimates. You're totally fine. It just doesn't need to be 2 of the same Strategist ultimates. Plus, you get a little bit of variety. Mantis's ultimate works a little bit differently. You get the overhealth, not just the healing, so you can survive through bigger instances of burst damage. And speaking of burst damage, there is few things that can burst you down quicker than a strangling prison, so securing that group protect, I think, is going to play into Lunex's strategy nicely. Also gives them the benefit of that team up.
Yeah, very huge for them there as well. Na'Vi bans out the Magneto again against Lunex there, and an Invis ban coming through as well. They've got 1 save left on the board here, and Lunex 1 ban. They are going to take the one-sided Magneto potentially here, hovering it, but not.
Wise. That would be wise, because it's essentially the same thing that Na'Vi did to them. They ban the Invis Woman and protect the Magneto, so it's going to force Kurova to have to try and play that Cloak and Dagger. You could go with like Mantis Rocket if you want to circumvent that, but I don't know if that's the best course of action. You want to have that defensive utility, especially when we're in these kind of pokey, kind of front to back metas. And again, Kurova has been the source of my my Cloak and Dagger propaganda for quite some time now. I'm sure he is going to be looking at that one, but what's interesting to me is, like, with these picks and these protects, it does kind of paint a clear path of what Lunex is going to be playing, but not something that I think we've seen a lot on Hall of Djalia.
I was going to say, interesting ban phase. I like it, but it does seem a bit, a bit weird coming into Djalia. So a couple of different options for Lunex here on the table. Of course, like you said, that Adam Warlock is still available. They did get a few things out of it. I do believe they stopped the Hela Namor team up on the side of Na'Vi there. Yes, you do see the Hela ban
as well
comes through. So I don't know. I mean, is it possible for Na'Vi to turn this thing around here at the last and play on Lunex's level here? Life bars blinking red for Na'Vi here. Last chance to get on the board and stay in this tournament. It is going to be a tough one for sure.
While we go for a quick pause here, don't look too hard at Na'Vi's composition, because its attacker spawns. Jerky's just going to be going for that early mind play. Maybe try and catch someone from Lunex slipping. But over on the side of Lunex, you can kind of take this comp to the bank. This is what they want to play here. Interesting that they've protected the Mantis, but aren't coming out with her. You can tell, though, that because of that Invis ban and knowing that Rajaro is going to be manning that Magneto, Kurova has actually opted for the Luna Snow, which is something we don't see a whole lot of. She's kind of in a weaker state compared to her other strategist counterparts, but still has a ton of potential. And I think right now, if you play Luna Snow in more of a damage kind of oriented fashion, you can get a lot of value out of this pick.
Yeah, absolutely. I was gonna say the Penny opening in the spawn room, throwing the mines down. I feel like that tells me maybe Na'Vi gonna look to just try and blitz to the point here. Terra over onto the Wolverine, see him do some crazy stuff there too. But yeah, I mean, at this point, I feel like being on kind of the edge of the cliff right here, heels dangling off, just your toes keeping you there. And it makes you wonder, even if they go for something more comfortable or something they're used to, I have to wonder, does that pressure, like I said before, it creates diamonds for sure, but can that pressure really help them in this situation, or are they just going to crumble underneath it?
And speaking of pressure, Crimzo, I think, is going to be the chief source of it for Na'Vi, especially, going back to Korova on that Luna Snow pick. Here's my prediction. You're just going to put the Snowflake onto Crimzo the entire time, and then you have an infinite source of healing for Crimzo. So that Angela can play even more aggressive, and then that's going to kind of force Na'Vi to play something of a counter dive composition, which is crucially not a counter poke composition. So again, you just get more angles for Raimazing and Yusher.
Yeah, and lets you take some focus off of having to look up every time on Luna and heal above you and kind of work on the rest of the team. So kind of a double-edged sword here, or for Lunex coming into this. So yeah, I think there's going to be some big aggression here. Of course, both teams fighting out of the lower bracket, so any loss will send them home. So you have to bring everything you've got to bear here. Nothing to hold back at this point. But I don't know. I've seen Na'Vi in positions like this before. They've kind of been dangling on the edge of some lower bracket runs, both in the last MRC as well, now here in the Mega Monthly. And I have to wonder, do they really enjoy being on the edge here this whole time? I mean,
I kind of feel like it might feel comfortable, but at the same time, there's no way it's not like spiking your cortisol level to see this for like the 5th, 6th, 7th time. It just kind of feels like it's fate for this team, no pun intended. I have a question I want to pose to you, though, because Shibby was saying, if they could make this legendary run back and win this tournament, do you just crown them the Ignite champions? But obviously we can't do that because Virtus Pro aren't in the equation. My question to you is, if Na'Vi lose this matchup here, do we just crown Virtus Pro the champions? Because I don't know if anyone can contend with them yet still.
Well, I mean, to be fair, they are the current defending world champions, of course, on Virtus Pro. But, I think in the same way that it would be hard for me to say if Na'Vi wins this thing that we crown them the champions, I think it's difficult to just rule them out or mark them off the list if they drop this match here. They're a very strong team. Again, it may sound like a little bit of an excuse here or there, but they are playing on ping, except for Terra, of course. So, there are some extra asterisks to this Na'Vi run here that I have to imagine play a serious role. So I would say no, they're not out of the running if they drop here. And Virtus Pro, of course, they do hold that world champion title for now, but so much has changed in the offseason. We've still got a little more time to go before Ignite kicks off again, so gonna be some more changes and some more power-ups for some of these teams. Like, for example, Lunex has powered up so much. These players have leveled up their game since the last time we saw them, like we were talking about that Sentinels roster core here in Lunex. So a lot of things have changed. I'm not ready to crown VP the champs just yet here. They have a lot to prove going forward.
I like that VP are kind of on that Roman Reigns schedule, though. They won the title. They're just gonna take a 6-month vacation and come back and maybe defend it once every Big Four pay-per-view that comes around. But Na'Vi gonna open things up with a Doctor Strange teleport play here. I'm wondering if Rajaro is gonna make a swap over onto a dive hero. No, he's actually gonna go in with the rest of the team and now just try and play for this back high ground. But again, this just kind of helps Lunex set up these crossfires for Raimazing and Yusher. So you have to try and pin one or the other down.
Yeah, you saw how successful that was last time. X marking the spot here once again for Lunex, but Na'Vi already on the point, looking for a tick. Where is Lunex at? No defense coming in so far here. Na'Vi finally able to clear one tick here, but there we go. Crimzo in on the Venom here to put down some damage. Na'Vi responding in kind here as they are looking to take control of this point. On the move here, almost a second tick. Lunex trying to find the angle here to get in and dig into this Na'Vi squad here, but Jerky over onto the Winter Soldier out of spawn, taking one down. He will go back to spawn for now, but not a bad start here on offense for Na'Vi.
I mean, it's pretty rough on the defensive side, though, for Lunex. Crimzo going to clean up Rajaro there, so not a bad way to get your foot back in the door, but you gave up 2.5 ticks, just, spreading out to try and facilitate those aforementioned crossfires. They kind of bit Lunex in the butt there. They're able to reclaim and force Na'Vi back for the time being, but not through permanent KOs. You can see them grouped up there. in that low ground, ready to just come right out that door and right back on the point. And they've got the ults to brute force their way onto the point. Techie with a huge strangling prison though, and there's a Horn of Proteus, but Na'Vi are able to live it.
Yeah, just not enough follow-up here from him. Crook on that invisible boundary off of the God of Mischief here, and we'll take one down, taking down Crimzo. So Venom gonna be getting back up off the BRB from Flamay here, and Lunex got quite the ult lineup here, but Techie going down, trust me, taking him down on the Groot v Groot matchup here. CYA coming down from Flamay, and a whole ult flurry from Lunex to follow up here, but the KOs are just not there. Yusher walking it back, they are missing a key piece of their damage here. Kurova throwing down the fate of both worlds as well here. Finally getting a little bit of a breakthrough. Amazing coming in clutch there to take down the Winter Soldier, but a portal now coming back in here, so it is chaos here on the point with just half a tick to go for Na'Vi to finish this out and get that payload unlocked. But a minute and 30 on the clock. They need to find answers and fast.
Off that last stand from Terra, could have found two, but didn't confirm the KO onto Amazing, so there's still a lot more damage coming out from this Hela. There's a strangling prison, I believe, that went out from Trust Me, but Lunex still able to live it, but look at those health bars. They're looking mighty low, and Rajaro is gonna deny any recontest coming out from Lunex with a huge Eye of Agamotto and the biggest Maelstrom of Madness I think my eyes have ever been blessed with seeing. A 3K off of that ability, and Techie is going to hang his head in shame as he could never.
Well, the mantle of Sorcerer Supreme belongs to one, and so far, Rajaro definitely picking it up here on the move now. Payload unlocked, and 3:20 on the clock for Na'Vi.
Rajaro said, bro, I'm Doctor Strange, you're just Mr. Weird.
Professor Peculiar, in fact, here as Na'Vi on the move here on map number 2. They do have a God of Mischief ready to go. That's level 1 Crick holding that. Crimzo's got a Feast of the Abyss as well, but for now gonna be a little bit of left click action here. Time ticking down to just 3 minutes as Lunex back up and ready for some defense here halfway to checkpoint 2.
Lunex holding on to that Feast of the Abyss, and Na'Vi having that double dip on the Stratus ultimates, and Jerky with that early frag there onto Techie. That's going to be res right back up, but that's a lot of positioning lost. That Deadpool going to be forced all the way back into the back line, but a good return fire coming out from Amazing. So the man advantage, and now the economy is in favor of Lunex, and they are willing to invest in this one as Techie is going to return fire back onto level 1 Crook. Trust Me falling as well, and despite Na'Vi double dipping on those Stratus ultimates, it's Lunex in the KO feed, but now the script has been flipped by Terra with that last stand, able to take down Kurova. It's so scrappy, it's so back and forth, but Na'Vi are not getting enough done to offset the spawn advantage from Lunex, so they have to bend back just a little bit before they snap in and hopefully try and confirm this this capture here.
Yeah, checking in about 60 seconds later, 3/4 of the way to that checkpoint here with just 2 minutes left on the clock there. Terra going for a slice and dice, but Amazing cuts him down faster than he can get those claws moving here. Na'Vi held up a bit here, just shy of checkpoint number 2. Yusher overhead on the Phoenix as well, raining down some spark stacks onto Na'Vi, and they are quite grouped up here, so perfect opportunity for an all-you-can-eat here for Yusher as he is uncontested up there on the roof. Not sure how Na'Vi's gonna handle it, but they are healing right on through it here. Just not enough follow-up from Lunex yet, but a CYA on the ground from Flamay here, trying to get the damage moving here, and Yusher gonna let that Insong Inferno rip. 2 KOs confirmed now for Lunex here as they are finding the beats on defense.
And it's another crossfire setup. Like, you're talking so much about, you know, Yusher because we're watching from his POV as he's just making popcorn with those sparks, but we also see Amazing denying Jerky from taking the angle. Look where Amazing is posted up. If Na'Vi try to walk in and take this center spire area, they're just gonna be at the mercy of both hit scan heroes, so they have to try and deny one or the other, but they can't seem to make up their mind, so they just kind of end up stuck and at the mercy of all the damage that comes out. And so you get that 1-2 wombo combo that comes out, cleans up your whole team, and Lunex have more for this next fight.
Yeah, big banhammer coming out from Techie on the side of Lunex. 1 damage piece for Na'Vi down. Fade throwing the invisible boundary, trying to keep the team on life support here as Lunex moving in and moving up here. Jerky going to be walking it back for the time being, but Crook goes down too. Techie finds another one here on the Vanguard. Deadpool, 1 healer down for Na'Vi. So like dominoes yet again here, that ever-swinging pendulum going back in the direction of Lunex here, holding 4 ultimates now and playing them very close to their chest here in the last 30 seconds of this run.
And with only 30 seconds left, it's going to be tough for Na'Vi to force out these Stratus ultimates, but Terra has a Galactic Legend, and that can be an opening, but they're going to open with that instead, use a Mag Bubble to protect him, but all that does is force out the ultimates from Lunex. The Fate of Both Worlds from Kurova is going to keep everybody nice and topped up there, but Yusher left the dance floor for too long there. And Rajaro said, this DJ sucks, play some Gaga.
Confirming it there from mid-air, trying to keep the offensive run alive here for Na'Vi. They'll at least find one, and they are finally back in control of the payload here and on the move. Economics looking pretty even here for now, but Na'Vi gonna have a very quick ult swing here as they are approaching that checkpoint. 3 meters to go. Another CYA coming down from Promay. The support ult's coming in clutch here. Fade on to that invisible boundary as well. Mason goes overhead with just 1 HP there, but it's Jerky finding the Luna Snow. Karova back to spawn here at the worst possible time. Na'Vi trying to push through this last little road bump here. Crimzo looking solo on that Venom as well, while Terra trying to help the team come through with some more damage here. Techie going down as well, but I believe that's going to be a BRB from Flamme here. So one more getting back up into the fight. They'll finally break through there. Na'Vi find the checkpoint. 1:30 on the clock to close out the map.
But this is feeling a little bit too familiar for both teams. It was on Hall of Dajalia where both Lunax lost to Dreamland and Na'Vi lost to Yeah We Lost, and it was because of the inability to get the cart the entire way through. Na'Vi only have a minute to try and get this one going, so it's going to have to be an OT push. You better believe they are praying to every god they can conceive of right now that they can get this full cap and force extra innings, but Lunax have the ults right now. They've got the Ensong Inferno. Crimzo making the swap off over onto that Groot is going to be building up that Strangling Prison, and you know that could snuff out all of Navi's momentum if it lands, and that KO onto Trust Me is going to do just that as well. So Lunax get to reclaim control of the cart, sit comfortably here for the time being, and force Na'Vi to make a sub-optimal play. They have the same tools that broke through that point B defense, but they got to use it again and then be prepared for that second fight that's going to come after, where Lunax are going to have the spawn advantage.
Yeah, absolutely. It is looking good economics for Na'Vi, but again, distance is a big factor here. Terra overhead on the Galactic Legend finds Ryan Amazing here, going after Yusher as well, looking to cripple the damage for Lunax. Time ticking away though, and Ultimate's ticking away here. Yusher and Karova both throwing him down. More members of Lunax falling here. Na'Vi finding a leg up in this fight, but you are 100% right. OT necessary for this final push here, though. Na'Vi do make a breakthrough here with no ultimates used in that fight. They've got 5 left to go here as they are staring at the finish line, but there is still a whole Lunax squad in their way.
But it couldn't be more perfect on the execution from Na'Vi. Like you said, they only use that Galactic Legend. Now they have 5 ults. They can just combo the Horn of Proteus with this Strangling Prison. We're going to see that Eternal Bond coming out now from Flamme. It's going to be enough to keep Lunax in the fight, at least for now. And now the Sonic Seduction to try and force some space, but it's Amazing that ends up falling first. It gets traded out for Terra, so it's 5 for 5. And now the Eternal Bond from Crook to try and even the score. Techie falls, and it's starting to tilt in favor of Na'Vi, and Lunax are running out of options.
Yeah, running out of bodies here as Crook coming in massive there with that Eternal Bond. Jerky finding one more as well to put that nail in the coffin, and Na'Vi will clear Hall of Dajalia on offense. Tough shouts for them for sure. Quite a few hurdles to cross, but they do manage to clear, and now the ball in Lunax's court here.
And that's the sigh of relief, just like I was saying. It was Hall of Dajalia for both of these teams and the inability to cap point 3 that bit them both and sent them down to the lower bracket. And Na'Vi have now exercised one of the, I don't even know if I want to call it one of their demons, as it were, because Lunax is the real demon, but that inability to cap is definitely a monkey on their back that they have managed to get off now. And now Lunax are going to have to do the exact same thing or risk taking this to a map number 3. And I think if we go that far, it's going to be a long day for whichever team wins this series, Diatonic.
Yeah, I mean, got to keep in mind, this is just lower bracket round 2. This is not semifinals. This is not finals. And if Na'Vi do turn this thing around, they may potentially have to face the team that put them down here in the lower bracket in the first place. So again, a step forward for sure, something to commend Na'Vi for, but a long road ahead for them here in the lower bracket. So Lunax going to be on offense here first. It looks like so far pretty much going to rock the same comp that they had up to now. Na'Vi as well, no big changes coming through for them just yet, but Lunax, of course, they're gonna have to not only clear the map, but they're gonna have to do it in rapid succession. Can't get held up in the same points that Na'Vi did, because they need to build that time advantage if they want to close off the series here in map 2.
So now Lunax are playing more or less what I expected them to play on the defense, but now on the offense. But the win condition is the same. You send Crimzo in and try and make some room for Amazing and Yusha to shut up that crossfire, and hopefully you can find at least a couple of KOs off the back of that and use that to your advantage. And I believe the Snowflake from Karova is going to be on Crimzo to help execute in that mission, while Techie just kind of helps the rest of the team slowly push forward here. So The strategy from Lunex is sound, but it's going to be the execution that I think is going to call into question, as this map is very defender favored, especially with the geometry, and Rajaro leveraging that favor to its fullest potential, forcing out the BRB early on, and Lunex are getting cold feet, it would seem.
Yeah, and even this first little uphill here on the way to checkpoint number 1 can be the death knell for a lot of teams. I see them get stuck here so often, and yeah, Lunex definitely playing it very slow and methodical here. I like the little window Rymazer shooting through there just to try and keep some damage putting down, but it is going to be Fate from the side of Na'Vi that picks up first KO here in 60 seconds, so 1 minute already off the clock here as both teams looking to just build some ultimates here. Techie so painfully close to that Deadpool ult, but sent back, and that is going to be a swap on to Groot here. Of course, those attackers, shorter walk back to the point here, but Na'Vi so far looking quite healthy and in control at this point.
And a large part of it is something that you're not seeing. It's the fact, well, you're definitely seeing it now as Na'Vi, as Terra turns around and just sees Crimzo getting bullied. Na'Vi are doing a good job of keeping Crimzo in check, so he's not actually able to make as much space as you would think, and so they can just take this fight on their terms. And with one swift Ratastern shot to the dome, that's another BRB forced out, and no space gained for Lunex. Na'Vi are doing a great job of standing their ground.
Yeah, feels like they've upgraded from dial-up here. Download almost complete for Na'Vi. They definitely have the threads of what Lunex is trying to pull off here, and so far able to repel it here. Big 6 ult swing coming Na'Vi's way here, while Lunex trying to muster something. Half of their time gone already, but Lunex too has quite a bit of firepower here. 5 ults ready to go. It's going to be the fate of both worlds from Kurova here to start things off. And a strangling prison from Techie doesn't find too much here though. One stun looks like onto Rajaro, but just not enough follow-up here. Quick going for the invisible boundary as well, and Terra there on the Kraken impact will find 1 KO. Does not look like he completes the reset beyond that though, but 1 enough to at least grab a couple of KOs in this fight here and eat up even more of Lunex's time there. Trust me, finding 1 more KO as things settle down. 1 minute and 30 seconds left to go for Lunex to try and turn this thing around. CB, it is a tough road ahead here on offense for Lunex.
The good news for Lunex is that you did manage to drain out that entire 5 ult swing, like you said, that Na'Vi were coming up on, but the bad news is you only have Heaven's Retribution and nothing to combo it with now, so Crimzo is gonna have to try and use that to maybe section someone important off from the fight, maybe just catch onto a backliner, and then maybe, you know, the rest of your team can confirm a KO onto one of the Vanguards while the healing just won't be there. But that's really the only win con, and Fate already saw that one coming a mile away, shuts Crimzo down, and now under a minute left to try and get your feet back beneath you. There's gonna be time to build Kurova up to that Fate of both worlds, but again, you're waiting to use that reactively, and I don't know that it's gonna work out for Lunex. This is looking so good on the defense here for Na'Vi. Dare I say, they may have found their mojo.
Yeah, it does feel like a neutral check incoming here for Lunex as time ticking away. Just over 30 seconds left to go. Heaven's Retribution does come down there onto Na'Vi. Trust me, responding in kind there, throwing down the strangling prison as well here, looking to just buy the last few seconds of this time here to close things out here. Hellfar's wild. Kurova does throw down Fate of both worlds. So dance floor on the floor for Lunex here, and Na'Vi trying to dance to that same tune as they are fighting back in kind here. Crook goes for the invisible boundary once again here. No ults online for Lunex as we are under 10 seconds here. They do manage to make a little bit of progress here, but they're nowhere to be found. Crimzo overhead, they're going to try and buy the OT for Lunex. They do manage to find it here. Na'Vi just need to repel them here. Going to be tough though. Jerky KO'd and back to spawn at the worst possible second here. CYA from Flamme and Lunex fighting back here under OT.
Oh, there's that CYA and the End Song Inferno, and off a little bit of cleanup damage. Flamme clogging up the KO feed. They're going to find 2, but it was the explosion that did it. And Lunex, by the skin of their teeth, have managed to secure themselves a tick. But as the Strange TP comes out and the reinforcements start to come through, 2 ticks now, but Na'Vi are ready to deny the 3rd. Goddess of Death from Rymazing. He can take to the skies to try and deny this one. And now that the regen domain has been forced out, he may be looking to do just that.
It was going to be a little rocky there. Fate, the last one to come through that portal. A couple seconds left on the respawn here, but now overhead, Rymazing going for the Goddess of Death here, trying to confirm that last tick, and they will find it. Where was Na'Vi there? Lunex revived here. 2 minutes and 30 seconds back on the clock, while Rymazing rains death down from above on that Goddess of Death ultimate here, and Lunex are still in it.
Amazing. I mean, on that Goddess of Death, I think Na'Vi were trying to pin him down, figure out where he was. They scouted out that ult was online, but they just didn't know where he was. So they were playing afraid and scared because they lacked the information. And so they just kind of scatter like ants. And when it finally comes out, no one is there to find the touch. And now Amazing going to swap over onto the Moon Knight. And we've got that wombo combo from Techie. Sure, Techie is leading an ult charge, but watch that number in the lower right-hand corner of your screen go up about as quickly as you can blink. Moon Knight sneezes as he gets an ultimate.
Yeah, I mean, when the first hand of Khonshu is almost done, he's already getting his second here, truly. So Korova on that self-res there, as now Lunex on the warpath here, about halfway to checkpoint number 1, as they are back in business here. Signs of life from this team. Crook throwing down an eternal bond here, and Terra on that last stand there comes in big, double KO for the Wolverine, and looking for some more here as Na'Vi tear through Lunex one piece at a time here. Under a minute 30 left to go, and now Na'Vi locked back in here on, again, this fight for their final tournament life.
I like that the two that that Terra specifically found with that last stand was the Groot and the Moon Knight, shutting down that combo and any chance of using that to try and turn the fight. So now Lunex gonna have to carry that one over on into the next one, but Na'Vi again are able to do that fight win efficiently, so they have plenty of things to attempt to counteract it. You can still burst through Fate's ultimate with this Hand of Khonshu. It does a lot of damage, but there are still more options that you could potentially use to shut it down.
Yeah, you have to wonder how long can they hold it off here for. The combo comes through, but it's huge for Na'Vi. They will find a complete ace here, wiping the floor with Lunex. 30 seconds left to go. They should have enough time to make one more attempt here, but I have to imagine Na'Vi going to put some big pressure here, and Terra's going to do just that, going after Techie, but he will be taken off the map by Amazing. Wow.
With the Onk, I've never seen that in the KO feed. That is an insane thing to see. A 1 in a million. Lunex now have the advantage off a little bit of over-aggression that comes out from Terra, who's going to make the swap over onto the Moon Knight, but now Lunex are going to use the Soul Resurgence to reclaim all of this space, and now that's going to force out a response from Na'Vi. Crook going to pop that Eternal Bond, and now we're taking the fight on Carpet. Only 4 seconds left in the time bank, and one team has to come out ahead, and it looks like it might be Lunex.
Yeah, not only that, Korova over onto the man of gold himself there. Adam Warlock on the board, and a Karmic Revival ready to go here. They are in overtime. Na'Vi is back in the spawn room here, trying to get back up and in this fight, but it is going to be a tough one for Na'Vi. They have a Hand of Khonshu. That's about all they've got. Strangling Prison, a little bit lagging behind there from Trust Me, so they're not going to be able to just combo and carve right through them. And even if they do, they're going to see a revived Lunex as well, so it is going to be tough here at the last.
Early Hand of Khonshu coming out from Terra, but I'm glad you call out that Karmic Revival. Where is Korova going to be playing? That is going to be the answer to this question. Amazing, though, with the Hand of Khonshu taking down 2. And it's 2 for 2, though. It gets traded out, but there's that Karmic Revival. Crimzo is going to be back in the fight here, and Flamme popping that Eternal Bond, laying out the red carpet for Lunex, and they might just be walking it all the way to point 3 as they continue their march through Hall of Dajalia. But same situation that Na'Vi found themselves in. Only a minute and a half to try and get this full cap, and they did have to drain the bank in order to get even this far.
Yeah, Lunex really prioritizing the big threats over on Na'Vi, sending their only ultimates back to the spawn room here, as now checkpoint 2 secured here. A lot of road bumps for both of these teams on offensive runs there. There is the Strangling Prison coming through from Trust Me, but Lunex gonna clap back here in kind. They will get away from this one here. Flamme solo and finally down thanks to Terra over onto that Moon Knight. Now Na'Vi coming through with the ultimates here under 60 seconds yet again, but we've seen Lunex in this position multiple times on this map alone, and they have come back from the brink over and over again. 3K there for Terra on that Moon Knight, and he is not done yet, throwing it all the way to the back line of Lunex there, and Na'Vi still holding 3 ultimates here. So again, that pendulum swings every single time at the last second.
Might as well be 4 ultimates, because look at Terra, 78%, 80%, 90%. There's 100 right there. There's the Hand of Khonshu. Yep, before you can even blink. And it's going to come out and deny all of this space. Forces out the Soul Resurgence from Yushir. So now if Trust Me can... Never mind. I was going to say if Trust Me can build up that Strangling Prison, it'll be unimpeded. But he does get taken down there. And Lunex are able to bust this spawn hold off the back of some big damage from Amazing. It's just a Mantis damage boost that's doing all the work. He didn't even need to pop the ultimate, which means now he can hold on to it, give Techie some time to match it, and hit that wombo combo. And hopefully this time Rajaro doesn't slurp it right up with that Meteor M. He did it last time Lunex tried to hit this combination. He was the hero of that fight. If he does it again, Lunex are going to a map 3.
Yeah, now is the time to lock in here. Lunex, 4 ultimates coming into this one. Navi, 3. If Trust Me can get the Strangling Prison going, then they'll have an even alt econ here. Crook on that Eternal Bond here, already on the floor. Just a second or two of overtime shaved off, but overhead there, Rajaro, Meteor Imp comes through, finds the Cloak and Dagger. Lunex falling apart here at the last second. Trust Me and Jerky also in the KO feed here. Techie will go to the grave, and Rymazing too. All of Lunex down and out here as Navi stay alive and take us to map number 3.
And you can see in the KO feed there at the last second, Kurova was trying to go for that Karmic Revival, but Terra scouted him out, and even if he had hit that full res, which it looks like he did, it was off the point, and Na'Vi just able to win playing off of the space. And they did it so expertly in that last fight, using the Eternal Bond to force Lunex to match it, and then using the Meteor M to catch Flamme out. I don't remember if it was Flamme or Kurova, but either way, they are a smear on the pavement where that Meteor M landed now. And that's just, again, Rajaro being the hero of that fight. He's not going to get the MVP. He's not going to be the one lighting up the damage or the final blows, even though he did get 15 of them, and a large part of it was off of that banger of a Eye of Agamotto we saw in the first half. But he is, for my money, the hero of this one. That's 2 separate fights that Rajaro nearly single-handedly won for this team.
Yeah, I mean, huge from him. Of course, the midseason finals MVP, level 1 Crook coming in as MVP on this map for sure here. But, you know, this is a big win for Navi in a lot of ways. Not only because they're still in this tournament, they're going to map 3 in this series, but because they proved that they can take wins off of teams like this, and they are still in this fight. So it has to be huge for the mental game. And CB, you already talked about it, that big play from Rajaro there very early on. Sorcerer Supreme, indeed, all map long here. Big plays from both sides of the board coming out here. The Navi finding some very flashy multi-KOs all map long. And yeah, a brutal back and forth for these two teams. It really felt like, especially on defense, Navi just couldn't quite find the flow. They were missing the beats here and there, but at the very end there, they were able to put it together under that kind of pressure. We talked about playing in the clutch here, and Navi, and especially level 1 Crook, a strategist known for turning things around at the last second, was able to do just that in this matchup here. It is like textbook Navi plays here for them. But again, Lunex still firmly in their rearview mirror. They got to see the finish line there. So this series is far from over.
Okay, it was Flamme. It was Flamme. I was right the first time.
Oh, okay.
I second-guessed myself with it being Kurova. But yeah, that Meteor M just sealed the deal. And I was worried when I said it halfway through this map, and only time will tell as we go to map number 3 whether or not I was right. But I said, dare I say, Na'Vi have seemingly found their mojo again. And a lot of things are starting to go their way, even off camera right now, as in our lower bracket run, our other lower bracket run, I have a bit of an update for you, chat. Extinction has bested Yeah We Lost 2-0. So the winner of this match will face off against Extinction, and that has got to feel like the weight of the world is off your shoulders now for Na'Vi. You still have to not look past Lunex. You have to win this map number 3, but if you do, you at the very least do not have to face the wrath of Jitward and Kendrick once again.
No, don't have to find an answer for them. And of course, Na'Vi and Extinction, they did cross paths in the group stage. Na'Vi took that one 2-0 here. So if they can find a way to secure this third map here in this series, things are definitely looking up for Na'Vi compared to when we started today, right? Where it was kind of, you know, doom and gloom potentially for Na'Vi, but now massive bright spots there on Hall of Djalia. It feels like things are really coming through for them. But again, cannot look past Lunex quite yet. The match is not over, and Lunex is not done. But that's kind of the question is, okay, Na'Vi kind of got the download here. It seems like they're more comfortable playing against Lunex, especially as they've already crossed paths in this tournament. Now, what does Lunex do in response to get back in the fight here?
I mean, I think you have to try and take it to well, I was going to say you take it to a convoy map where you can't, you know, just play into the same style, maybe try and lean more into the poke style. But I mean, all the convoy maps kind of play up to that. So whether it's Yggdrasil, whether it's Museum of Contemplation, whether it's Midtown, no matter where we're going, I think we're going to see more of what we just saw on Hall of Djalia. And it kind of felt like if Moon Knight comes out to play, which on Midtown he has been more than known to do, and that's where we're going, it did kind of feel like Terra was kind of getting the better of Rymazing in that exchange. And if that keeps up, I mean, Lunex are going to be looking at the lights by the end of the night.
Yeah, I mean, I've seen it before from Terra, gets caught on the back foot a little bit, starts swapping characters. But yeah, once he locked in that Moon Knight, he was with it until the very end there. So yeah, I think winning those duels is huge for him, not just because, obviously taking out some big damage pieces from Lunex, but the mental as well, reminding himself that he can do this, he can win these matchups here. So yeah, Midtown hallways galore here, plenty of angles for some poke to come through here. But, I'm wondering, is Navi going to try to throw a wrench in the works here in the ban phase, or do they just want to try and take the fight straight to Lunex again off of that little confidence boost?
High key, I think what Na'Vi should do right here is they should protect Magneto, because that was the win condition. It was Rojaro on that Magneto that won them 2 fights. He sucked up that Strangling Prison, denied the Groot ultimate from coming out, and denied that Wombo combo, and then he was able to plant that Meteor M right on Flame's forehead. They're going to go for that Loki protect, which of course, we see that all the time. That's not unsurprising, but now that that's not on the table, I want to see Lunex now go for that Magneto ban. Magneto, whether he gets banned or protected for which side, I think is going to determine who wins this whole series.
Oh, 100%. And it's a huge opening for Lunex to take advantage of here. Na'Vi not going to get another save until the very end of the rounds here. They do ban out the Cloak and Dagger here, and they'll save the Loki for themselves. Mantis ban just snap straight away coming in, and then we've got the simultaneous ban round here. I don't know. I mean, I'm with you. I want to see that mag ban come through because, yeah, very, very brutal for Lunex to try and go up. And there it is. You predicted it.
Yeah, there it is, but it kind of makes the Cloak and Dagger ban redundant. Like, you could potentially do the same thing you did on Krakoa and then also ban out the Invis Woman and force Na'Vi into, like, the worst possible strategist line. But, you're using a lot of bans to do that. You're going to protect the Invis Woman on your side, which I think does kind of cover your basis on that inability to go for the mag protect earlier on. Interesting stuff here. I'm kind of not sure. Like we're putting a lot of stock in this Magneto, and I can tell they both are as well. And of course, Na'Vi gonna have to mirror that mag ban. That's what they're hovering over right now. Yeah, absolutely. So I don't even know where we are at this stage of the pick and ban phase. I gotta keep it real with you. I don't know who this favors. I don't know where we're going. I don't know where either of these two teams are headed. But I know I'm about to see a one-sided Mantis, and that is scary.
It just feels like the point of the fight where you advanced beyond real trades back and forth and you're just going for the throat now. I mean, yeah.
They're not going for they're going for the Groot. Okay. Interesting. Okay, so what do you ban? Yeah. What do you ban now if you're Lunex? What do you ban
now? That's what I was going to say. It's like, I don't know what you do here.
I don't know if they know either. One-sided Invis is definitely a choice, and I think that's the one that they're going to go with. And yeah, I mean, I don't hate it. It does force Na'Vi into a very difficult backline, and you've taken away most of the good options for that Loki to use the God of Mischief on. So maybe it's going to force Na'Vi into what we saw in Krakoa, that dive composition with the Zootopia backline, Rocket Jeff. I mean, that might be their best foot forward, but even that on Midtown, I feel like is suboptimal. So I gotta be honest, I don't know where this can go. This can go any number of ways. It's a map 3. Elimination is on the line. Lunex versus Na'Vi, and I got no clue who to cheer for after that pick and ban phase, my friend.
No, I mean, it's been obviously a wild tournament, lots of upsets and surprises. The biggest one for me so far, the fact that we have this match here this early on in the bracket, but now both teams, life bars red across the board here as we head for the center point of the Marvel Universe. Welcome to Midtown, New York here. Na'Vi and Lunex ready to duke it out here. Everything on the table to stay alive in this tournament. And I see some interesting stuff coming out on both sides of the board. I do see Kurova going back to the Adam Warlock, back to basics for him. I do see Jerky over on the DD perhaps here. Crook maybe on some Mantis, but gonna get trolled until those doors open.
The picks and bans, it was all a mirage. We should have known it would all come back to triple with Kurova on that Adam Warlock, and it's the double res comp if Flame can get the dupes onto Kurova, which you're definitely gonna want to be reaching for rather than the rocket. But sometimes an extra Cosmic Iron Amplifier ain't the worst thing in the world, but you definitely want to try and play for that second Born Again.
I was going to say no Winter Soldier on the board so far, but the word again is going to come up in this match over and over here. Na'Vi on attack first here and trying to put some pressure. Yusher on the Strange here as part of that triple comp, trying to just keep a foothold on this card here. Overhead, though, already coming out. The moon haunts Lunex once again here. They find a couple of KOs here. Yusher will even it out a little bit and take out Terra's Moon Knight. But so far, Na'Vi coming in pretty comfortable here, and it looks like Kurova is already locking in a Karmic Revival here.
Yeah, he got that at the best possible moment because Crimzo was 1 second away from getting respawned back, like way back at the spawn point here. But now that the Karmic Revival is up, the reses are coming through from Lunex, and Na'Vi have to go aggressive with that Soul Resurgence. They do just that, and they clean up. And now Kurova gonna have the Cocoon. Flamme is still alive and has the God of Mischief. You can go for the second res.
Yeah, I mean, a big boost of confidence here from Na'Vi. They're going to get back up once again here, and it is going to be nasty. Flamme getting everybody off the floor this time here, draining the resources from Na'Vi, but they will not quit here. Trust me, finding 1 KO onto Techie on that Emma as well. So they have played through it for now. Big air mail out of Agamotto coming in from Yusher, though. We'll find 3. Rajaro, and trust me, the tank line back to spawn here. Terra will escape with his life for now, but Lunex responding in kind here. A lot of resources used, but they have stopped the advancement for now here. Na'Vi gonna take some time to regroup.
Well, luckily they are going to have another Soul Resurgence, so they can do the same thing they did last time and just go super aggressive and try and force down Kurova, who I don't believe is going to have access to that Cocoon again just yet, or maybe burst down Flamme. Either way, you're looking for something, but you're not looking at this corner. Crimzo is lurking, and he's got the clobber in time, and he has just clobbered your whole team.
Yeah, and pushing in too, but taken down so quickly. Terra on the Punisher. Shotgun responding in kind. Right, amazing. We'll get Crimzo back up off of the BRB here. And a Psionic Seduction coming down from Rajaro in the back here. Terra throwing down the minigun, putting some damage down too onto Lunex, but you cannot give them a lot of time. Kurova already back up on the Adam Warlock ult. Flamme's got the Loki ult as well, so they're already ready for another double res here. They're turning it around so quickly, and Na'Vi just trying to find a way to get this over to checkpoint number 1 here. It might be on the back of Terra. The Final Judgment coming in big for Na'Vi here. They're aiming down bullets onto Lunex here. They've got the Karmic Revival in play already, and Na'Vi still finding some KOs here. Born again from Flamme as well. God of Mischief comes through to copy the Karmic Revival, but Terra will not quit on this Punisher, finding a 2K to clear the path even more here. They are so close to that first checkpoint.
But it just never ends. It's like a tower defense game, and Na'Vi are screaming and crying, please, just stay down for your own good. Don't make me do this to you again and again. It seems like they may have finally found some KOs and made them permanent, as there's no more reses online for Lunex, but they are still throwing everything at this cart right now. And Eye of Agamotto from Yusha and Amazing is going to find a late KO there onto Terra, but that is going to be all that Lunex have left to say in this fight, and we're going to see some swaps now start to come out from the side of Lunex. Techie now onto the Doctor Strange. They're gonna go for another aggressive hold here, I think.
Yeah, Portal coming in right at the front of the Fantasticar here, just looking for the opportunity to dive right on through and do battle. And Crimzo from Yancey Street there, big haymaker through the portal, finding a double KO just to start here. And Techie will pick up one more. Na'Vi on the back foot.
Techie and Crimzo just delivered a knuckle sandwich straight to Na'Vi's doorstep, and I don't know how else you can paint that. That was insane. One of the most hilarious things I think I've ever seen, but I can assure you, Na'Vi is not laughing. They are spitting out a couple of teeth, but they are brushing the dust off and ready to come back with 5 ultimates here. 4 rather, still trying to build up to that 5th and 6th, but Lunex, they have regained control of the cart, and again, forcing Na'Vi into these uncomfortable situations. There's an early frag there onto Flamme, but guess what Kurova can do? He doesn't even have to use the Karmic Revival. There's a BRB.
I was gonna say Terra really feeling the flow on Punisher this map here, but taken down very quickly. And yeah, knuckle sandwich with the brioche bun and all. It's got Lunex back in the fight here. 2 stuns onto Na'Vi now. Psionic Seduction coming down from Rajaro, looking to make them walk his way here, but not a lot of turns on this one so far. Insong Inferno comes in big there for Lunex, softening up Na'Vi, and they will knock him down here after Yusher setting them up for a big Phoenix ultimate here. So again, Na'Vi hamstrung here just after checkpoint number 1. A minute 30 left to go, but still a lot of road ahead to that second checkpoint.
But here's the thing, though. We keep talking about who's got the ult advantage in either fight, but the only ult that matters is that Karmic Revival, and to a lesser extent, that God of Mischief. If you can't pin down Kurova, it doesn't matter how many ults you have, because you're going to be afraid to pop them all for risk of not having them ready for that second fight when the Revival comes out. So here's going to be the Final Judgment from Terra, and Lunex are more than happy to just throw their bodies in the meat grinder, because they know they've got infinite lives.
Yeah, well, not much risk here when you're just going to get right back up here. Triple KO for Terra on the Punisher, all but Lunex standing back up yet again. They will not go down here here. Yusher will take down Fate. One healer for Na'Vi offline. Terra and Trust Me following him back to the starting point of this map here. And Lunex still holding 3 ultimates. Still importantly holding that God of Mischief as well, though. Flamme shot down by Jerky on the Phoenix.
That's huge.
Rajaro down 2, just a 1-for-1. But Lunex still holding on to a couple of very key ultimates here.
Yeah, but you can tell Flamme falling means that Na'Vi are going to be able to just walk right in the front door here. Lunex can't afford to hold the choke anymore because that was their res, and Flamme is going to have to come back. So Lunex respect this, giving a little bit more space, and now Na'Vi are going to capitalize off that space. They once again are coming up on some huge ultimates. They're not at an ult advantage, but they do have a way to cycle through here and try and get forward. But this Endsong Inferno from Yusher might shut it down, but luckily only going to find the Loki clones.
Yeah, couldn't come in big that time here. Aya Agamotto does come big, though. A couple of stuns coming in, and Yusher and Ryan Mason will follow up on it, confirm those KOs, and Na'Vi so low here. Techie will find one as well here. Life bars ticking down for Na'Vi as we go into overtime. They are stuck in Grand Central Station, and they'll not make it out here. Na'Vi's offensive run is over, about halfway of the map cleared, so little bit of breathing room for them here, but maybe not what you want to see in this map 3 situation.
And if you're Na'Vi, it's all about the mental game at this stage. Your back could not be more up against the wall. In a tournament that everyone ordained you to win, you are now staring down the barrel of elimination at the hands of a team that I think you might have expected to see in Grand Finals, but no, they arrived. Airdrop Amazon Prime straight to your front door way sooner than you expected, and they put up a hell of a defense there off of that double res composition. And now, as you can see, the attacker spawn side for Lunex, they're going for a spawn break comp, anticipating something similar coming out from Na'Vi. Jerky manning that Adam Warlock there in Fate on the Loki. It's more or less the same thing, but interestingly, Crook is not on the Rocket. They're sticking with this Mantis.
Yeah, very, very interesting here. Terra on the Phoenix as well here. So yeah, Lunex 100% prep. They are looking for full Siege Breaker comp going into this potential last run here on offense for Lunex here. So they know the game here. They know the rules. They know how far they have to go to close out this series. We watched it, Navi's kind of momentum wane away there through 12,000 Karmic Revivals in that last run. So the question is, can they pull it together here for defense? Doors open up. Lunex looking to close out the series here. Half of Midtown is all they're going to have to clear.
Well, Lunex, like you said, on that Siege Breaker composition, and a big part of that is the damage boosted Moon Knight, who is already 54% to that ultimate, and that is going to be just cranking up off the back of these Loki clones. And early KO, and trust me, this is where not bringing the Rocket has bit you. You've lost one of the key members of your defense here, and Lunex can just claim all of this space for their own, and Yusher already coming up to that Hand of Khonshu as another one falls. There's going to be no Vanguards to absorb the damage. You might not even have to pop this ultimate. Yusher can just hold on to this one and then play till Crimzo gets his ult and essentially fully shut Na'Vi down. They're also going to force out an early strange TP from Trust Me right behind Lunex, but again, like Lunex, they have definitely pressed tab. They saw this swap come out, they're ready for it, and there's that Hand of Khonshu.
Yeah, one coming down, and Yusher will surely have another one ready to go by the time that Strangling Prison is online here. Techie will take down Fate, and Crook looking to suffer the same fate potentially as Rajaro as well goes down here. Already almost to that first checkpoint here, and Na'Vi have not found a way to slow the roll just yet here. Ryan Amazing on that Storm here. Big damage output for this Lunex squad here. Will find a KO onto Na'Vi, and they have already cleared checkpoint number 1 in Grand Central Station, the last battlefield of this series here.
Yeah, bro, Herbie's got his pedal to the metal right now. Bro is in like 5th gear, and Na'Vi have barely been a roadblock to this full cap that's coming out from Lunex. 5 minutes in the time bank to not even get 2/3 of the way through Grand Central Station. It's a tall order, and Na'Vi, they don't believe in the res comp anymore. Fate is still holding on to that God of Mischief, but there's not going to be a golden god to duplicate. Instead, Jerky going to swap over onto the Psylocke. To me, this spells desperation. This is not a plan. This is Na'Vi off of their game and looking for something, anything that can help them cling to life, and Lunex have so many tools to snuff it out.
Yeah, caught on the back foot here is Na'Vi. Economics gain in favor of Lunex here as they are looking at the finish line here. Na'Vi trying to throw everything they've got. Electric Legend overhead from Terra on the ground. That Soul Resurgence from Crook to keep this team alive here. Trust Me, looking to charge up that Freedom Charge as quickly as possible, but it may not be in time here. 3 members of Na'Vi go down. Breakthrough here for Lunex. Under 5 meters to go, and no one is there to stop the roll. They cannot stop Lunex, and Na'Vi sent home out of the lower bracket.
Like I said, the team that was ordained to win the whole thing, their destiny arrived a lot sooner than they thought it would, and they were not ready for it. For the second time this tournament, they failed to put Lunex down in a best of 3, and it's Lunex that will ascend to the next round of the lower bracket. They've now got a date with Extinction. The winner of that will go to the lower finals, and Na'Vi, unfortunately, are going to be spending the rest of their time here looking on in the bleachers, not cheering, definitely booing on both Lunex, and they'll have Yeah We Lost there next to them, so good company nonetheless. But Lunex, what a performance, what a read on that Midtown pick, on that strategist composition with that double res comp, and it's just so annoying to have to play into because it feels like even when you win, you haven't won yet. You have to keep doing more and more and more, and it's just never enough.
No, I mean, you know, I've seen this from Korova so many times since his days as a Sentinel, you know, that Adam Warlock coming in is so clutch, keeping the teams alive. Truly life support here, the defib nonstop for Lunex. But of course, this isn't possible without all members firing on all cylinders throughout this matchup. I mean, big stuff from Crimzo as well. Some big haymakers coming out from the Thing in this matchup. Very good portal play from Techie here. You know, just composition firing on all cylinders here. And Na'Vi left on the back foot and scrambling for answers here. You know, that Adam Warlock, the double res has to wear you down so much, and it leaves you in a position of what do we do? Because you're right, CB, it's all about, it's just not enough. We've done this, it's not enough. We played our comfort picks, it's not enough. We played so well on the first half of this map, and it's just not enough here. And Na'Vi running out of time in this matchup. I cannot believe what I am seeing. Na'Vi out of the tournament, and Lunex will advance for the run back against Extinction in the next round.
A massive win for Lunex, knocking out one of the tournament favorites here, Vaudable. I mean, expected reaction. I'm looking at you. You're kind of like, how could it happen?
I'm lost at this point, and I think Na'Vi are too. I think they need to go back to the drawing board and figure out their compositions for the future. Luckily for them, between now and whenever Ignite does end up starting, there's probably at least a couple hero releases, a couple balance patches that go on based on like the little roadmap that they showed us a sneak peek of way back when on the Rivals socials. But even then, I think the big thing comes down to just Lunex having the better composition and grasp of exactly where they need to play around each other. You talked about that Diatonic, especially how we saw Korova just have the Adam Warlock for free. Why are you going to give the best Adam Warlock in the world his main hero time and time again, and then having Rocket Raccoon available too, so you have the Cosmic Iron Amplifier with the damage boost and the extra health? I mean, I could go on a rant for days about why you should not allow these to be available, especially on a type of map like Convoy. But I digress. Na'Vi were guests for this tournament. They came in at the last minute, so maybe weren't as prepared against some of these compositions. But now they have a lot of homework to do afterwards, Shibby, and that's going to be the big thing, seeing how they adapt from now into the actual season of Ignite.
Yeah, I'm just waiting for all the, you know, people on Twitter to...
all the social posts. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm waiting for Joshido. I'm waiting for all of these guys. I'm waiting. They're going to be clowning on Na'Vi at least for a little bit. I expect the burger memes, America on top, so on and so forth. Leg day, if you're in the chat, I mean, I would hide your face. I would hide your face. I'm just saying that right now. But we do have a bracket update, and for me, I gotta pour one out here. CB, just read me the results.
Yeah, as we alluded to earlier on, Yeah We Lost fell 0-2 to Extinction, so it's going to be Lunex versus Extinction in the next round of the lower semifinals, and the winner of that will have a date with the loser of our upper finals, Dreamland versus Racecar. That is one that I cannot wait to sink my teeth into, because those are two teams that have been having dominant runs throughout their groups, throughout their brackets, and all throughout the upper bracket as well. We get to see two giants collide and see what happens when we pit them together.
Yeah, I mean, Extinction, you know, Vaudable and me were talking about a little bit on a Cinderella run themselves. I mean, obviously taking out Yeah We Lost, Ego Death in the lower round. But, you know, when faced up against some of these, I would say, upper tier teams or higher tier teams, Diatonic, do you actually think Extinction has the sauce to go against Lunex? Is their run gonna end here? Like, do you believe in them? Is there a little bit of hope?
Well, I think there are a couple teams, Racecar, for example, has not dropped a map in this tournament yet so far. Clearly unscathed for them. But Lunex has dropped a map here and there. They have been shown that they are capable of bleeding here. Extinction still kind of working on chemistry, building that camaraderie together. That's going to be a challenge for them in that matchup for sure. But Lunex has not shown that they can't be beaten. The question is, can someone clear a series against them? And, obviously down here in the lower bracket, they have been beaten before, but yeah, that's ultimately the question is, can they close out 2 maps against them?
Yeah, it's really, really important. And, I think for Lunex, this is obviously a very, very good victory, taking down Na'Vi. Obviously, there's an asterisk to it, the ping and stuff like that, but it's not something that you look at and say, oh,
it's composition, Shibby. It's composition, Shibby. It's not the ping. It's composition.
Yeah.
It's composition.
Listen. If I don't say it, I'm going to have people in chat at my throat. Oh, they're playing on ping, 110, blah, 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 blah.
Let me shift this over to a positive note and look at the team that came out ahead in Lunex, because this has to be a feel-good victory for them, because I alluded to how this team with Techie in the lineup kind of just feels like old Sentinels, and a little bit of a redemption arc for a team that, like Sentinels, that took an early exit in the midseason finals and failed to make it to the grand finals, to now best the second best team in the world. That's got to be a feather in your cap, and it's definitely got to be an extra little breath in your lungs, Yeah,
and Vaudable, to close us out right before the break here.
Yeah.
Anything else on Lunex, Na'Vi? Like, is there anything you're looking at Lunex? Can they make the run? They're already doing it, but how are the chances against either one of Racecar or Dreamland? Do you think they have the gusto, the power, the abilities, the skill to take it over them?
I think they really do. They've been grinding their hearts out, especially since exiting early in MRC Season 5. They were like the team people were saying was going to be the top dogs. And we were even saying that going into this tournament. So it gave them flashbacks, I'm sure. But having a bit more of a break in between the series yesterday and into today benefited them a little bit better than it did Na'Vi, right? You didn't see anyone streaming from Na'Vi. They were in the dumps emotionally going into the series and trying to see what they could do to recover. Now they have time to work out from that. Lunex, it's only upwards from here, I would say. Extinction, unfortunately for them, I think this is just going to be a training arc for Lunex to get back into the saddle of where we've seen them in the past, and then they'll be all ready and prepared for that lower final potentially, depending on how that series goes. Again, still a best of 3 against Extinction, so they can drop a map here and there, and if they do, it'll be that much closer, but I think they might take that one in stride in a 2-0.
Yeah, expecting 2-0 from Lunex here, but for everybody watching, we are going to go to a very short break as we get Racecar and Dreamland ready in the lobbies. Go grab a snack, go to the bathroom, do what you need to do. We'll be back very, very soon.
Hello, rivals, and welcome back to day number 3, Championship Sunday here at the Mega Monthly. And if you're just tuning in, you missed a banger of a matchup between emerging powerhouse here, Lunex, and EMEA top dog Na'Vi. Lunex upsetting here, defeating the midseason finals champions and grand finals runners-up. They are still alive in this tournament. Thank you so much for joining me, everyone. My name is Diatonic, and I am joined here by a panel full of legends, Shibby, CD, and Vaudable. We're going to bring you into this matchup here, and then I'm going to step out of the way and let the pros handle this one. So, guys, we are coming into a different matchup here in the upper bracket. Dreamland taking on the undefeated, no maps dropped so far, Racecar. And I'm just going to go in order. Shibby, I'll start with you. So Racecar have not dropped a map yet in this tournament, not in the group stage, not here in the bracket. So the question kind of lingering in my mind is, does that make them the clear favorites in the tournament, or is that just a big powder keg of pressure waiting to burst?
I mean, it's safe to say that as we've scaled into the days, I don't think anyone would be crazy to say, oh, Racecar should take this tournament. Now, the question is, can Dreamland challenge them? Can they take the map off? Can they take the series away? That's the big question. I think Dreamland has the pieces. These aren't scrubs. These aren't nobodies. These are two professional teams, pro teams, guys that have competed at the highest level. And I don't think it's crazy to say that Racecar with Spark Chief and a lot of these guys, they aren't unbreakable. They can bleed. They should bleed eventually.
No, yeah, I would say so too, but that's the question, is who is going to be the ones to make them bleed? So Dreamland has had kind of an interesting path through this bracket, and CB, I know you're pretty familiar with Lunex, so they beat Extinction there in round number 1, upper bracket semifinals. Dreamland takes it 2-1 over Lunex. Do you think that the win over Lunex kind of spells trouble here for Racecar? Have Dreamland kind of powered up throughout this tournament and ready to take down these Titans?
Well, I think either way, it's going to be, two Titans clashing, because, I mean, these are the only two teams now that Na'Vi has been eliminated that I feel are actually living up to their potential in this tournament right now. Like Racecar, the talent on this roster for them to not drop a single map is expected. Like, not to diminish how much of an accomplishment that is so far in this bracket, but that's still, like, kind of expected for this caliber of talent. And Dreamland, with their MRC performances in the past, we expect this roster to go the distance and to be this dominant. We expect them to struggle a little bit against teams like Lunex, but still be able to win out in the end. They may have to do just that again, but whether it's in the upper bracket or the lower bracket, only time will tell, and that's entirely up to Racecar.
Right. And that's that kind of leads me to the thought that I'm having now is, we say that Dreamland, they've got the tools, they've got the talent, right? These players on this team are known quantities if you've been following the competitive rivals scene for a while. We've seen them on broadcast this tournament, but Vaudable, the one team that Dreamland dropped a series to in that group stage was Racecar. So what do you think needs to change from that first encounter between these two to now for Dreamland to try and take this one?
I mean, Racecar is the team to beat in this competition, and Dreamland beat another team that was to beat, Lunex, the ones who took down Na'Vi in the first place. So they've already gotten past the toughest hurdle in taking down the world beaters, right? Now they have to figure out how they take out this Racecar with the best logo that you've seen in the tournament so far. This is basically the majority of the old FlyQuest roster on this team, with a couple of changes here and there from Envy and some other pickings from other teams as well. So seeing this composition, seeing guys of the synergy from them, Coopertastic also leading them from the back line. We saw how effective they were on Doom Crew during MRC Season 5. So maybe if they could shut them down specifically and have it more difficult for them to coordinate their team on specific team fight tactics and what they need to do on going in for the specific ban and protect phases might be the way to go if they can get in Coopertastic's head in some way. But that guy's got like an iron will, it feels like sometimes. So it's going to be difficult to be able to do that.
Yeah, kind of tough skin that they've developed, this chemistry playing together. They've spent a lot of time working together here, and that's really shined throughout this whole tournament. But, now the question kind of on my mind as we look back at this match history, again, zeros down the line there for Racecar. No team has managed to find an answer to them. So, I guess kind of resetting here, I want to ask everybody this, but I'll start with you, Shibby. Do you feel like if Dreamland comes into this swinging all out of the gate, they take map 1, do you think that sends a Racecar into the wall here, or do you think that maybe we'll just see how they recover?
I think Racecar is just too good of a team, right? I really love what CB said about expectations. I'm sure Racecar holds themselves to that same expectation of like, hey, we're coming in here to dominate. We don't have any excuses. We should come in and dominate this whole competition, not having a map drop. I'm sure that's what they feel like. And if Dreamland takes it, I don't think that shatters their mental. They're just like, okay, finally, like we can start trying more. We can start really involving some of these different strategies. I think Dreamland, though, they do have to kind of come out and leave everything out in map 1. They cannot save anything. They can't get cute. They've got to bust out everything they've saved here on Burnin' T'Challa specifically.
Yeah, I mean, you know, it is kind of a question. Does this one map loss potentially at the start of this series, which we're going to see as a best of 5, is that kind of a yellow flag? You know, just okay, hold on, let's slow down a little bit. Or CB, do you think that we see Racecar on the back foot for the first time and they can't recover?
I mean, it realistically could go either way. I hate that I have to give a non-answer to that question, but like
That's
this
true,
well, yeah, like whether it's with mutants or with FlyQuest, whatever incarnation of this roster that we've seen in the past, they've been known to have like some of these tough losses, a short little crash out period, and then they recover. But we're pretty late into a tournament, so if that crash out period goes longer than 1, maybe 2 maps, they might be cooked if they lose that first map. But I think we're kind of putting the cart before the horse there, because they ain't even dropped a map yet. They ain't even looked weak yet in this tournament, and it's up to Dreamland to be the first ones to swing on them and make them look a little bit weak.
Yeah, that's the question, Bottle. Do you think map 1 helps swing it in Dreamland's favor, or does Racecar just play on through?
I think Racecar is going to play on through for the most part. It does come down a little bit to this ban and protect phase as we go into it as well. Just seeing exactly what the prioritization is going to be from both these rosters, because then they can set the stage and be like, okay, they're going more leading this style for either triple support or focusing on certain heroes that they want to play throughout the series. And it being a best of 5, I think, works out in the favor of Dreamland in comparison to Racecar, because it gives more footage against them. Guaranteed at least one more map to play. So even if they do fall here and come back through the lower bracket, they'll at least have more to VOD review in between while they're waiting up for their next series. So a lot to look out for that. Daredevil being a prioritization, but the Namor was something that I was wondering if it was going to come through with the ban, because Dreamland looked really effective with it.
Yeah,
Namor
yeah,
save
100%.
potentially? Right? I mean, the one-sided Namor with the Mantis Vaudable, we've seen some nasty things happen in this tournament, as well as Moon Knight potentially coming in with that damage boost. I feel like Racecar, if they want to, they could just lock this in right now, get the one-sided Namor instead. Whoa! Is that our first strat pool save of the tournament?
Yeah.
Have we gotten to see Strat Pool played on broadcast?
Okay. So there was a Vanguard pool ban against Yeah We Lost, and so Mass just busted out the Strat pool instead. He was like, I'm going to play Deadpool. You cannot stop me. I will play Deadpool, and there's nothing you can do to stop me unless you want to burn 3 bans on me.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Wow, yeah, a lot of DPS hate coming in from Dreamland here. Daredevil and Phoenix both taken off the table. Maybe floating a Wolverine save there at the last second, but I don't know. I feel like I'd rather see Groot or Magneto come out in this last save, and Groot it is.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense with what they're going for here. It all comes down to this last ban for Racecar to really set the stage for Burnin' T'Challa here, depending on what they want to target, specifically for Dreamland on what they've focused on so far. I mean, they could go for another duelist if they want to go that way, and Phoenix is going to be the way that they go with it, so it's not one-sided, so it'll be a pretty interesting matchup depending on the compositions.
I'm not judging.
Yeah, absolutely. And this being our first finals match, this is a best of 5, so a long road ahead here for both of these teams. Real quick, 1-word predictions. Who's taking map number 1, Shibby?
Give me Dreamland, baby.
Ooh. You going for Dreamland? I think I'm a rock with Racecar. They haven't slowed down yet, and I have faith in Dreamland, but I don't know if it's gonna happen in map number 1.
All right, Vaudable, before they send us through the portal, who you got?
I'm going to go Racecar on this one. I have confidence in them. They haven't dropped the map so far, so they're taking it all the way.
Okay, all right, I'm taking Dreamland, so split desk between these two. Best of luck. I will let you guys take it.
Thank you so much, Diatonic. And CB, we're at odds here. You got Racecar, I got Dreamland. I think Dreamland can cook something up here. Stinkers on the Punisher. No Phoenix available for either teams. No Loki, no Gambit. The big difference maker is that Daredevil is available for Dreamland, but no Namor for them. What side would you rather be on in this scenario?
I mean, I would rather be on whatever side has the Daredevil, because I don't want to be facing down up against any of these players on the DD. I hate playing into a Daredevil. But here's something that's interesting, by the way, is both teams managed to get the Mantis Protect, so we're going to see triple strat on both sides, but there's a res comp for Dreamland. They're using their triple strat to bring the Adam Warlock to the dance floor. We've seen this a couple times with mixed results. Against Lunex, they lost on Krakoa trying to play pretty much this exact composition, but if they can hide their Adam, they might be able to do essentially what we just watched Lunex do to Na'Vi.
Yeah, and Spark Chief has just been playing around with the Vanguard pool. I feel like he just, switches around what he wants to do here as Coopertastic is on this strat pool. He's played Thor, he's played Hulk now. I mean, he's been busting out a lot of these different Vanguards, and so far, Racecar are going to take this first point win here, taking down Chuckles and Madara. Solo duelist energy on this, Star-Lord. How do you think it goes up better against Stinkers on the solo Punisher?
I mean, in this situation, especially on this map right now, I kind of favor the solo Punisher because you're just going to be able to burn down the other team's Groot walls. You don't really have to worry too much about it. In fact, Racecar not even using the Groot walls, and now Stinkers coming out with the Final Judgment, and it's forcing out all the resources from Racecar.
Final Judgment plus Soul Resurgence. Unfortunately, Racecar cannot answer in kind, although there's a Monster Hulk terrorizing Dreamland's backline at the moment. A couple of members of Racecar go down, but the point is still ticking for them. Dreamland, you've got to be decisive. Madara does have this Eye of Agamotto. I did see Chuckles throw that Strangly Prison. Energy is going to pop that Galactic Legend, but unfortunately, Velocity has the counter, and here's a big Eye of Agamotto. Lands onto all three strategists. Racecar, they've got to drive their way out of here as Dreamland are going to take back the point.
Racecar invested a lot to try and hold on to that one, and the flip is now going to come through. 58% and Dreamland are in control, and here's the kicker. We talked a little bit about this triple strat lineup for Dreamland. Renko has that Karmic Revival, and Racecar don't have anything to deal with it for the first fight, not even to mention the second fight that'll come up after the res. So they have to try and hope to win this one in the neutral. The win condition is scout out this Adam Warlock, force out the Cocoon, and then force him to play in an uncomfortable situation where he can't really get that res off, but they're just going to try and brute force this fastball special onto Chime, but the sleep is good, and Energy gonna have to get out.
Not the biggest fan of this solo duelist Wolverine. I just feel like you don't have enough oomph, not enough damage to come in here, and Dreamland really well on Chime to immediately sleep that dash, that kidnap here. Dreamland are going to win this first fight, and they didn't really have to burn a lot there. Virtually no resources were used from Dreamland, and they instantly win that fight.
You can see that ultimate coming out there from Cooper. I'm curious if Racecar can take any positioning off of this one. They are going to be able to take the high ground there, but now you're not going to have that ponage pound to shut down the Final Judgment that could come out there from Stinkers. Early res from Renko just to keep Chuckles alive. I'm wondering if that's going to prove to be worth it. Madara going to throw his life down just to make that res get a second one there, and now the fight is kicking off proper.
Strangling Prison. Unfortunately, no follow-up available. Stinkers probably going to pop this Final Judgment inside of this invisible boundary. And there we go. He's got to go crazy. Another massive Eye of Agamotto lands onto all three strategists again. Back to back. Madara has been destroying Racecar's backline. And that's going to give them another fight win. Bye-bye.
Stagger onto Vest, forcing him to die a warrior's death, hurl himself over the waterfall there, but 88%, he's not going to be able to get that strange TP in. Now Madara can even set up for a counter TP here, so Spark Chief on the Hulk, I think, is going to have to be who goes for the touch. 5 seconds left. Are we going to be able to get anybody on the points of contest? Energy does drop in, but his health bar drops so quick.
Yeah, tries to get the TP off, gets kidnapped. Spark Chief is going to go into that Monster Hulk form Energy as well. Pops the last stand, but Chime in the last second. Soul Resurgence comes in for Dreamland. They've got no more resources to work with, though, so they've got to win this fight. Look at Racecar. Watch Vest as he has the Eye of Agamotto. Cooper is going to drop the big hammer onto, I believe, Stinkers. Takes him out of the fight momentarily, and finally, after a couple fights back and forth, Racecar should look to take this point at the 58% mark, but they've got to play perfect Marvel Rivals from here on out.
But it was a question of whether or not they could even touch. They're going to be thanking their lucky stars that Energy was able to trigger that OT there, because it was looking for a second like Spark Chief was going to have to jump all the way from spawn on the Hulk just to be able to get a touch at all. And there would have been a chance for just, one single invis push with the force physics to deny that from coming out altogether. But luckily, Racecar are able to keep their feet beneath them. They have ults to carry over onto this next fight, and they only realistically have to win one more fight to send it. But it's going to be 2 fights for the price of 1, because Renko has that revival yet again.
Madara and Vess, Eye of Agamotto's together. Let's see if Vess can at least mimic some of Madara's excellent ultimate usage here. And you mentioned Renko's res. We've also got Velocity with the invisible boundary, and Stinkers once again, final judgment. He's probably gonna drop onto multiple members. Res gets developed early here, and Stinkers has been stunned. Madara has not had a chance to use his Eye of Agamotto. Finally, last stand from Energy. He's gonna take out Stinkers mid-final judgment, but he is gonna get resed here. Madara looks for the eye, only stuns 1 this time. Good push from Memories here. Portal block potentially is going to stop Stinkers from doing some damage, but Mini Bruce in effect. Eye of Agamotto whiffs from Veswa. Speedery as well throws down the Soul Resurgence, but Chimes is just a little bit better. Watch Chuckle, CB. Strangling Prison is available.
He's looking to try and find the right place to place it, but Cooper shuts him down, so the ultimate not online for Dreamland, and one by one they start dropping like flies, and Racecar somehow, some way, have managed to claw victory from the jaws of defeat here, and Madara will be the last one to fall for Dreamland, and their hopes to take in Warrior Falls go up in smoke. But if that's just point number 1 on map number 1, I think, Shibby, we are in for a treat.
And Chuckles going down with the Strangling Prison. That's the backbreaker there. I mean, not even really having a fantastic match, a fantastic round. 5-5 on the Groot. 1 final. Hasn't really been able to set their team up for success here. I also think the other big thing, Energy proving me wrong. I'm not a fan of the solo Wolverine, but if you can last stand eliminate a Punisher who's in final judgment, then yeah, go play whatever you want.
Bro came in like an AGM. Like, you never even saw it coming. Like a Reaper missile just coming straight at your doorstep. It's like, it was scary, but looking at the composition that Dreamland were playing with, like the Groot and the Doctor Strange, those are 2 heroes that you can easily just take for a ride with the Pharaoh Leap. So the Wolverine ends up paying off, and you can see Dreamland already trying to make a couple of adjustments. They're not ready to abandon the Doctor Strange, but moving Chuckles over onto the Thing, I think, is a good way to try and deny some of that energy, as it were, from utilizing this Wolverine. And an early Strange TP as well is a great way to deny Racecar's life insurance policies.
Yeah, Spark Chief unfortunately has to watch his team fall to the wayside here. Good portal, blocks off the escape route. Also, that first area isn't as destructible. You pair that up with a Thing who can slam the ground and destroy all your movement abilities. Unfortunately, you get caught on the wrong side here. First fight win for Dreamland, going the opposite of round 1. Can they hold it, though, and can they make sure they can take us to a round 3?
Gonna be that Karmic Revival online for Renko. Energy making the swap off of that Wolverine and onto the Bucky, and the ult's flying early on from Racecar, but that final judgment is gonna force out so much positioning from Racecar. They can't capitalize off these strategist ultimates. Great push onto the Eye of Agamotto, completely denying it, but they lose Chime in the scuffle.
Renko's gonna pop that Karmic Revival, like you said. Big Eye of Agamotto lands on multiple members. Madara, how many times can you show them the Eye of Agamotto? They're caught in a boot loop, man.
They're gonna be caught back in their spawn before long. Stagger KO's coming out. Velocity with some cleanup damage there to take down Memories. And now we're gonna set up the culling turret right at the spawn door. This is them just daring Racecar to come at them.
Yeah, I love this advanced position as well from Dreamland, essentially tearing Racecar. Hey, you've got to burn one of your resources to push on in. We're not going to let you in for free. As Speedery, Soul Resurgence available. Energy has swapped over to the Winter Soldier. Clobbering time lands, unfortunately, onto only 1 member. Chime's going to pop the Soul Resurgence in kind of Speedery here. Velocity, look on the backside. Invisible Boundary available. Energy wants to use this Kraken Impact, just can't find a proper moment. Renko takes down Spark Chief in the back end. This is gets V5. Invisible Boundary gets used onto the point here. They've got to take down Energy, or he's going to have a free Kraken Impact.
And they got to do it before Stinkers comes back before with this final judgment as well. Invisible Boundary coming out from Memories. Energy popping that Kraken Impact, and they're able to take down Madara, but Dreamland have the res again. A huge Trooper's Fist there to shut down Stinkers, but it's going to be res back up, and Judge, Jury Executioner, Stinkers wants to wipe the floor now with Racecar. 93% and counting, and Racecar have not been able to find the flip or even find a fight win.
Ooh, they are going to bank it into overtime, but look at Vess. He's alive as Doctor Strange. He's one of the last one that goes down. So
No
I
TP.
don't think they're going to get the TP off, right? Energy is alive, though, but I think we're going to go to a map 3. What a dominant performance from Dreamland, not giving up a single %.
And it looks like it's kind of deceptive, right? Like you look at Dreamland and you kind of feel like this Adam Warlock is the linchpin of the composition, and for better or for worse, it is. But the only time that Racecar had any say in that subpoint was when they were able to deal with Stinkers, because that's where the lion's share of the damage is coming from. In fact, for 26k and 11 final blows off of these 2 points for Stinkers, now they're going to change things up. The swap over onto the Moon Knight, and Energy is playing catch up currently, a little bit behind, lagging in the damage numbers, but now making the swap over onto the Punisher as well. This is just a battle of the front lines right now.
And look at Stinkers. Completely flipping the script. Hey, I know I played Punisher 2 rounds in a row. I bet you won't expect this. Onk, right? Like he's just playing Moon Knight here. Has Chime on the damage boost. We've talked about how fast you can build those ultimates here. I have a feeling we're gonna hear the Moon haunts you at least 5 times this round.
Well, there's no Loki, so there's no like free Onks, no free Ricochets, but there is going to be a free Strange TP coming out from Vess. I'm wondering if Madara had the same idea. Indeed he did, but he sees that they teleport and is like, okay, never mind. We're just going to go take this fight right to the point.
Yeah, right on top of that destructible terrain here. Chuckles, clobbering time available. Both of these portals, I mean, these guys are just playing portal tag with each other. Madara has the Eye of Agamotto. Resource-wise, Dreamland have the ability to win this fight. You look at Racecar, they're not really building up to anything too crazy here. Speedery on the Namor does have Horn of Proteus available in 10%. Renko goes down early, but a nice clobbering time lands onto multiple Racecar members, and surely they can give this up. As we do see the Horn go down, unfortunately doesn't land onto anybody. Does force Chime to use that Soul Resurgence, though. Point gonna be going over to Dreamland. Wait a minute, no, they're gonna contest. Cooper has the invisible boundary. Eye of Agamotto gets pushed away. Get off of me, and Racecar aren't just done giving up this point. Energy pops the Goddess of Death, but unfortunately you've got a Strange coming at you. Mock Speed instantly burned down, by the way, and instantly taken down. Energy, you are not allowed to breathe.
And that's an unfortunate amount of ultimates to try and invest in a losing fight. Both the Invisible Boundary and the Goddess of Death used, and they can't even force the Soul Resurgence out from Renko. That is catastrophic for Racecar, because now that 19%, that's going to be 60, 70% by the time you get this one, unless you can force out the Cocoon and confirm the KO before that Karmic Revival comes out. And then still, even if you do that, you still got to do it clean and win the fight, and you just don't have the tools in your toolbox to do it right now. So Spark Chief now on the Thor is hunting for an opportunity. But Energy just made one, forcing out that Soul Resurgence, or sorry, that Karmic Revival.
Karmic Revival gets invested early. God of Thunder comes in from Spark Chief. He swapped over to the Thor now, like we mentioned. Velocity does pop that invisible boundary, and Stinkers hunts him down, says, you're not allowed into the underground, and almost takes down the Cloak in with the shotgun here. Final Judgment is available. Oh, Horn gets dropped onto them, and finally, Racecar finally win a fight here. Karmic Revival invested, like you mentioned, to not a lot of success, as Vess has Meteor M in the back pocket.
Yeah, and it's just like too many of these members from Dreamland poking their head out and finding the business end of the daggers that come out from Energy.
Yeah.
You lose Chime, and that's something that you just can't afford to do, because you need to have that healing. You need to build up with that Soul Resurgence. That's your main defensive tool. So Renko has no choice but to pop that Karmic Revival way sooner than Dreamland wanted to. Now they got the Soul Resurgence and that Final Judgment. They want to take this fight.
Vess, Meteor M available, but actually gets stunned out. I'm not sure what happened. He popped it, but unfortunately it's not there, and Stinkers is just gonna go one after the other, knocking them down, and Racecar losing this fight. Dreamland flipping the point, 60% to their name now.
Still gonna have the Goddess of Death to try and reclaim with, but that's not the best tool. Like, Racecar, it's looking kind of dire right now. They don't have a whole lot of ultimates. They don't have a lot of tools. They don't have a lot of win conditions. So Spark Chief now gonna swap over onto the Groot. And I think now Racecar are, for the first time, potentially all tournament long, scratching their heads, looking for the answer. And this is good for Dreamland, because when they're looking for the answer, they're not looking up to the skies. And that's where Madara is lurking, just waiting for that Eye of Agamotto. But as Spark Chief takes down Stinkers, they don't take the bait. Racecar may have done enough.
Yeah, not having that big shield there does leave Dreamland up to some weaknesses, as Speedery is going to go take Renko down. I don't think they're going to pop that res just yet here. Chuckles trying to stall as much as they can. 99% for Dreamland. Racecar, do you have that portal available?
Look at Renko's ult charge. Look at Renko's ult charge. He didn't get to use the Karmic Revival. I think he tried to and got punished for it, so it's not going to be online. So now Racecar, they have everything they could possibly want. What a bailout to be able to confirm that KO and then deny that ultimate from coming out. And now it's Dreamland, who don't really have any good options to reclaim this. They have time to build up to another final judgment, but now Racecar have the ults, and all they have to do is cycle the strategist ults out.
Yeah, big strangling prison from Spark Chief here. We also see Memories pop Deep Eternal Bond. Velocity has to get that invisible boundary down just so they can live here. The point was getting flipped momentarily. I believe Chuckles on the Venom was trying to draw a bit of pressure away. Nobody's gone down just yet, but that might change. Chuckles has to burn the extra shield. He's just getting tossed around. Unfortunately, finally gets back here as Stinkers and Madara. Big Eye of Agamotto lands on the Memories, but they cannot get the confirmation as Cooper, very clutch invisible boundary, Soul Resurgence to keep him alive, but there's not the elims. Feast the Abyss gets used, still doesn't get any elims. So far, these two fights that have happened, nobody's gone down, and as I say that, Madara takes energy down, flips it into a 6v5 for Dreamland.
It's going to be a strange CP that comes out as well, so all hands going to be on deck. Renko cleaning up Speedery there, building up to that Karmic Revival, but might not even need it if Dreamland can keep stacking the bodies high, and Madara just puts another one on top. Stinkers gets caught out, though, by energy. Racecar, they have no choice. They have to try and flip this.
They do have control of the point. There's only a little bit of sliver of overtime, and Dreamland have wiped Racecar off the map, and they take map 1.
All right, I was wrong. I'll eat my words. Dreamland do take the first map, and now we have now proven that Racecar can be bested at least once. If Dreamland can do that 2 more times, they're going to send them down to the lower bracket, which, again, I don't think a lot of people would have predicted them to be. But, I mean... I wish I could analyze this. I wish I could tell you how. All I know is someday I will die, and on that day I still will not know how Dreamland were able to live through that strangling prison combo that Racecar tried to hit them with. The strategist ults, the guardian shields, everything was just perfect. That fight seemingly went on forever without a single body falling, and off the back of that, Dreamland are able to flip it and get themselves the dub on Burn and T'Challa. But just like I said, if this is map 1, I think you and I are in for a treat.
Madara getting that MVP there. Bro is moving like he's got the Rinnegan. I mean, absolutely insane. 13 final hits on the Doctor Strange here. Big ultimates, game-changing, team fight winning Eye of Agamotto's. Now, it's easy to look at Stinkers and say, yeah, 16 final hits, but he was propped up by Chime, by Renko, by Velocity. Every time he ulted, there was either a Soul Resurgence or an invisible boundary. Even if he went down, Renko was there to save the day with that Karmic Revival. I want to shout out Dreamland's strategist line, because I think they cycled ults near perfectly this game.
Oh, yeah, Chime is goated when it comes to this Mantis. It's a pick that he loves to move over to whenever they get the opportunity to. If a Mantis makes it through the ban phase, you want to play triple strat, just put Chime on the Mantis and it'll pay dividends. Velocity is a very underrated strategist player, very smart, very intelligent, and much like Kurova was one of the first on board that Cloak and Dagger train, but even on the invis, homie's got hands. And then Renko, someone who has been looking for the identity, looking for the accolades to start hanging his hat on and proving that he can live up to the hype, has been doing just that. Some of the Karmic Revivals have been a little bit shaky, but when they hit, oh boy, do they hit hard.
Yeah, and that was that whale that we saw from Speedery, right? To kind of disrupt the flow that Renko had with some of these Karmic Revivals. This wasn't as big of an Eye of Agamotto, but it forced out the invisible boundary, which was really good, which then allowed the final judgment to come in and take the map over. Very, very well played from Dreamland. So far, Racecar can bleed, but it was very dominant round 2 from Dreamland into a 99-99 where Racecar kind of had that positioning, but they just overinvested on those ultimates.
So here's my question for you, because I think we have similar ideas about this Racecar roster and the fact that, you know, they've been known to take a couple losses and have these like kind of crash out periods and then recover. Do you think that was the kind of loss that might kind of force them into that situation where they're not playing comfortably, or do you think that that's one where it's like it's close enough, you kind of take it on the chin, you brush it off and move on to the next one?
Well, the big question mark to me is, and this is no slight to him, Spark Chief has been playing some suboptimal stuff, right? I mean, no offense, right? Like the Hulk, the Thor, very successful on the Thor this tournament, but we kind of saw him lock in when he swapped over to the Groot, built that ultimate up super, super quickly. I suspect with this map loss, I don't know if Spark Chief is going to play another round of Thor. We might just see him lock in and play some of the best Vanguards available in this game.
Sometimes it is really as simple as play the heroes that are good and win the game, but I mean,
yeah.
you know, when it gets this evenly matched, you know, there's a little bit of nuance there. Spark Chief is the kind of guy that will make those sorts of swaps to try and search for an answer because he likes to be the leader of the team. He likes to be the one trying to look for a way forward, and when it's not clear, he'll take some stabs in the dark, and it doesn't always pay off. I think the Thor might have been a misstep, even though it's paid dividends in the past, but like you say, I don't know that it's one that they want to reach for again. I think, you know, especially on a map like Central Park, you got to get your boy on the Groot.
Yeah, and Racecar potentially saving this Daredevil. I like this.
Ooh, I don't.
Big pick. Well, yeah, you don't. I mean, you're a Daredevil hater, but
I mean, I like it for Racecar. I like it for Racecar. I just don't like it because it's Daredevil. Ew, get him out of my lobbies.
Yeah, fair enough. But Loki, one-sided for Dreamland here. That might be a big misplay as Racecar has opted in to ban away the Namor as well as the Mantis away. So are they going to save Mantis? Are they going to have... Oh, no, they can't. They can't. My bad. They banned Mantis. Dreamland's good. So the big save here now is, are they going to opt in for the Magneto so they can maybe dissuade Dreamland running that solo Punisher composition? Do they feel like they need to ban something else? I don't hate the Invisible Woman save here, especially for how good the support line was playing for both of these rosters, but I don't know if it's enough.
I'm gonna have the Cloak and Dagger ban on the other side, so okay, a little bit redundant. I mean, that's gonna force them to use that Invis Protect in order to have a solid backline. It looks like they're hovering a Phoenix Protect as well, our Dreamland. But I think that one-sided Loki, like you kind of hit on early on, is gonna be the big thing, because you effectively do deny the double Adam Warlock res composition.
Yeah.
You also deny a lot of other potential. You know, you're gonna probably see one or the other member of Racecar's backline forced onto the Rocket Raccoon.
Ooh.
As we see another Cloak and Dagger band coming out. So I think, you know, for one side, it might just end up being like Rocket Invis, which, you know, you're kind of down to like B or C tier as it pertains to backlines. And how are you supposed to bolster a front line when your backline's in such dire straits?
This is a nightmare scenario for any strategist player. No Gambit, no Loki, no Mantis, no Cloak and Dagger. You're forced on like Invis Luna, maybe, right? Or Invis Rocket, like you mentioned. Like, there's not the best options available here on Central Park. Well, you look on Dreamland side, they've got a little bit more to play with. Obviously, ball is in their court in terms of how they determine pick and ban, because it's Racecar's job to now adapt and overcome here. And Central Park, a map that has been played so much. I think it's like probably top 3 for most of the pro teams here.
Oh, yeah, especially given the current meta with how strong like Groot and Moon Knight are, you know these teams love to bring it to Central Park, play to their strengths, play to what they are practicing. Shibby, look, what am I looking at? What am I looking at on Racecar's side right now?
Vroom, vroom. I see a strategist I see strategist, yeah. I see Invis Rocket. I see Spark Chief and Energy on hopefully the old Gamma team up, because if not, I feel bad for them. They're playing a hodgepodge group of stuff. Vess is going to be rocking the Vanguard pool here. Nice exile, by the way.
Did they loan their accounts to Yeah We Lost? Did they just realize, like, we got to let little brother play? Like, is that what's happening here? Because this does not look like something I would have ever anticipated Racecar to come out with. And you know, I guess maybe you throw Dreamland off their game. They're not going to be expecting Spark Chief on the Hulk. They're probably not going to be expecting Speedery on the Daredevil, despite the Protect. I think they probably felt that they covered enough of their bases that they wouldn't have to worry about it, but you better worry about it now because it is deep in your backline, my friends.
Dreamland are prepared, though. I mean, they've got Thing here. They've got Wolverine as well. Very anti-dive heavy, especially because, like you said, that Daredevil Protect indicated a couple things here and there. And also, whoa! Oh, what a fastball. But that guy's deleted. Record time, Bruce Banner. Unfortunately, you have been wiped off the face of this earth. I do believe should get rezzed by Memories, who has that res beacon, but Dreamland coming in hot right now. Vess is gonna pop the ban hammer, try to take somebody out. Unfortunately, that's only gonna give them a moment of reprieve as Racecar do hold on for a little bit, though Dreamland has gotten at least 55%.
I might not be able to get a whole lot more than that. Speedery goes in and cleans up Velocity there. Fastball special, but Stinkers right on top of Speedery. It's being traded out on both sides. Good heals to keep Stinkers alive here, but as Madara falls, it's just a checkerboard in the KO feed, and that's going to favor the defending side for now as they still have more tools online to keep the rest of the team in check here. But I mean, for Dreamland, you're building up to a lot of ultimates, and outside of the ult fight, I'm struggling to find a way forward because I still haven't really calculated what Racecar's comp is all about. It's kind of just, you know, throw yourself at the enemy and hope for the best.
I think I just got vertigo looking at Stinkers fly around here. Renko, Invisible Boundary is going to go down. I don't believe they actually comboed on Racecar's side the horn plus damage boost, so it doesn't take anyone out. Renko's gonna take Speedery, he's gonna get res though, still a 6v6. Cooper needs to pop that Invisible Boundary, unfortunately gets wiped out before they can get the full voice line, and there we go, Dreamland. A little bit of extra credit on top. They get Cooper's very own Invisible Boundary, and they should lock this point down.
On the right-hand side of your screen there, now right firmly in the center of your screen with Stinkers with that last stand onto the back line, making sure there was no healing to keep that Monster Hulk up alive. And now we're having Cooper jumping through that strange CP just to try and stay alive, and Stinkers with a little bit of displacement takes Vess to a secondary location off the point so that Dreamland can confirm the cap. 4 minutes in the time bank to get this cart rolling on through point B, and Chuckles and Stinkers setting up with another fastball special. I'm liking this Wolverine pick because if you're gonna play some of these aggressive vanguards like the Hulk or even like the Thor, playing a Wolverine that just displaces them and carries them way deeper than they really want to be is a great way to counteract this composition. So if you're Racecar, I'm kind of expecting a few more swaps to come out here, but you might as well use this devil while you got it.
Lamps come out from Velocity. They don't need to burn any of their huge strategist ults here. Vess is going to clean Madara up on the front line. 5v5 currently, and I love that you mentioned that, CB. Stinkers can carry them into the waiting arms of Chuckles, who has a Yancey Street charge. So on top of being displaced, you also can't move, as Energy has to burn the bubble here from the Namor. Really good positioning on that high ground. Vess is gonna pop the big hammer here, and they're gonna take somebody down, and this might be Racecar's first, you know, full 6v6 team fight win here, stopping them around the halfway point onto point 2.
Yeah, but aside from Chime's ultimate, look at Dreamland. Like, they were able to hold on to pretty much everything and force the resources out of Racecar here. So a couple strategist ultimates to try and chunk through, and a God of Thunder as well. But you can mirror that with you know, your own God of Mischief, double dip on that Invisible Boundary, keep your team alive and stagger through all of it. And Chuckles with that clobber in time, I think, is going to be the key. Who is he going to be able to catch on to? If it's a backliner, you are going to be in a lot of trouble.
Spark Chief has been found out. Stinkers getting him out of their area. Big God of Thunder potentially coming in here. Combos with the Rocket ultimate, and that's a bang, one hit, and they're just gonna take Dreamland down. That's the other combo where you have Rocket, as Vess is gonna pick up a photo for himself. Yeah, God of Thunder empowered by the Rocket ultimate, which is a 40% damage boost, I think actually eliminates through every single strat ult in the game.
Well, it definitely burned right through at least one of them, but there is another one online. Renko still has another Invisible Boundary, and Racecar, I don't see any more burst potential from them, so this one should go off unimpeded, but I also see Energy on an interesting angle on a flank here, looking to try and shut Renko down, and does actually get him. What a coup from Racecar there to be able to secure that one. Now they can take this advantageous fight with their own boundary.
And this is such a disgusting spot that Energy is in here. Stinkers having to swap over to the Phoenix. I was expecting this earlier once Memories opened up on Rocket. Nice confirm, but I believe he should be rezzed here, so no momentary man advantage for Dreamland. Phoenix ult available, and Song Inferno could do some damage. Renko still hasn't had a chance to use that Invisible Boundary. Maybe they'll combo with Chime on the Kraken Impact, but watch Speedery. Devil is allowed to come out here, as well as Spark Chief. Probably will want to save that God of Thunder. Energy as well. Horn of Proteus. Let's see what they can do. Big stun, big fist, but unfortunately takes Chime down. And there we go. God of Thunder is going to layer it right on top. No damage boost this time around, so it's not going to take anyone out. And Renko is going to trade Spark Chief. Mind you, no res, because Energy went down early, so it's a 5v5. And Stinkers has to start aiming really well here. He's got to start hitting some of these headshots, got to start hitting some of these passives here to swing the momentum in Dreamland's favor, and Song Inferno is available. Velocity has the copy onto Renko as Racecar are slowly but surely putting it in reverse.
But Dreamland, they are in control of the point and starting to get around this first corner here, and Chuckles making the swap over onto the Captain America is going to have the Freedom Charge, and that might help the tempo in this ult game. Corner Proteus dropped onto the back line, and Speedery is there with a cleanup. They just 1-2 delete Renko and Velocity, and like dominoes, the rest of Dreamland will fall, and there's only 12 seconds left in the time bank. Racecar sitting on a wealth of ultimates. I have no reservations at this point that this card may not be going all that much further. Stinker's in the spawn with the Ensong Inferno.
Does he touch it?
That triggers OT. Hello? What?
The more you know here, as we do see Chuckles on the assemble, but I believe they're getting blocked out of this portal. We do see the CYA coming out from Memories. Vess and Cooper have Stratus ultimates available. Chime is going to pop the Kraken Impact to try to finish somebody off, to try to get an elimination here. Watch Vess. Banhammer gets thrown down, and unfortunately for Dreamland, their cart should stop here as Vess has picked up multiple. I hear Naibaga from Madara lands on multiple members, but too little, too late. Vess is gonna slice and dice them down. Dreamland only get about 1.5 points here.
And they do it off the back of rotating around these Stratus ultimates just expertly. You know, you have energy in these angles, identifying that Renko is the threat and putting those tridents right where they need to be, shutting down that ultimate before it ever comes out, and then using their own ultimates aggressively. They don't care if they're at a defensive ult deficit, because they just play the clock and use their target prioritization to win out these fights in between and make sure that Dreamland just never get the opportunity to be comfortable. And I want to highlight as well the current ace of Racecar, Vess, on that Deadpool, because a couple of times I've seen that Banhammer come out. That's not just a Banhammer, that's practically a death mark, because Speedery can just go in and clean up that KO, and you can't shoot back because if he deflects, your health bar goes down anyway.
Yeah, I mean, it is a death mark, right? It's a curse, it's a taunt, it's a, hey, you're not allowed to play the game while the rest of my team can take care of everyone else, and it sucks. For Dreamland, I think they just got to be better at kind of kiting that out, understanding, hey, I'm getting banhammered here. Can we regroup for a little bit? Give the Deadpool ultimate the respect it deserves, as we have seen other teams play it out and just kind of give up some percentage, give up a little bit distance, and take the ensuing team fight. I don't think Cooper is going to be on this Spider-Man, though. I think he's swapping back over to that invisible element. It looks like Racecar are going to be running with the exact same composition. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. And Chuckles says, hey, I kind of like that Deadpool pick. Let me pick one up for myself.
Yeah, but you know what I like more than that is an Adam Warlock with a Loki on the side of Dreamland. It's a double res comp, baby. It's going to be a lot for Racecar to try and chunk through, and a lot of that weight is going to go onto Speedery's shoulders as that Daredevil to be able to try and scout out where that Adam Warlock is, paint a big old bullseye on Chime's head, and make sure that you can't get the dupe onto him and that you can't get the res off.
Ooh, Spark Chief gonna be playing this thing into Stinker's very own Groot. Could be rough. Flies in. Memories actually has to res energy at the beginning of that fight. And Spark Chief, you are deep in the paint right now. Can you get out, though? No, you're gonna get walled off, and that's the matchup that I mentioned. You don't really have any good wall break on the side of Racecar, so once those goes up, everybody has to be firing on that, or they're gonna get locked in.
I'm wondering if Spark Chief makes a swap, and indeed he does. He's going to mirror that group pick now, but Madara taking down Vess and the Banhammer onto Cooper. This is just BM at this point from Chuckles. The healing is there. He knows Cooper is not going to fall, but he just wants to get inside of Cooper's head, and I think he's got pretty low rent in there at this point in time as Racecar making a few more swaps. Ooh. Energy onto the Moon Knight. We're going to have that Wombo combo coming up online, and with the Loki clones and with the Thing, there's going to be a lot of ult charge to be had. Energy will be feasting.
When in doubt, bust the Moon Knight out, although typically we see it with a Storm or a Mantis or something like that, as Velocity is going to copy that invisible boundary here to combo with, you know, Dreamland. Spark Chief drops the Strangling Prison. CYA comes in as well. That's a more than enough damage to wipe Dreamland off the face of this planet. They do have the portal available to them. And they actually have Born Again!
Oh, but they do shut it down with the Hand of Khonshu, shutting down Velocity, and I believe Chime fell as well, and not going to get a second lease on life because he used that cocoon just to be able to get that one in the first place, but he's going to make the swap now onto the Doctor Strange. 2 ticks for Racecar. Will the TP come out in time? I don't know. They don't. It's just a little too late, and Racecar get the cap in. Well, if you're Dreamland, I mean, you're all in at this point.
You have to, right? You try to buy as much time as possible. This is essentially your first fight here on the second point. You've got to make sure you can burn too much time. Stop the card here. Dreamland's Magic, unfortunately, not able to work a second time on that last sliver of overtime. And this all-in, CB, that you mentioned, could prove fatal as Racecar are going to win this fight and walk it down relatively far.
Well, to be honest with you, like, Dreamland don't have any choice. Once they pop that teleport, they have to commit, because look at how far the cart has to go. Not even all the way through point B. So every inch of cart progress counts, and Dreamland know that. So they go all in, try and force resources out of Racecar, and in doing so, they have managed to burn out the Strategist ultimates. But now look at Racecar's ult economy. They build it up so fast, they've already recovered.
Uh-oh. The Strangling Hand of Khonshu is available, and that could just be the team fight win. Look at Velocity. Maybe has lamps. That could be the saving grace, but you don't got a Strat ultimate in your back pocket. Strangling Prison lands onto so many members. Hand of Khonshu plus Vest are just going to wipe Dreamland off the face of the earth, and unfortunately for Dreamland, a bit of an overcommitment, a bit of mistiming from the portals, and an anticlimactic finish to this match.
It is not with a bang, but with a whimper that Dreamland will take their exit from Central Park. And we're tied up 1-1 now, and it looks so dominant for Racecar there. Again, like, Dreamland trying to go all in off of that teleport play, trying to, at the very least, crash out the economy for Racecar so they can maybe try and wrestle control back for the second fight. But they just didn't get far enough on their own attack that there wasn't enough breathing room for that to be successful. So once that fight kind of ends and you have to feel the wrath of that Hand of Khonshu combination with the Strangling Prison, there's no time to recover. There's no strange TP to get yourself back on the point. All you can do is watch.
Yeah, and this is the Racecar that's the clinical version, right? I mean, Spark Chief stopped messing around with some of the D tiers and some of the worst heroes in the game, picks up the Groot, and absolutely starts frying Dreamland here. And I think that's what we're probably going to expect from here on out. They drop the map, they lock in. I love this from Vest as well on this, you know, Vanguard pool. The Banhammers, obviously the MVP here, but very, very crucial in just giving energy, and specifically Speedery, a lot of time to dive. If you watch what they were doing, Vest was throwing the Banhammer, and then Speedery was diving the person that was taunted. What do you do in that scenario? You can't fight back because you're taunted, and you just have to rely on your strategist line to heal you all the way through.
I mean, Speedery was just Agent 47, and whenever that Banhammer came out, that was just Vest putting out a hit on whoever he should so choose, typically a backliner, and Speedery just goes in, cleans up one, then you can't patty cake for the other, and while that Banhammer is there, just like I said, you really can't shoot back against this Daredevil, because if he deflects, you're not confirming a hit, so you take damage anyway. You're just good. Just nothing you can do. All you can do is resign yourself to your fate. Dread it, run from it. It arrives all the same.
Yeah, it's like going into the timeout corner, right? The Banhammer comes in, and then the dunce cap comes on because Daredevil is throwing his whole body at you, and you can't really do anything. It sucks. This is a really, really annoying combo. Now, the question is, CB, has Racecar earned the Vanpool ban? Maybe they've earned the Daredevil ban that Racecar was so willing to save on that first rotation.
I think if you're going to go for one or the other, it has to be the Daredevil ban, because, I mean, sure, you could just ban out the Vanpool, but on map 1, we saw Cooper reaching for the Strat pool, and you can more or less just do the same thing, right? Like, as long as you can get Cooper safely into position to put that Ponage Pound, same thing as the Banhammer, onto whoever he wants, Speedery can still go in and follow up, so you kind of have to deny that Daredevil pick from coming out at all. That said, it's still a combo that you could leverage with a Wolverine, with a Psylocke, with an Iron Fist if you want to go that route, and we know that Speedery is quite versatile when it comes to a lot of these heroes. Once upon a time, he used to be that guy. He used to be the one in North America who defined metas, and maybe Racecar with this collective have defined another one going forward. This might be the glimmer of something annoying, but something new.
So we are going to be going over to Yggdrasil Path. One of my favorite maps in the game. I think it's very figured out, we can say, between a lot of these pro teams, but we've seen some very wacky composition. A lot of Moon Knight Storm, specifically because of the spawn holds on Convoy. They've just walked that in. Groot being allowed, being gifted over to Spark Chief. I don't know if that happens, but the big thing is, like you mentioned, ZB, if you do ban that Daredevil, you've got to not ban one of Mantis or Loki. And I don't know if giving that over is the move, especially to a team like Racecar, who, if you just give them the best heroes in the game, why wouldn't they pick it?
Well, Dreamland going to go for a Mantis Protect, and now the first real ban, as both teams are going to go for that Gambit ban. First real ban goes Racecar's way, and I think this is going to paint an interesting picture here. Are they just going to go for the cookie cutter Loki ban? Indeed they are. Okay. All right. I don't hate it, but it does still kind of give Dreamland the opportunity to, dodge around whatever this Protect is. It's going to be a Daredevil Protect, and I think now the mission should be ban Groot. I know that sounds crazy, but when Spark Chief was not playing the Groot, you were able to just take advantage of like the Thor picks or whatever off-meta picks he was trying to make work. But once he, conformed himself back to reality, Racecar were just like, full steam ahead.
Yeah, and this Namor ban is so good for Racecar, especially for how they want to play with Speedery and how they want to do stuff. Instead, they're going to go back to the one-sided Mantis for Dreamland here. Did give them a lot of success. Soul Resurgence plus Final Judgment was how they were just dominating some of these fights. You can also go to the Moon Knight and run the damage-boosted Moon Knight to break a lot of these spawn holds, also to get a lot of damage down. I would love to see a Groot ban, though, from Dreamland into the Groot save even.
Yeah, what's interesting is, like, at the beginning of this tournament, we saw, after, like, Gambit ban and then Loki Protects, Groot ban would typically be the next thing to come out for both sides, but neither team looking to reach for that right now. Instead, it's, trying to plan for these backlines. Wow. So an Invis Protect from one side and a Namor ban on the other. I think that might be, well, that's coming out from Dreamland's side. Interesting. Yeah. So maybe they want to try and pick up the sticks on the Daredevil.
Well, I think also Energy was kind of going crazy on some of these angles, right? Like, there were some wacky, he was throwing squids on one wall and then he was firing from another. Like, bro, you had to know the Pythagorean theorem just to figure out where he is.
Maybe you just fear the Energy flank more. Yeah, like you just don't want to deal with that. That's totally fair. Totally valid. Yeah. But an Invis Protect on the other side and a Cloak and Dagger ban potentially coming out. No Atom ban from Dreamland. So that's smart, and finally someone has done it, but it's against a team Racecar that hasn't leveraged the Adam Warlock a whole lot, but at the very least, it signals that Dreamland are thinking about Adam Warlock, and on their defense, I wouldn't be surprised if they go back to that res comp. They're going to have to do it with just one res, as there is not going to be a Loki, but they could still play like Invis, Adam, and Rocket, and then, still have the BRB.
Yeah, a lot of weird stuff. We've seen ResComp specifically very successful on this map, specifically on that first defensive point, because they'll go back into the throne room. This is something Vaudable talked about, actually. A lot of these teams will go back into the throne room and they'll just res immediately in there after a big fight. And essentially, you have to fight them all over again right at the start of spawn. So it is kind of tough, allows them to build that ultimate up relatively quickly. So I love that the Adam ban has come in. Dreamland not allowed to play it. No Namor, no Loki, no Gambits. The only big difference, Racecar not allotted that Mantis damage boost, while Dreamland not allotted their oh-so-favorite res composition.
Dreamland going to be on the attacking side first, and you can already kind of get a feel for what they're looking to go for here. This is an interesting look. It is not a spawn break here. Interesting. We got the Zootopia backline with the Jeff and the Rocket. Okay, they're going to switch back over onto something a little bit more stable, the Invis and the Cloak and Dagger, but Racecar, it looks like an annoying thing to have to burst through, because like you said, those res are going to be coming online. They do have the Rocket, so they have the res for the BRB as well, and Cooper on the Invis, so pretty much exactly what I predicted.
So this is Dreamland's version, quote unquote, of spawn break, right? They love taking full advantage of the Phoenix Wolverine team up that essentially makes Wolverine immortal, especially into the triple Vanguard, triple strategist composition. You can't really get a beat on him. So this is what they've been running into these 3-3 compositions with relative success. We see Stinkers specifically just go crazy. As I say that though, Energy is just gonna burst two members down, both Vanguards for Dreamland instantly eliminated.
Yeah, and I mean, it's just easy for Racecar. Like, they literally only have to use the big test from Best there, and it's the only ult that they invest there, and that's built up time to get that Karma Revival online for Speedery. So even if Dreamland can break this first spawn hold, like you said, you just go into the throne room, pop that res, and then you got to prepare for the second fight. And this cart really hasn't even left its parking spot yet.
Now it's still stuck in the glot right now as they're trying to get down. Big Meteor M, unfortunately, actually does land onto Renko at the backside. I thought it whiffed for a second, but never mind. Actually going to take him out. We do see Velocity commit the invisible boundary. Cooper is going to kindly respond here. Memories does get the res on the Sparky, so still a 6v6 here, not a man advantage for Dreamland. Chime, though, has to get this Endsong Inferno. Unfortunately, Speedery just wipes him down, and Memories is going to get a free CYA.
And they were trying to scout out Speedery to force out that cocoon so they couldn't get the res, but they failed, and now they still have to worry about it. They have a rough idea of where Speedery is going to be playing, but they can't commit to trying to chase that one down because what if he just moved? What if he simply went somewhere else? Now you have to try and scout him out again. Where is this Adam Warlock? Are you going to be able to deal with this res? You have to play with your ults economically, but Dreamland are already investing heavily, and they're not finding any KOs for it.
Dreamland are in the baby cage right now. Racecar has just stuck them down and says, no, you can't move, unfortunately. As finally, we do see a potential team fight win, as we do see Speedery pop the Karmic Revival, but there's another counter. The Endsong Inferno wipes away any bonus shielding, so it does take away a lot of the health that they would normally get, but you have to have Dreamland come into this area and wipe them away. They chase Racecar out, but there's another team fight coming in about 5 seconds.
There's also the potential for a strange TP from Racecar, so even if you're able to win this fight with this Kraken impact, good shot right to the dome. Watch my 9mm go bang. Stinkers straight onto Speedery there, and no cocoon this time around, but Stinkers getting put in the washing machine right now by Racecar, so it's a little bit scrappy and a little bit back and forth, and Speedery gonna reach for that aforementioned Doctor Strange to keep Racecar at full strength, and they are ready to fall and prepare for yet another recontest here as Dreamland find the cleanup.
Very clean from Dreamland. They were prepared. Okay, he's gonna res, they're gonna come back. Let's combo Strangling Prison plus Kraken Impact, as one more team fight, like you mentioned, is available. CYA comes in along with Spark Chief, dropping the hammer potentially. Unfortunately, not able to land onto anybody, even though it was damage boosted. We see Madara trying to just hammer and haymaker their way through. Stinkers on the Wolverine, slicing and dicing with the Adamantium Claws, and Racecar, despite getting themselves another team fight with that TP, lose 3 in a row.
It was a bit of a scattershot team fight. I think they were banking everything on that CYA plus God of Thunder combination, but it just hasn't paid off dividends. No one has been able to deal with Stinkers, who is just taking your front line wherever he wants, taking him for a ride. You want to see the sights, my friend? I'll take you there.
Bit of an extended team fight, as a lot of members of Racecar were moving around here. And Spark Chief, again, like he's like, all right, they got Wolverine, I don't want to play Thor anymore. He's gonna opt in for the Rogue, though, which actually is a bit of a different look. I still think it's a bad matchup into both the Thing and Wolverine. If you get grabbed, you're not allowed to fly away, you're not allowed to dash. You also don't have a ton of bonus shielding. Stinkers, though, paying the respect that Spark Chief deserves at the moment, not looking to engage in a 1v1. And look at that. Immediately goes in, gets knocked down. Cooper's going to have to respond with the invisible boundary. And a nice last stand, hopefully looking to get somebody out of dodge. And unfortunately for Memories, Chuckles pops the Strangling Prison. The Devil is going to come out along with Vest, throwing that Banhammer. Velocity, though, is going to kindly respond with that invisible boundary, but Energy with a nice Endsong Inferno right onto Velocity's dome top.
And Speedery with the cleanup there onto Renko. And this is going to be Racecar regaining control here, but it did cost them a lot. And Dreamland seemingly not yet done. They clean up Vest, and the Endsong Inferno from Chime still hanging above their heads. It will clean up Speedery, but I just don't think there are enough soldiers online right now for Dreamland to retake control here. So Racecar can take a sigh of relief, can breathe for just a moment and regain control fully, try to bring all soldiers back to the front line. Heartbreaker is going to be online very soon for Spark Chief, and I think that's the big tool here for Racecar, because their ult bank is looking pretty scarce. Trying to drain a little bit out of Dreamland's could potentially make up the deficit. He's got it now. Where is he lurking? You can tell Chime is hunting for it. He knows what's coming, but Spark Chief is here to take everything.
And Madara, the one that had the clobbering time available, he's already down to 20%. He's building it back up, though. Looking towards that clobbering time. Stinkers 10% more for that Ensong Inferno. But look at Racecar. They've got Eternal Bond, they've got Invisible Boundary, and they've got Vest with the potential Banhammer. As Energy does get sniped down, no res available. Banhammer comes in, Speedery goes down on the Daredevil. Dreamland looking to take this fight, looking to move this cart just a little bit more forward, but they are getting stuffed in their spawn right now. They're having to fight out. They're having to burn multiple resources. Renko, Eternal Bond out of spawn just to get them in a forward position.
I mean, Racecar doing such a good job of playing the space game, forcing Dreamland to take fights so far forward, and it's Memories with that Eternal Bond that lays out the red carpet for Racecar to walk along and forces Renko to mirror it. So now you're down a Strategist ultimate, but Dreamland have 5 tools on deck for this next fight here. They need to make sure they keep Stinkers alive. You can't risk losing one of them too early. It's going super aggressive, trying to take this duel on the other side, but the Ensong Inferno forced out early, 12 HP. This is just for that extra health bar, and he's not finding the KOs for it. Dreamland are falling.
Spark Chief does take down Spark Chief takes down Dreamland here, and a lot of eliminations. Dreamland fumbles the ultimate economy, and then just in an instant, Racecar able to win that fight.
It's the rogue pick, right, from Spark Chief. Like, you were kind of doubting its matchup into the Wolverine, but that ability absorption, it might as well be the same as a Carbon Crush from an Emma Frost. It completely displaces some of these divers, and once you build up to that Heartbreak, the tempo is so in your favor. You are so much better off in these ultimate rotations when you can deny that ult charge coming out as you go in deep and you take everything. Just as I called it out, he popped that ultimate, and Racecar had nothing. After the end of that fight, they had everything, and Dreamland, despite coming in with all of these ultimates, they have them forced out in uncomfortable situations. Like that Ensong Inferno, you needed to use that to combo with another ult to try and confirm KOs, but instead you get burned down to 12 HP. You just have to use it for a reset on the health bar. That's just not good enough.
I was hoping they were going to combo it with that Strangling Prison. Unfortunately, Dreamland not able to do that. A lot of their ultimates pretty much whiffed. Like, you could say they whiffed. Like, it landed on the members, but unfortunately not confirming those KOs, not getting those elims. That's the big mistake here. And Racecar opening up with a bit of a different composition. I don't suspect that we're going to see Cooper on this. I think this is purely for scouting purposes. They're trying to figure out, is it a hard hold composition? Is it something else? And I think they're going to swap over. Yeah,
Cooper's gonna swap over. It's gonna be the cloak and the invis, and this looks about right. Yeah, Speedery on that storm, and for a lot of players, that storm is, you know, just to try and damage boost the Moon Knight. And believe me, you are going to get some damage boost onto energy here. But Speedery is also the GOAT when it comes to this storm, so gonna be lethal in his own right. This is more than just spawn break. This is a whole composition.
Yeah, I mean, this is super disgusting. You can run this even without having three Vanguards available on Dreamland's side here. Stinkers is going to opt in for the Emma, double shielding plus the walls. But look how fast he's built this ult. 30 seconds for energy. Madara goes down. Should get res, though, by the beacon. Chime has that available. Vest has the Banhammer on top of that. And look at Speedery as well. 80% towards that Omega Hurricane. Racecar are just walking Dreamland down right now.
And Dreamland with the Invisible Boundary trying to reclaim that space, but remember, Chuckles isn't there yet, so the Strange TP forced out early. That KO on the Spark Chief is going to be big. Does force the Invisible Boundary out from Cooper, but now with a late Cosmic Yarn Amplifier, Dreamland are still in control of this fight, but here's the problem. You don't have a Strategist ult to deal with this Omega Hurricane, so Speedery going to make Dreamland feel the entire wrath of the Goddess, but no, Renko does actually have that Eternal Bond, and you will be able to live through this, but Velocity will not be there now, and once this Eternal Bond evaporates, so too may Dreamland.
Big Strangling Prison into the hand of Khonshu. The moon is going to haunt Dreamland's nightmares as Eye of Agamotto lands onto multiple members from Chuckles, but again, no follow-up. Madara holding on to this Meteor M, unable to absorb the Strangling Prison. He's just going to pop it to try to get an elim, but Spark Chief takes him down, and Renko and the rest of the strategist line for Dreamland are getting hunted. Can they actually get out? Very good patty cake from the duo.
Yeah, but it's like not good enough, to be honest with you. This cap is gonna come through. The Groot Wall nearly denies it. There is a touch there from Stinkers, but his health bar is burned down. I think he already had to use the Symbiotic Resilience. Memories just cleans him up there, and no matter how good the patty caking is from your backline, if they don't have access to the front line, which these Groot Walls are currently denying, it doesn't really amount to a whole hill of beans.
Ooh. That res beacon not going to get any value. CYA looking to come in. Speedery takes down Velocity. Unfortunately, not enough. They're not able to hold, and I've seen a similar situation. Race Car taking the first point. They've got 80 meters to go, and Dreamland lost the ensuing fight, and then they lost the round here. Speedery, Omega Hurricane online. Cooper has that invisible boundary. You look to Dreamland, it's got to be Velocity to build something up, but he's already dropping the Omega Hurricane onto them.
And there's no strategy,
Nice!
so this might just be clean KOs. We're watching Memories just walk the cart forward, basically. There's a fight happening elsewhere on your screen. BRB already forced out, and this is just so that Dreamland can get out the front door. They will be able to pour on through, but there's the Strangling Prison now from Spark Chief.
Strangling Prison. Cooper is going to respond in kind with the invisible boundary to match Velocities. Look at Stinkers. Galactic Legend. Both are popped. Who can come out on top? Unfortunately for Race Car, Energy does go down. Stinkers is the better Star-Lord. He's the Lord of the Galaxies as he's going to give Dreamland a fight win. 3 minutes on the clock. Race Car have a lot of time to work with here. Surely they don't get full held.
Yeah, it's definitely not a sigh of relief to win that fight for Dreamland. You are still very firmly clenched, but I like these swaps onto the Mantis and onto the Star-Lord so you can damage boost the Star-Lord, try and win this aerial fight. Speedery now going to make a swap over onto that aforementioned Daredevil, and you got to believe he's going to be trying to hunt down Chime, but this time around, we're going to take the initiative. Soul Resurgence now. Dreamland want to take this fight.
Meteor M, maybe Madara can look for something. Unfortunately, not able to do much here. Looked for the Eternal Bond. Groot, Chuckles, Strangling Prison. Unfortunately, not able to confirm anything. Banhammer available for Vest. Spark Chief very close towards the Feast of the Abyss, and he's going to go down immediately. Vest is going to take down Renko. Energy drops Chuckles as well, and this locomotive from Race Car, this NASCAR, this huge engine, this twin turbo is going to take them to map number 4.
They're putting the Loco in Locomotive. That was crazy on the defensive side there to be able to turn that last fight and then to just carry that momentum all throughout the attacking side. I think taking that Adam Warlock away really threw Dreamland off their game, forced them into uncomfortable situations, and whenever they were prompted to, they gave up way more space than they needed to. They kept letting their backline get split. They patty caked as best they could, but it doesn't really matter if they're not able to heal up the front line. So if the front line falls, the cart just keeps on marching, and there's nothing you can do to stop it. This pain train rolls all the way, and Energy was the conductor of that pain train. 29k damage, 14 final hits. We were not looking at him a whole lot, but maybe we should have been.
And I'm interested, Dreamland not going back to the Punisher well here for Stinkers. I mean, they had a similar composition, right, with Chime on the Mantis, Renko as well with the potential damage boost coming out from the CYA, but unfortunately when Energy swaps over to Phoenix, you lose that. Speedery as well, very good at diving onto the Punisher, not a lot of anti-dive available for Dreamland. Really well played from Race Car. I love this you know, van pool that's coming in and just kind of going forward. The moment he pops ult, everybody on Race Car is zooming towards the nearest target, and I feel like Dreamland just are unable to keep up with the pace.
It's literally just, you know, marking them for assassination. You can even see Energy was looking for Velocity, who had the Banhammer on him, was trying to find all that damage and said, whatever, I don't care. I'm popping the Ensong Inferno to make it happen, and there's nothing you can do to stop me. So they find the KOs, and it's like a guaranteed elim if you just use it as a target focus button.
Yeah, Energy just kind of going crazy here. I mean, obviously on the Phoenix, Moon Knight as well. I mean, building up a 30-second hand of Khonshu to then combo it and build it up again with Spark Chief, who swapped over to the Groot. I mean, you kind of see what happens when Spark Chief is just playing better heroes. Venom, Groot, this kind of stuff. Opted in for the Rogue towards that first round and was able to really put a stop to Dreamland. I really liked his usage of that Heartbreaker to disrupt Dreamland's ultimate flow.
So that one map that Dreamland were able to take on Burn T'Challa against Race Car kind of feels like it's in the rearview mirror at this point in time. It's the only map that Race Car have dropped thus far, and it looks like all it really did was peeve them off a little bit, because they look angry, they look calculated though, and they look aggressive. They're looking to try and sweep Dreamland here and deny that map number 5 and punch themselves a ticket to the grand finals. And if they keep this pace up, I don't know that there's anybody left in this tournament that can stop them.
Yeah, Race Car might come out of this only dropping this singular map to Dreamland. They've got to come back here. It is Dreamland's map choice. I do believe we get to go to a domination map of their choice. It's going to reset the flow here. And then if they end up taking that, it's Race Car's choice of either Convergence or Convoy. It has to be a different map, though. But before all that happens, we're going to give these players a little bit of a break as we head into map 4. So again, I say go to the bathroom, go grab some food, and maybe, just maybe, you'll come back to Dreamland, taking us to a map 5. Hello and welcome back here to the Mega Monthly Playoffs. I'm Shibby, joined by CB, and we're heading into a map 4 between Racecar and Dreamland. Dreamland taking that first domination map into Racecar, dominating on both Convoy and Convergence. I don't think that's a crazy thing to say, but now it's Dreamland's map choice. We're back to the reset. They could actually end up taking another domination map here and sending us to a map 5. Do you think that's possible, CB?
I think that not only is it possible, I think it might be the smartest way forward, but either way, we're in uncharted territory. This is the first series we've had all tournament long that is in fact a best of 5, so we get to go the distance and see what happens when we break free of map number 3. And I do like the idea to go back to domination. I think Dreamland have a similar idea because they are going to take us to your favorite map, Hell's Heaven.
One of my favorites in the game, CB. Very, very interesting map design, architecture. A lot of wacky stuff happens around the 50% mark. Things open up. You can take people into the abyss. The map changes very, very drastically here. Hopefully both teams are prepared. Probably, I would also argue, one of the most played domination maps in pro play. A lot of pro teams love Hell's Heaven for various reasons. And I think we've got most of the ban phase scripted out, at least for Racecar. Gambit Loki banned out, or Mantis banned out into the Daredevil save. Dreamland really love that one-sided Mantis, but can they go back to that Punisher well? I didn't see it in map 3 where they had it available. Map 2 it wasn't available, but surely on map 1 where they used it, they'll finally use it on Hell's Heaven.
I mean, I think that's wise, especially on a map like Hell's Heaven. I think it just facilitates Punisher's playstyle quite well. And if you're going to leave the Groot on the table, you know, Punisher just tears him up into paper like shreds. And I'm kind of liking this ban phase so far, even though it's a lot of the same of what we've seen. It did work on Burn It T'Challa, and it did kind of play into Dreamland's favor. And so here's the question now, because we had a kind of an interesting idea on this. Also, by the way, Adam Warlock Protect, that's smart as well. But I want to highlight that Vanpool ban right there, because just like I said, I think that means they're just going to have Cooper play the strat pool. Do you concur, Doctor?
You know what would be crazy? And I've seen it crazier. Is Vess actually just gonna go to the strat pool? Like, we saw
just pulling Mask doing the same thing.
Yeah, like in theory, right? We talk about transferable skills and stuff like that. You know, in the job market, whatnot. In Marvel Rivals, Deadpool does have transferable skills, right? You can, in theory, play the 250 HP version of Deadpool. You do have to play a little bit safer. You do have to know some of the other nuances when it comes to strat pool, specifically gaining your ultimate, bouncing on your buddies' heads, that kind of stuff. But realistically, it is not out of the ballpark that Cooper, obviously, like you mentioned, could play the strat pool, or Vess just says, hey, let me play strat pool, Cooper. We can run a triple strat composition.
Yeah, I'll just be, you know, I'll just be Vanpool, but on a cut, you know, a little bit less on the HP. Not quite as bulked up, not quite as beefy, but still a threat nonetheless. We'll see if that's what they end up coming out with, but initial analysis here on the team compositions in the attacker spawn side. Stinkers on that Punisher is something I think you and I both very much so want to see coming out from Dreamland.
Yeah, 100%.
And Racecar are abandoning the Merc with the mouth entirely and instead trying to play around Spark Chief on that Thor comboed with Speedery on that Daredevil, which has, for better or for worse, been a consistent problem for Dreamland that they don't really have an answer for, because there's all these other smaller problems orbiting that Daredevil that they are still trying to deal with.
Yeah, and I've liked the adaptation from Racecar. Energy on this Phoenix actually is able to counter Renko's res, because it takes away all of that bonus health that you get right after res. You saw Energy do it once before. I'm sure he's just going to be saving Ensong Inferno for that every single time. Velocity and the rest of Dreamland are looking for that kidnap. Madara was absolutely lethal on this Doctor Strange in game 1. Domination as well. I hopefully expect more of the same here.
It's a small thing, but like Energy using that fly early on to scout out that Madara was going for that Strange TP meant that Racecar knew to play in a way that would kind of force Dreamland to play up onto that high ground, and that's their only real good option. Energy going to take out Renko early on to force out the Cocoon, and it's just a good read overall from Racecar.
And I love Spark Chief instantly swapping over to the Rogue, bullying out Madara here, there's not really a lot you're blocking, and if you do have your shield up, you can't return damage on both Daredevil and Rogue beating you down. It's a catch-22 for this Doctor Strange. Do I block Energy's Phoenix shots? Do I block Vess's burst? Or do I return damage onto Spark Chief and Speedery, who are just wailing me down?
Yeah, and I'm wondering, like, do you swap off of this Doctor Strange? Like, are we still going to be able to get that much value? I know Madara is Himothy when it comes to those Eye of Agamottos, but are we even going to get that far? Is Razecar going to let things spiral that far out of control? They want to maintain control firmly, letting the devil out, but Speedery not able to make it to the health pack there. And that invisible boundary from Velocity is going to help Dreamland secure a fight win here if they can clean up just a few more. They're trying to rotate over to the point and take the fight where Razecar do not want it.
Yeah, spawns to the back here. Final Judgment comes in. Oh my lord, Ensong Inferno plus the Meteor Ram. Unfortunately, Frank Castle is built like a brick house as he's just gonna rip through, hopefully, all of Razecar. Doesn't confirm any elims. The Karmic Revival does get committed early. Madara comes back into the fight. Energy takes down Chuckles. He, unfortunately, is not going to res here. And Dreamland, with this map change, are caught in a corridor, but maybe they like it.
Gonna pop out that shotgun, take down Speedery, and there is a cleanup there onto Vess, and it's looking good now for Dreamland. Despite being down in manpower early on, they have managed to bully their way onto the point there just off of the pure raw damage that Stinkers is able to dish out, but gets a little too close to Ranko, and the sparks build up, and Ranko is gonna fall, and I don't believe there is a Cocoon online, so that seems like blood in the water for Razecar, who invests the Strange TP, but Speedery gets shut down. Dreamland able to hold on to control here. They lose Chime, though, so they can't be comfortable with
Whoa! And Energy's just gonna burn the Ensong Inferno simply to stay alive, but that's a massive stagger. Does take down Velocity, and here is another Final Judgment. This time, no Soul Resurgence available, though they've got to get this guy pocketed. I believe a Soul Bond came out from Renko, and unfortunately, it's not enough. Dreamland do lose this fight. Despite Energy going down early, the 5v6 in the favor of Razecar, 90% here. And I wonder if Madara has that TP available that they invested so early.
I mean, at this point, he might, and I think Razecar are anticipating it. So, yeah, there is the teleport, but you have to play very safe for Ranko because he was coming up on that Karmic Revival, but I guess we will not be seeing another res coming out today. So, Dreamland are going to have to do it dry and with a man advantage not on their side. Clobbering time from Chuckles is going to lock Razecar down, but there's just so much healing that they can't confirm any KOs. Cooper is going to take down Stinkers, and it looks so good right now for Razecar.
Yeah, Razecar wiping them away through the portal, forces a couple members from Dreamland, and the crucial back-breaking play. Renko getting sniped instantly as that portal came out, not able to even use the Karmic Revival, and Dreamland not finding success with this composition.
And here's the thing, too, is like that teleport, when it comes out, it has to be placed on the point in order to trigger OT. There's really no safe pathing for Ranko to come through the teleport, help the team, and not be vulnerable. Like, he's got to put himself in harm's way in one way or another, but Razecar just do such a good job of identifying where he is, splitting the fight, and hitting that snipe on him, and then with no Cocoon, he's not going to be able to get somewhere where he can potentially build up to that revival and potentially pop it, even in an overtime scenario where it's going to be less than comfortable to have to do so. He'll carry it over onto the next fight, but you need to have some other tools to make that res worth it, and I'm seeing a lot of low percentages on the ult charge for the Dreamland side, and I'm seeing a lot of momentum on Razecar's side, and I'm also seeing one final sub-map away from Razecar putting Dreamland to bed.
Renko could be getting his one ult drained here if Spark Chief is able to land this Heartbreaker. Vess as well, Meteor M available. Soul Bond, though, should counter that relatively immediately. And Madara actually swapping over to the Thor, taking a page out of Spark Chief's book. I don't know if you can come into Razecar's house, into Razecar's composition like that. Heartbreaker is going to come down. Renko not getting his ultimate charge drained, though. He's crucially missing from that drain. Velocity, 95% goes down. Are they going to commit the res? Renko goes down as well. Does he have the res for himself? No, Razecar are just going to wipe through them. Here comes the Born again, though. All 6 members back and ready for the action.
Yeah, but I mean, it doesn't really matter, to be honest with you, because Razecar have the ult and they have control of the point. So now Dreamland, sure, you're rezzed, but you're just right back in the choke. So you have no choice but to commit to this fight, because now you gotta win it. You invested your biggest tool. You better get something for your money.
Yeah, they've got to at least force Racecar to overburn some of these resources right now. Velocity, invisible boundary available. Chuckles as well has that clobbering time. They're going to walk forward with it. Cooper gonna respond with his own invisible boundary. Speedery just has to wait all this out. Can let the devil out, force the soul resurgence. Stinkers and Chime looking to combo. Unfortunately, it's not enough damage coming up from Energy and Vest. Meteor M still available though. And we see Stinkers firing into Energy, but there's just too much healing. Energy wins the 1v1, and Speedery is gonna let the devil out in the back line and go to work.
Energy just breaking Stinker's ankles right there, and that might just be the death nail. Sure, we're only at 50%, but Dreamland, I kind of feel like that was their Hail Mary. That was their best shot. They used the res, they forced out all the strategist ultimates from Racecar, and they came up goose egg. Sure, you're coming up on some Vanguard ultimates and another Karmic Revival, but you already tried that once, and it didn't work, and now Racecar are going to be anticipating the shot. You can even see how they're postured right now. They're so aggressive. They're good, taking the fight right to Dreamland. They smell blood in the water, and they want to force out that one final fatal mistake.
Renko, Karmic Revival into the face of many. Racecar, Speedery specifically takes down Stinkers as well, and it's a team fight wipe into Rez, into another team fight wipe. Unfortunately, Renko bringing his team back into the graves.
I think that might have been that fatal mistake. There's going to be a strange CP that comes out. Good positioning from Stinkers to avoid it getting canceled, but it does get canceled. It's stunned.
Wait a minute! I don't think Racecar have the ability, although we do see Chuckles flying in. They do get the overtime tick, but it doesn't matter. Dreamland are desperate. They're clinging for something, and in that desperation, Racecar is gonna wipe them out and send them to the loser's bracket.
I'm feeling a little bit vindicated now because I did predict Racecar, even though I kind of fell short on that first map pick there. Yeah, that map one, you know, we give that one to Dreamland, but it kind of feels like, you know, Racecar just needed to wake up. They just needed to have, you know, Dreamland hit him with the 5 fingers across the face to wake them up. And oh boy, did they wake up, because Convergence and Convoy were both dominant showings. And it kind of felt like here on Hell's Heaven, Dreamland, they had a strategy, but they just failed to execute it. The only thing I saw getting executed was Renko.
He got executed, and then he rezzed his team into the execution again, unfortunately. Really well played. I think Energy coming up big in these last 3 maps, back to back to back. A lot of people are looking at Speedery, and rightfully so. The Daredevil save is what really put a wrench in Dreamland's plans here. Racecar coming in with that victory. Spark Chief, Vest, Memories, Smash, Cooper, obviously Energy, Vinny, and Speedily. A lot of players, but the main 6 that we saw here coming away. I mean, honestly, they improvised and they overcame whatever Dreamland was throwing at them after that map 1 loss.
And I got a question for you. You know, now with Na'Vi having fallen, you know, there once was that Terra leading over the entirety of NA. You know, Terra was the guy. He was the best in NA. And then, you know, a couple days ago, I was talking about this Racecar team, and I'm talking about how who can fill that mantle as best in NA, Speedery, or Energy. And it still kind of feels like a toss-up. But now with Na'Vi gone, maybe it's not just NA. Maybe one of these two could potentially be the best duelist in the world, but Vest making a strong case for best Magneto in the world, because what a snipe through the portal onto Renko there. Disgusting stuff.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of unfortunate plays for Dreamland. Definitely going to be looking back at that, understanding who needs to walk through the portal first? Who has ultimate? How are we going to look to actually cycle some of these big resources? And this was the 1v1. I mean, look at Energy dancing around. Unfortunately for Stinkers, ice up, son, because your ankles are absolutely destroyed.
And you're in pieces. I mean, like, that's just confidence, though, from Energy. Like, you know the healing is going to be there. You know he's got to hit, like, every single shot on that final judgment to be able to win that one. So you just stand your ground, or rather dance your ground a little bit back and forth, and end up winning the duel outright. And if that wasn't a microcosm for this entire series, I don't know what was.
Yeah, I mean, last map, very representative of how things ultimately played out. Dreamland looking to keep that upper bracket dream alive there, especially on map 1, but Racecar really turning things around and speeding into the winner's circle yet again for them. So, you know, Shimmy, you know, Dreamland obviously not out of the tournament yet. They're going down to the lower bracket. They're going to be up against Extinction next, I believe. But the question is,
not Extinction, actually, Lunex.
Oh, excuse me, Lunex, my fault.
Oh, yeah, I was like, whoa!
Yeah, no.
That would have been a crazy upset.
So that's kind of the question, though, is, one very difficult match for them here in Race Car, another one waiting for them there in the lower bracket. How the heck do you brush yourself off quickly enough to prepare for that fast turnaround?
It's tough, right? I mean, you came in riding high, got that map 1 win against Race Car, can walk away with that. Also, the thing is, for Lunex, they can kind of look at this series really quickly and be like, oh, this is what they like to run. Maybe we'll just, save Daredevil for ourselves. This is the comp that they like to run into domination. As we get a look at the bracket, the full picture, right? Lunex and Na'Vi dropping down to that lower bracket. Lunex taking it over Na'Vi. Yeah, we lost, unfortunately, losing to Extinction, and a 2-0 from Lunex lands Dreamland into a very precarious position, because even if they take down Lunex, they have to get that salty run back against Race Car, who, in my humble opinion, has figured Dreamland out, I believe.
Yeah, really feels like they've secured the download there. So I guess that's kind of the question, Vaudable, is, say Dreamland does win a tough matchup here against Lunex. I mean, what changes can they make in just one series to prepare for another match against Race Car?
I hate to say it, but I don't think there are changes that they can make based on the way that Race Car is playing, like being real about it. Like, we saw a clinical performance from them map after map after map. Yes, domination was taken, but domination is always kind of hit or miss for a lot of squads. You can chalk it up to who's playing good on the day, who might have a better read of the composition or where they're positioning themselves, and just maybe popping off potential from that. When it comes to Convoy and Convergence afterwards, it's a different story. And we also saw, Race Car, they actually got better with age because they were able to dominate on Hell's Heaven afterwards. So I think it was just an odd matchup for them. It was their first series of the day too for Race Car, so they weren't as warm as they were in some of the other instances, especially against a team like Dreamland. You need to be. Now that they are, yes, they'll be waiting for a whole best of 5, but I think they're prepared and they're going to be VOD reviewing the entire time and ready to make sure that they get a full sweep of those grand finals. Hopefully that doesn't happen for the fans, but I wouldn't be surprised.
Yeah, I mean, the story kind of going into this matchup was, can Dreamland be the first ones to leave a bruise on this undefeated team? And they did. And we saw Race Car on the back foot. But CB, that's kind of my last question in my head, at least, is, was there kind of a turning point for Race Car to turn this series around? Because, first map was very closely contested between the two, but it felt like after that, Race Car were just pedal to the metal. So what changed for them after map 1?
I think it was just that defense on Central Park, how they were able to cycle and play around these strategist ultimates so effectively, so efficiently. It kind of felt like they completely shook off that domination loss and just played the game at its highest potential. Like they were just so locked in, so dialed in. The target prioritization from Spark Chief, from Vess, from Speedery, and from Energy, they were just looking to pincer onto the back line, and they kept doing it over and over again. And if you're always down a man and you're always down in resources, you're just never going to be able to dig yourself out of the hole that Race Car puts you in.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, it felt like it just slipped through their fingers, and Dreamland just couldn't find a way to make a second catch to turn the series around. And Race Car finishes 3 wins in a row here to speed into the grand finals. First one locked in and ready to go. But Dreamland not down and out yet. They were able to make Race Car bleed in that matchup, but not able to get the pin, the 1-2-3. So they are still in the tournament, though. They will be taking on Lunex in the lower bracket finals. One more chance to try and get their run back against Race Car, and that in fact is the match we've got up next on broadcast before we will go to Race Car, and whoever wins that one as the final match of the tournament. And I am very much looking forward to it. But before we get into that match with Dreamland and Lunex, we will take a very short break to give everybody a breather from an intense set and get ready for the next one, so don't go anywhere.
3 teams remain at the end of the day. It's now time for the lower bracket finals and a rematch for the ages. A best of 5 on the line between Dreamland and Lunex. Last go around, Dreamland pulled off the upset, lost the first domination, came back with a reverse sweep of the best of 3. Welcome back, everyone. I'm Vaudible in the host seat for the rest of the show today, but we got CB, Diatonic, and Shibby to bring you all the action. And this is going to be a pretty great one. I mean, we've had some intense series so far. We finally saw Race Car go down by a single map. They weren't undefeated all the way. I'm sure they're kind of annoyed a little bit about that, but they can't be too annoyed because they're guaranteed in the $9,000 prize pool. Minimum they can go home with is $3,000 for their team. A lot on the line for that. But let's take a look at the bracket and see how we got here. And Shibby, I'm going to go to you first. I mean, what's been your most surprising loss that we might have seen so far? Your most favorite series? Anything that really comes to mind for you from the history of our bracket so far?
You asked this question knowing probably what my favorite series is. It's going to be, yeah, we lost 2-1ing Na'Vi and sending them to lowers. Like,
sometimes questions are rhetorical.
Exactly.
Yeah, I mean, you don't gotta ask me twice. But if I'm putting my personal bias aside, I honestly think, and this is crazy, maybe a bit of future sight, this might be the best series in the bracket. Dreamland versus Lunex. I'm not just saying that because it's the one coming up, but this could be a very banger back and forth, especially because we have potentially 5 maps to go to.
It's going to be great. I hope we do go the distance. We could see another 3-1. Of course, I wouldn't be too surprised by that, especially with Lunex after they just dominated the competition against Extinction. Extinction, the Cinderella team that could, got into the top 4 over Yaoi Lost. The roster, mind you, who did take down Na'Vi initially from that upper bracket. So there's been some trials and tribulations a lot of these teams have gone through to get to this point in time, but we're finally at our top 3. Knocking on the door of the grand finals is both Dreamland and Lunex, but only one of them can move forward for a rematch. Race Car will have to see if they will be ready and waiting and paying attention to the series. But Diatonic, tell me a little bit about this Dreamland roster. We saw some good looks from them in that last series. You threw a question my way about what they could do to improve, but what are you hoping to see from this team instead?
I really don't want to see them lose heart or lose hope, right? You know, Race Car has been the dominant team throughout this tournament, and the first map that we're taken off of them, we're taken by Dreamland here. So, you know, a tough loss there in the back 3 maps of that series, but you want to see them get back on their feet, brush themselves off, and get into this match and take it seriously. Of course, you know, like you said, a rematch here. Dreamland did beat Lunex 2-1 back a couple rounds ago in the upper bracket here, but now, you know, Lunex, I wonder how much have they been tempered by the fire, right? A tough matchup with Na'Vi for them as well. So, you know, I really just want to see them get back on the horse here because, you know, not only do they have this match left, but potentially they've got to find an answer in the rematch against the Race Car that waits them if they can take this lower bracket final.
Lot on the line for this series. CB, you've been following the journey of Lunex for quite some time. Do they have it in them to take Dreamland down, get the revenge from the upper bracket, having to go through that lowers run against Na'Vi and then Extinction, and then the final journey here as well?
I mean, that really is the question, isn't it? And I wish I had an answer for you, but the truth is I don't, because if you look at history, who was it that put Lunex down in this lower bracket to begin with? It was Dreamland. If you want to take a step further back, look at MRC. Who was it that put Lunex in the lower bracket back in MRC Season 5? It was Team Guilty, which if you put your glasses on, it was Dreamland.
Wait a minute.
So they've tried twice to get the better of Dreamland, and both times they've been knocked down to the lower bracket for it, but this is the first time that they have met their old nemesis in that lower bracket yet again with a shot at grand finals on the line. Do they have it in them? I gotta be honest, I don't know. And for someone like me who has been following this roster so closely and has been so high on this roster, it's a bit of a scary proposition.
It's a tough spot for both of these teams to find themselves in, right? A lot up in the air, a lot of questions remain around who will confidently take this victory. And I feel like whoever does get this victory needs to do it confidently. If it goes the distance to map 5, I feel like that benefits Race Car even more so. And looking at Lunex's composition here, talking about that, Shivy, what do they need to focus on to get the win?
I really like the point that you brought up earlier today where, like, maybe Rymazing, in the same sense as Spark Chief, stop kind of messing with the D tiers, the F tiers, and just start picking the good stuff. right? I mean, I know it sounds super simple. I know it sounds like very basic analysis. Oh, pick the good stuff that's left up on the board. But when you're facing a team like Dreamland, you saw what Racecar did. They just kind of took what was given to them. They saved the Daredevil. If you've got a power pick, a power duelist that you really want to save for yourself on Lunex's side, hand it over to Usher, hand it over to Rymazing, and let them honestly go to town here. I think Crimzoteki, solid Vanguard line, and Kurova, always the X factor on any team he's on, because Dreamland like to leave that Atom open for themselves, but now you're going to give it to the best Atom in the world?
Yeah, that's been the struggle for a lot of teams, is they've just been leaving these heroes open for Lunex. And hopefully Dreamland, they picked up some of the tips that they learned from themselves in the past of yesterday's history against that Lunex roster, and are able to figure out exactly what they need to do with that. I mean, talking about, you know, the history of these two teams and their journey up to this point, one's been a little bit easier than the other. As you can see, Dreamland, the only loss that they've had so far is against Racecar. They had a 2-1 against Yeah We Lost, but they still came out on top. Really close one at that, mind you. And then Lunex, of course, they had to reverse sweep that series. On the other end, Lunex, I feel like they've had a bit more of a struggle towards the end of their journey here. Yes, it was Dreamland that took them down, but they also had to play against Na'Vi a couple of times here too and go to a map 3 there. Na'Vi also had to go to a map 3 even before that, so they had a decent warm-up, but I think Lunex, all eyes on them to see what they can do to bounce back, get this victory, and go to that grand finals, because a lot of teams going into this tournament were expecting Na'Vi and Lunex to be the grand finalists. A lot of people weren't even thinking of Racecar in the terms of the equation that could be a team to get there, but now we've all been proven wrong, of course. So only one of these teams can rise. And before we get to the Bands of Protection, which we will be in a moment, I just want a quick prediction. CB, who you think is going to take it?
I'm going to vote with my heart, not my mind this time around, and I'm going to go with Lunex. I think, you know, maybe they might just have it in them, but that is on a wing and a prayer, because Dreamland have been this team's kryptonite over and over again, and I'm just hoping just this one time that the heroes of the story win.
Okay, one for Lunex. What about you, Diatonic?
You know, I think Dreamland taking that first map off of Racecar is huge, and it's a great moment for them. But Lunex is a roster that throughout this tournament has kind of been forged in fire. A tough path for them, like you were talking about, against some of the toughest teams in the tournament here. I'm going to go with Lunex on this one.
Okay. Shop production as well, getting these up on the fly. That's awesome. I didn't even prep them for this.
Yeah.
That's huge. Shibby, who are you going with? Are we sweeping the desk on Lunex, or are we changing our minds here?
I just slammed 4,000 channel points on Dreamland. I'm robbing everybody in chat. I see all of you guys. Give me your money.
I'm gonna give you my bookies info, because like I said, I'm with my heart, not my mind on this one. I might be going broke.
That's valid. I have to split the desk on this one. I'm going Dreamland as well, just because of the history of these two rosters. It happened in MRC, it happened in the upper bracket, and I think it's gonna happen again. But give us 5 maps, please. It'd be great to see if we can go the distance for this series and not just be done with 3 maps in a row for either of these squads. You know they're gonna give it their all throughout that ban and protect phase and see who's going to come out on top on the end of it. We know that there's going to be a double Gambit ban coming in momentarily, because that's just been the story of these bans and protects. No one has let Gambit through. I think maybe once it was Na'Vi just for fun, and then they realized, oh, this is the reason why we don't do that. So
hey, we don't do that here. We can't let the King of Thieves through, because I know bro's gotten a few nerfs, but he is still busted, especially if once you get those ults online. Like it's like the opposite of the Heartbreaker from Rogue. Like you just control the tempo of the whole fight, especially if it's unmirrored.
It's going to be tough. I think a lot of focuses that we might see again, which has been typically been happening for these ban and protect phase, is the Loki and the Mantis. And even what we saw, you know, with Racecar, them prioritizing Daredevil, I think because there's so much focus on the Gambit ban at the start, Shibby, that it makes it so much more difficult in the current meta for teams to target ban at the start.
Yeah, you have to throw one ban to Gambit. So with Dreamland, unfortunately, they're kind of playing in a catch-22 situation. We saw what Racecar are able to do. Hey, we're going to protect the Daredevil, and you can't do anything about it. You don't have the ability to ban it out, because you have to ban that Gambit in the first round, and you're very hell-bent on either saving one of Loki or Mantis and banning the other. So what do? You don't have the proper counter to the Daredevil. So if Lunex have that in their pocket, which I hope they do, is looking a little rough for Dreamland. I'm interested to see if they swap up their strategies. Maybe they've got something in their back pocket. Maybe they go back to the well on that Punisher comp with the Soul Resurgence.
Could be the case. A couple of different options that they can go for. I mean, random domination makes it a little bit more difficult and spicy for some of these teams because they can't strategize until they get to the ban and protect phase on what they want to focus on, depending on the map, right? You can see Burn and T'Challa, you play a little bit differently than Hell's Heaven, and even Krakoa as well. We've seen a lot more of those one-sided as we were talking about at the start of the day. So really depends on like what that first map is going to be. CB, since you've seen so much of Lunex, which map do you think benefits them the most?
I think they've got a pretty good track record when it comes to Krakoa. So I think if you're Dreamland, you kind of want to avoid that one like the plague, because like Lunex have 3 or 4 different looks that can just wipe you off the face of the map on that map. It's hard to be a little redundant there, but like whether it's the Helen Namor with the Angela and just setting up the front line for success when it comes to this poke composition, or whether it's the Adam Warlock compositions with like the Mantis, have Amazing pick up that Mantis. There's a lot of different looks for this team on Krakoa, and I think you don't want to go toe-to-toe with them there.
It's going to be entertaining, to say the least, on how the series is going. We're just waiting on the teams to powder their noses and get ready for the big show. So eventually they'll be able to show up for their call time. But in the meantime, Diatonic, any specific bans or protects that you're looking out for from either of these sides that we might not have been seeing up to this point that would be crucial for them to get one step closer to victory, at least on domination here?
Yeah, well, I mean, we already talked about it. Gambit ban going to come in, and I've always wondered, do teams even comment? Do we bother saying like, hey, let's ban Gambit first? But anyway, I mean, as far as Lunex is concerned, right, I've seen this time and time again throughout Ignite, through every tournament I've watched that involves Korova. Watch out for the Adam Warlock. Once he gets it out, if it's working, you gotta adjust it. Do not let this man have Adam for free. I've been screaming it from the heavens for months now. Do not let it get away.
So okay, the fact that we're going to Burn into T'Challa though does actually kind of bring forth that kind of Adam Warlock discussion, because Dreamland played Adam Warlock on this map against Racecard just now, and they won it. So I think that's something that's going to be on both teams' radars here.
Yeah, could definitely see that happen. Mantis Protect very likely as well. We did see potential for them to like lock into Adam Warlock, but they're like, no, we're going to go for the Mantis. We want the damage boost. And with the triple strategist that we've seen happen so often from these teams, like Mantis is just a namesake of a hero that's been played time and time again. Loki bans, not too surprising. I mean, Chibi, there's been so much focus on Loki in general and trying to see if you can have that one-sided just so it's better for that triple strategist.
And the fact of the matter is, Lunex is the team that's going for that one-sided Loki, which then opens it up to a potential one-sided Loki Adam Res composition. What's better than one Res? Vaudable, two Reses. Wait, two.
Oh, man. Getting rid of the specific duelists, though, on either side. I mean, we've seen the Namor ban time and time again from Lunex. Not too surprised on that one. And some more poke focus as well from Dreamland on the Phoenix. Do we see CB the Rocket Raccoon surface at all from Lunex, do you think?
I gotta be honest, I don't think at this stage they really need to. They're gonna go for Magneto Protect as well, so potentially could ban that one out and have a one-sided mag. True. And then you get your Loki, you get your Cloak and Dagger, you still have access to the Atom. The only thing you're really losing out with on this point in time is the Mantis, so I don't think you have to go so deep in the toolkit that you have to bust out the rocket. Sure, it's there, but I think it's more likely Dreamland might end up being the ones having to reach for that one.
Ooh, the double Namor ban. No one is allowed to have it. Neither the team up. If they ban Namor, most people haven't really been playing Hela as much single-handedly outside of it. But there is the Protect. We were talking about if it comes through. Are they doing it or are they doing Invisible Woman? I don't think if they don't do it, then it will be Invisible Woman on the other end of things. So it is the Adam Warlock Protect for Dreamland. That is massive. I mean, Chibi, break this down onto why that is going to be so important for Dreamland's strategy.
I mean, they're the Atom comp, right? They're the other one besides Lunex. You could argue maybe if you're feeling a bit spicy, the great value version of Lunex's res composition at times. I was hoping they would go for the one-sided Atom, because now, again, this opens up Lunex specifically for that Loki Atom res composition, and 2 reses are better than 1, at least that's what I believe, as well as the one-sided Mantis does allow them to go for some interesting triple strat composition. They can still go back to that well of that Punisher, Mantis composition that got them that win over Racecar. But I'm sure at this point in time, Lunex are prepared for it with that Magneto save.
Ooh, there's some interesting information that was just given to us by our producer, but I'm going to leave that one up to our casters to take us into Burn to Jala, map number 1. It's the lower final. CB and Diatonic, take it away.
Yeah, and a big rematch coming in here. Lunex down here meeting Dreamland in the lower bracket, looking to shake off their demons here, the team that put them down in the lower bracket in the first place. Of course, Dreamland looking to keep those grand finals dreams alive. They made it a long way in the upper bracket before Race Car finally dropped them down here. So now, Lunex, time for them to say hello to some old friends from several rounds ago, and I am so excited to see these two clash here.
Here's a couple interesting things from the pick and ban phase we didn't really get to touch on, is that the Magneto did actually manage to go through. Lunex opting not to go for that and instead going for the group ban, I think to deny the potential for the team up. But Dreamland bringing Renko out on that Adam Warlock, and Lunex are not going to be doing it. Instead, Rymazing going to be on the Daredevil, so they are just going to play for the double cloak and dagger.
Yeah, I'm playing for an early first KO here. Madara on the track with that Doctor Strange there, making a double KO to start things off for Dreamland here. That way, Grand Finals Dream looking quite strong here in the opening moments of this series. 3 KOs for Madara, starting things off. Point unlocked, and Dreamland will take the first cap here. Big start for them.
I'm wondering if Lunex opt to go for any sort of swaps here, or if they just kind of bank on the fact that Dreamland are going to be playing farther back on the point and use that for space. But the problem is you don't really have enough damage to bully Madara back, so he basically just gets to get right up in your face and brawl. And he's even doing that right now to deny Yusher the angle he wants to be on. And sure, yeah, again, like you can just send Rymazing up there to try and bully him, but even that's not going to be enough damage, especially when the healing is there. You're really just charging up the strategist ults.
Yeah, staying super oppressive with here. Dreamland trying to create some space for themselves here, but Lunex not giving an inch either here. They are able to at least make a little bit of progress on the retake here. Not going to secure it yet, but Renko going to pick up one onto Rymazing, a Daredevil Rymazing this time, already back in the spawn room. Flamme there on the Loki off out and ready to go here. Eternal Bond copied. Dreamland's got 2. Lunex still 1 in the bank on that Goddess of Death as well. They are going to start racking up some ultimates here. Big Strangling Prisoner coming in for Crimso, and the pendulum swings once more Lunex's direction here. They'll find the KOs, but Renko coming in with the first Karmic Revival of this series, first of many that you're gonna see here, and Dreamland will lose control of the point, but the fight rages on.
Now with the final judgment just burning right through the Meteor M, and Techie gonna go down in the embers alongside it. Rymazing thinning down Stinkers. It's 2K. Dreamland looking to try and regain control here, but now there is that Goddess of Death and a Meteor M coming out from Chuckles to absorb all the damage, and a little bit thrown right back in your face, but not able to confirm the KO here. And Lunex are doing a good job at the very least of holding on here and denying that flip coming out. And there's a Doctor Strange TP now going to come out from Techie to get Lunex back on the front line, but they keep bleeding soldiers one by one, so it's a very staggered fight here for Lunex, and Dreamland are coming up ahead. It's just a matter of time.
Yeah, kind of feeding them to the grinder here as they jump through one by one. Dreamland still not able to make the flip, but they might do it here on the backs of many members of Dreamland. KOs left and right. Almost everybody managing to pop up at least once in the KO feed there. So big retake here for Dreamland. Lunex not able to catch up on capture progress yet, though Lunex does buy themselves some econ wins here. They'll come back with 2 ultimates and maybe a God of Mischief as well, the Loki ult there from Flamme. But the question here is, will that mid ult swing here for Dreamland as this fight breaks out help them, or will Lunex make the retake?
It's gonna be Rymazing letting the devil out just right on top of the entire team, but Renko is completely safe. You saw him for a brief second there playing so far away from the rest of the team, so Dreamland are happy to throw their lives away if need be. They can just play with Reckless Abandon into what Lunex are bringing to the table here, as Kurova off that Eternal Bond is able to find 2. Yusher takes down Renko, and there's not going to be a cocoon for that one, so Dreamland are going to get the opportunity to go for the res, and they have to concede the point over to Lunex, but at 95%, I think that might still be a win here for Dreamland. The one problem, though, is that you have that Karmic Revival still on the field, but that's so much stronger when you can hide your Atom, when you're in control of the point. All Lunex have to do really is send Rymazing in to scout him out and then try and force that cocoon out early, and suddenly that res is a lot less of a threat. You can already see he's got that Sonic Pursuit on the Atom specifically.
Yeah, turning into a game of where in the world is Adam Warlock here, but the question is, where is Stinkers on the point with that final judgment here, raining down onto Lunex, finding some damage, 1 KO coming out of that one, but Amazing gonna even the odds here, and Lunex will turn it around in this fight. Truckle's going up for the Meteor M, but no members of Lunex KO'd here, and it is looking rough for Dreamland. Born again comes through, but shut down by Lunex here. I really thought the Adam Warlock timing was gonna come in clutch, but now Lunex might close out this point.
Is a little bit too greedy to try and go for the full team res, and Amazing again with that Sonic Pursuit scattered it out. There's going to be a strange CP now that comes out from Dreamland, so all hands on deck on the point here, but look at Lunex. They scouted this. They have the high ground, Amazing letting the Devil out, and there's no Stratus to try and soak up all this damage, so it's all on Madara with this Eye of Agamotto, but he's not going to have a second chance at life. He's not going to have healing as Renko and Velocity are already taking a dirt nap.
No, just no clear window for them to pop it off here. All of Dreamland going down. Full ace for Lunex, and Lunex starting strong here in this best of 5. They will take point number 1.
And it's so hard to try and play this Adam Warlock comp against a Daredevil because he always knows where you are. He's got wall hacks. He might be blind, but he can see through walls. It's a paradox, but it works, you know? And it's something that Lunex are very privy to because they've got the Adam Warlock in their backline. If you think that Kurova is good playing the Adam Warlock, he is just as good playing against it and leading the charge for his team, calling out where he's going to be playing and just saying, Amazing, sick 'em, boy.
Yeah, insanely vital information coming through from Kurova, and yeah, you're 100% right. Whether he's on the Adam or against the Adam, a big boon here to this Lunex squad all tournament long, and coming in super clutch here as well. Leading the charge though, Flamme on the ace again with the Loki. Lots of Loki MVPs we've seen, and Madara on the other side though, doing everything he can to bring this team to bear here. So a very hotly contested point number 1 map, far from over here. I'm calling maybe a 3-pointer here. 2 ultimates, 1 for each team ready to go. So a little bit of a slower start here, but I'm curious to see where things fall when they butt heads here.
I think both of the ultimates that are online, you're going to want to try and wait for the opportune moment for. Like, you're not going to try and go aggressive. I mean, maybe Madara goes aggressive with the Eye of Agamotto. We've seen him do it a few times, but I think you have a much higher chance of just letting Flamme charge up this God of Mischief and then go aggressive with an Eternal Bond here and use that to reclaim space. But you have to be careful because Dreamland are building up to a fair bit of ult of their own, and Chime has bested Usher, so now you have no choice but to invest to try and make up for this loss in manpower.
Yeah, big early pick here for Dreamland, and a invisible boundary as well coming out from Velocity here. Support ults left and right, strangling Prison coming out from Crimzo, but they can't quite secure the damage. Huge Eye of Agamotto there for Madara. Books up 1 or 2 stuns onto Lunex here, but it is Lunex quickly scrambling to the top of the hill here as they will take down half of Dreamland, and looking for some more here. Chuckle's still in the mix, throwing haymakers left and right. Not enough to turn the tide of battle here though. Techie will chase off the last of Dreamland, and Lunex will have the first cap here. Big opening for Lunex on point number 2 as well, but a lot of ultimates here for Dreamland, so they are going to come back aggressive.
Yeah, but what did I say before on Warrior Falls? Like, that Karmic Revival from Renko, it only really matters when you are in control of the point and you can hide your Adam and have him play safely. It's the same story again. Amazing can just go hunt him down and force out the cocoon early, force him to maybe try and go for a res late, and by then he's already there waiting to deny it. So Lunex, despite being behind in ultimates, are going to be ahead in a lot of other key resources, but this final judgment from Stinkers should be enough to turn the tide if he can burn down at least 1. But Techie with the Meteor M, it's not going to be enough. Stinkers finds his target.
Yeah, need more damage coming out from Lunex here as Dreamland aggressive with it, letting the Devil out now. Amazing to put some damage down. Flamme, Usher, and Amazing, they're picking up KOs across the board. Renko gets the opportunity here for the Karmic Revival, will get the res just in time here. So the rest of his team standing on the point here, but they've got to try and convert here. They need some more value out of that res here. Just bodies alone, not enough to turn the tide. Flamme on the ground, Eternal Bond ready to go here as Dreamland falling once again here. And just as quickly as this team got out of the grave, they are back in it.
And Lunex are so good at playing the space game. They know that that res comes out right up against the pit. There's nowhere for Dreamland to back up to. I mean, it's worse than having a wall behind your back. So all Lunex have to do is invest that Eternal Bond from Flamme, and they reclaim all of the space again. And Dreamland just don't have any agency in the fight because there's no safe place to play. And Lunex, they just get to sit comfortable. And now with the Strangling Prison coming out, is going to force reactive plays from Dreamland. They don't have the tools to reclaim, even if they can survive here.
Yeah, they do make it out of the tangling roots from the Garud here. Amazing KO yet again by Dreamland. Usher taking down Stinker, shot down out the sky here. Hella all overhead from Usher as well, trying to convert on this attack here. Chuckle swinging in on the Venom here, finding marks left and right, but not a lot of KOs coming through just yet. Lunex, meanwhile, 98% and counting on their capture progress here, and a strange portal comes in from Rymazing. Refresh the troops here as overtime starting to take away. Stinkers looking to make a splash on the point there on the Star-Lord, but alone just not enough here. OT ticking down, and Lunex will take map number 1.
You don't bring an Adam Warlock res comp up against Lunex. They wrote the book on how to play this composition. You're not going to beat Korova at his own game, boy. Stop trying.
You know, I mad respect for them for bringing it to the table here, but they have learned a very valuable lesson here. Right now, it seems like in this matchup, there is only one golden god on the table, and it is on the side of Lunex there. Flamme, of course, big impacts there. The Eternal Bonds coming in clutch, very consistent on those all throughout this tournament. But yeah, a strong opening here for Lunex, dominating 2 points to none here, and the scoreboard will tell you a lot more about this matchup. Of course, Stinker's putting down a lot of damage there on the side of Dreamland, but again, just one Star-Lord alone, not enough to turn the tide of battle here when Lunex is so clearly firing on all cylinders.
And a lot of that damage just ends up being donated over to Flamme's ult bank, so he'll be happy to take that and build it up to another God of Mischief. And every single time he's using these Eternal Bonds, like you say, and it's coming up clutch, you're seeing times like one of the first fights that Lunex won on Warrior Falls, they were down a man, but Flamme says, I do not care. I will simply duplicate the Cloak and Dagger, pop this ultimate, and then Crimzo says, aye, Captain, throws the Strangling Prison down range, and then the Terror Cape comes in, and there's the follow-up. It's just so clinical and so clean, and they can do it even when they're down a man. That is confidence and ability to trust in the plan and execute on that plan, and it's something that we just haven't seen from Dreamland.
Yeah, I mean, there's a couple of key things here that Dreamland's got to clean up. You know, point number 1, very, very competitive for them, but it feels like Lunex quickly understood how to counter the Renko Adam Warlock, and once they did that, it felt like Dreamland just didn't have a plan to fall back on. You know, plus, in addition to that, it felt like they were just kind of throwing bodies to the machine here, you know, especially that portal there on point number 1. You know, they kind of just walked through one by one and got taken out, so got to come together as a team, got to be more flexible with the strategy, and got to work together here because the Lunex locked in here and they are walking in lockstep with each other.
So I'm going to ask you, and I think you and I both have the same answer, is like, what do you do against Lunex here? How do you change the strategy? And I guess more importantly, what do you not do against Lunex as you go into your first map pick here?
Well, I can tell you predicted what I was going to say because you don't bring the Adam Warlock comp against them, okay? Look, if Korova starts bringing it out right now is the time, you know, let's see that Adam Warlock in the ban phase. But no, the number one thing, do not bring Korova's own strategy up against him because they were well prepared for that, clearly.
I mean, I guess the silver lining is that if you do bring it, you know that they're not going to play it, but it's because they know how to counter it. They're just going to beat you on it. Like, why would I mirror this composition when I know how to beat it is what they're saying. And it literally is just as simple as Korova being like, all right, if I was Renko, where would I be? Rymazing, go get him.
I was going to say, I haven't seen enough Rymazing Daredevil before, but yeah, clinical stuff from them. I mean, setting up, knocking them down, hunting them down, like you said, you know, a nice little where's Waldo, but where's Adam instead? And they had the lock on them there on map number 1, ready for map number 2, trying to brush themselves off. Dreamland looking to turn things around on Yggdrasil path. CD, I don't know, how do we feel about Yggdrasil for Dreamland here, at least, trying to get on the board?
I mean, I kind of feel like, you know, if your options are either Convoy or Convergence, all the Convoy maps are going to kind of play in that same style where you're like, don't reach for that, Adam. Like, please do not. Like, it's an option and it's there. I mean, and Central Park also kind of plays to that as well. But I feel like, you know, you can still try and play other things on Yggdrasil path. You know, just ditch the Adam and just go for like the full like Moon Knight composition with maybe the maybe you put Chime or Stinkers on the Storm and just try and play that. Like, we've already seen that is a full composition. You don't have to just play it just for the spawn break. It is competent right now, especially with how strong Moon Knight is. Gonna see a Daredevil Protect coming out from Lunex, and I think that is going to be their attack dog once again. Like, Rye on that is just going to deny Dreamland. Like, sure, play Adam if you want. We do not care. Like,
yeah, that's really the signal of just don't do it again. Like, whether or not we'll see the Daredevil come out, you know, I think is dependent on whether they try Adam again. And I don't love the idea. Lunex, they're banning out the Namor, so we've seen a lot of Namor bans lately, especially in the back half of this tournament here. Of course, stopping the team up with Hela, but yeah, it seems like Namor is a new favorite in the ban phase. I've noticed more lately.
Here's one thing, though. I think Dreamland have also scouted out something that you and I both called out, and it was the ability for Flamme to use those God of Mischiefs to duplicate the Eternal Bond and get a ton of space off the back of that. Dreamland securing a one-sided Loki means that you're only going to have the one to hang your hat on. So a Protect onto the Cloak and Dagger, Kurova is going to have to play that. And I think now, if you want to try and leverage that to its full potential, you have to reach for a Magneto ban on your side. But even still, there is that opportunity for... Okay, no, they're going to go for the Groot instead. All right, both teams with the Cloak and Dagger protects. Both teams going to have to deal with a Magneto on either side. So I think we're going to be seeing some pancakes.
Yeah, definitely prepare for that here. I do like this ban phase. I think Dreamland playing it a bit smart here. The Groot ban hurts for sure on something like Yggdrasil Path. I don't love to see him off the table for them here, but plenty of time here. It is a best of 5. Lunex take map number 1 here. A strong start for them, but I don't know. I mean, plenty of time for Dreamland to turn things around, but they've got to work together here.
I mean, I guess like on a map like this, the Groot ban, like you said, does kind of hurt, but it is still optional. There are other things you can play to try and make up for that deficit. But the thing is, we're always hyping up the Moon Knight because we've seen a lot of him this tournament, and this map is another one of those places that he likes to come out to play. You don't necessarily need the Strangling Prison to combo with the Hand of Khonshu. There's a lot of other things you can use, or you can just use it raw to try and deny space. Currently, though, neither team is going to be reaching for that one, as Lunex don't feel they need that for the spawn break. Just Dreamland don't feel they'll need that for the spawn break, as they're going to be on the attack first. Lunex, they do have the Groot, and they will be bringing him to the front lines there. And alongside a Luna Snow and Cloak and Dagger backline. No triple. It's a 2-2-2, but it is an aggressive one.
Yeah, lots of options on the table for both teams. I expect to see some swaps here pretty early on, depending how these first couple of engagements go. But Dreamland on the attack first, and they are pushing out aggressive here, taking some pressure onto Lunex. Lunex is going to walk it back, give themselves some space here. So potential for them to wipe Dreamland out here and stand right in front of that cart and stop them from even getting back on to the payload here. And Stinkers go get the Star-Lord here. They are down 1, though. Chuckles already sent back to spawn on the Venom here. Lunex came up first KO here on map number 2.
Lunex doing a great job of punishing Chuckles overextending, because that is the key way that Dreamland are able to take space right now, is they send Chuckles in, everyone has to peel back to try and deal with the Venom, and that's when, like you saw, Stinkers go in to try and deal with it, but Chuckles, I think, just got CC'd a little bit too hard and got forced back, and now it's in uncomfortable territory for Dreamland, as Raimazing has access to the backline, so they have to keep their head on a swivel, looking for that blind lawyer lurking in the backline.
Yeah, definitely a different kind of challenge coming Dreamland's way here. And a couple of ultimates too. Strangling Prison now coming out from Crimzo, and a Fate of Both Worlds on the ground ready to go. Dreamland going to respond with a lot of damage coming out here. And Madara overhead with Meteor in as well here. So a lot of ults committed to this fight. They do take down Crimzo on the Groot here. That's Chuckles finishing him off here with a couple ults left in the bank. And they are going to try to convert on this one here. Rinko on the ground with the Eternal Bond as well. And overhead there, finally Yusher Holt that Insong Inferno, but letting it fly here. They will find Chime in the midst of this chaos here, but Dreamland find a couple more here, so a bit of a mix here. Strange Portal coming out as well, so Crimzo trying to buy some time for the team to get back up here, but Dreamland looking pretty good on this offensive run so far.
I mean, yeah, but like, while that fight was playing out, Lunex have flipped the point, so it's not moving anywhere, and Dreamland have to completely wipe Lunex off the point to even get it moving again, and now Rai gonna let the devil out. Yusher with an early frag there onto Stinkers, and Dreamland are forced to invest to try and make up for that one. They will trade out Yusher, and that's a good look. It's forcing Crimzo to try and peel back to help with the rest of the team, but I just don't know if it's gonna be enough to displace Chuckles here, and all of this is space given over to Dreamland as they continue this offense. Rai trying to deflect for his life, but his life is over. Renko, the Grim Reaper, getting revenge for all of those times where his Adam Warlock got hunted down. Now he is the hunter.
Yeah, it feels like they kind of split Lunex's attention a couple directions, and underneath all of that fighting, though, Lunex looked good there. Dreamland able to flip that the payload and finish off this checkpoint number 1 back up to about 4 minutes on the clock here, and they are still on the move. They pushed up quite a bit away from the card here. They've got 2 ultimates. Lunex has 2 ultimates, but there's an Insong Inferno coming from both teams very quickly here. Now 4 online for Dreamland, and they're going to let him rip here. All 4 ults coming out, so a big burst of damage here. Lunex responding in kind. Flamay taken down, picked off early, still holding the Luna ult as well. So one big support ult offline in the middle of this fight here. But Techie and Yusher fighting back against Dreamland here. All ultimates committed by Dreamland. Lunex still playing their cards a bit close to their chest here. Crimzo and Flamay will hold their ult here, but Dreamland halfway to checkpoint number 2, and a bit of a road bump here coming from Lunex.
Got a mischief for the Eternal Bond. Gonna give Dreamland the space they need to try and reclaim here. Flamay, off of getting pancaked from that previous Meteor M, is now back to the fight, letting the dance floor fly, and wants to square up with Dreamland, but you can see they don't want to tango, knowing that they are now going to be at that healing deficit, but they're able to burst through. Once it expires, Chime takes down Flamay, and now Dreamland are in the driver's seat. Lunex trying to wrestle control back now. Crimzo with the Feast of the Abyss, and Rymazing with that Let the Devil Out, but they're not able to confirm any KOs off the back of it. Dreamland, seemingly dry, are able to stabilize here, but Crimzo goes back in for one more cannonball off the high dive, takes down Velocity. Renko gonna fall as well, and I think that might be enough to force Dreamland back from whence they came, at least for now.
Yeah, unfortunately, short-lived sustain there for Dreamland. Kind of on the back foot here, looking for an answer halfway down the map. They've still got 2 minutes left to go, so some time here for sure. Lunex, though, on the ult charge. They've got a couple, but after those 2 ults go off, they are going to be dry for quite a while here. Dreamland is going to be charging up several here. We saw them use a lot in the last fight and not get a ton of value on it, so they need to convert here. Velocity's got the Loki ult ready to go. There's 4 of them now online, and Stinker's not too far behind on that Galactic Legend here. Big early pick onto Rymazing. Daredevil taken out of the equation for now. Lunex throwing down a couple of ultimates here, but they are not converting either. They will find Renko, though. Techie finishing him off, and now as the dust settles a little bit, Stinkers overhead. Big Galactic Legend coming through. Double KO at least here. Looking to finish off Techie as Rymazing back in the fight in an aerial Daredevil here, but most of Lunex sent back to the spawn. Dreamland will flip the payload back in their direction, and they've still got 3 ults to show for it.
I like the discipline from Madara and also the ult tracking as well, to realize that Flamay is not up there to that Fate of Both Worlds yet, so all you really have to do is just let that Eternal Bond from Kurova expire. You don't have to burn the Meteor M to try and pancake Kurova there. You just gotta wait for it to expire, then send Stinkers in with that Galactic Legend, and there's not gonna be that second ult online to be able to shut it down. So Dreamland's inching closer towards the checkpoint here, now about to get the cap. Lunex on the point, trying to deny it, but Dreamland want to hold on to their space, and now that Meteor M is going to come out, and he's hunting for Flamay, but he can't quite find his man.
Yeah, desperately in need of this time refresh here, but not without crossing through. Lunex first here. They are throwing ults down. Dreamland looking for some kind of breakthrough or a tear in the fabric that they can cling onto, but can't quite find it yet. Lunex in control of the Halo now, but bodies dropping here. Velocity, Chuckles, Stinkers, you name a member of Dreamland, and they are in your KO feed now. Rymazing, the only one able to walk away, buying a little bit of time, but he goes down as well. Dreamland will find the break they needed. 1:45 on the clock for them, and they are looking at the 3rd and final checkpoint here on map number 2.
Some swaps coming out from Lunex, though. Yusher over onto the Namor. Flamay went to the Rocket for a second, but now back over onto the Luna Snow. A little bit of indecisiveness now showing from Lunex. They have the ultimates to try and win this fight, but I'm wondering if they have a coherent plan here, or if it is just desperation, kind of feeling like their control of this map is slipping and they need to try and get control of this defense once again. They have the ults to do it, like I said, but the question is, then what?
Right. It's about that next step after everything gets activated. When the dust settles and you're back to neutral, what do you do? What is the strategy here? There is one ult coming out from Kurova there. Eternal Bond on the ground. That will create some space here, and Kurova will pick up a 2-piece there onto Dreamland, while Rymazing in the mix as well, holding on to that Devil, not letting him out quite yet here. But that is the question. Is this Lunex defense has posed a lot of questions to Dreamland, and though it's been tight sometimes, they have found the answers to them. So what does Lunex need to throw at them to shut this down for good?
They need that Horn of Proteus. They need to combo it real fast with this Strangling Prison. There is the Meteor M coming out from Techie, looking to try and find Velocity, but he's gone in way too deep. We can't find Pay Dirt with that Meteor M, so that's a big resource taken off the field there. And an End Song Inferno from Chime is going to wipe the field clean. Chuckles is there with the cleanup, and that is 4 KOs. Lunex just sent right back to spawn, and now with 20 seconds left in the time bank, there is still that aforementioned combination. Crimson with the Strangling Prison and Yusher with that Horn of Proteus, and there might not be a defensive utility online for Dreamland unless Renko can manage to hit the fade of all time. That Dark Teleportation has to be frame perfect.
Yeah, Feast of the Abyss looking like local Chinese buffet of the Abyss here. Dreamland on their final fight here, potentially as time ticks away here. One pick from Velocity onto Rymazing. Stinkers overhead yet again. Satellite here on that Galactic Legend to try and get through enough not enough damage put down here though, and he is going to be scrambling off the point. Rinko, Eternal Bond coming down now as well. They are looking to lock in here, and heals dug into the point. Big Horde of Proteus comes up and over, but does not stop the Dreamland roll here. Less than 1 meter to go, and they will clear the map here.
I was eyeballing that Horn of Proteus combo with the group, but I don't know if either Lunex were on the same wavelength or if Dreamland just went hyper aggressive and forced Crimzo to flinch, because that Strangling Prison got nothing. I think was trying to maybe catch Dreamland off guard going, right up to the spawn door, maybe try and confirm a KO or two, but it just didn't pan out. So, I mean, Dreamland essentially get all of that for free. It really felt like a non-fight there, just two teams jostling for position and Lunex struggling to get out of the spawn door, while Dreamland just claimed all of the space for their own off the back of Stinker's Galactic Legend. Again, doesn't find any KOs, but it zones Dreamland out. All they can do is find the nearest foxhole and dig their head into it.
I was going to say, very surprising scoreboard here, too. Almost everybody on Dreamland, 20 elims plus. They did struggle to get through that Lunex defense, but Lunex is not converting on a lot of these KOs here. So definitely got to shore up the numbers here. But Lunex on the offensive here, 3 points captured for Dreamland. So they will have to clear the map and take this thing to extra rounds if they want to get to an early match point. So the question now becomes, what does Dreamland's defensive strategy going in here? They are going to be rocking triple support here. Madara on the Rogue this time. Triple Vanguard, triple support, with Madara on that Rogue. Chuckles over to the thing, of course, Stinkers on Magneto. So quite a lineup here, but a pretty traditional one we've seen on Convoy before.
And I think the biggest thing here is look what Renko is not playing. I don't see an Adam Warlock on Dreamland's side, so you can teach an old dog new tricks. He has learned his lesson not to square up against Rymazing on the Daredevil, but Bro is on the Storm now, and that's going to be damage boosting Yushur, and it's not even Yushur that's going to be the first one in the KO feed. It's actually going to be Lunex just marching on forward, finding all of the damage as Techie finds the opening frag, and Yushur taking a fair bit of damage, and Dreamland trying to fight back, but they're doing it down a man and without a res.
Yeah, a lot to look out for from this Lunex offense. This is full Siege Breaker mode here. Storm for the damage boost. Moon Knight for the rapid fire ults. As you can see, Yushur already got one up, and they don't even need it to take out Dreamland either. Almost complete ace onto them so early on in this run, and that is critical for this run here. When they tie this thing up, they want as much time in the bank as they can possibly get. So good shouts for them so far. Yushur, Hand of Khonshu coming down as well here. So raining Hellfire down on Dreamland so far on this offensive run.
Stinkers got cut off from the rest of the team, though. Everyone tried to go back through the TP when they saw the Hand of Khonshu. They wanted to go to safety, but Stinkers didn't get the memo, and so he falls, and now Dreamland trying to make up for that loss, but there's the Strangling Prison now from Crimzo, locking Dreamland down. Eternal Bond from Renko is not going to be enough to save Chime, so there's no BRB on the field now for Dreamland, and Lunex are in complete control of this cart.
Yeah, complete control of the cart, and economy-wise, not doing too bad here. Madara on the ground, Heartbreaker from Rogue, lapping up some of the ult charge for Lunex, but not enough to really put a dent in that economy there. Crimzo finding one pick there, Flamme and Rymazing as well, picking up a couple more, so they are going to full send here. 2:15 is still on the clock, but now back in control of the payload and on the move here. Dreamland definitely will have an opportunity to stop them, but it's looking like one fight before this next checkpoint.
I mean, that last fight looked like Dreamland kind of tripping over their own shoelaces, trying to make the most of that strange TP, but they don't have the opportunity to do that again. They have to have Chuckles go in, but you can see, like, all of this damage coming in right on Chuckles' hiding spot. They know where he's lurking. They know where he's going to come in from. He dives in onto the back line, but pops like a zit.
They know where he is, and they don't even have Daredevil this time. So, yet again, this team's awareness is insane here. Lunex looking clean on offense. CYA coming in from Chime now as Dreamland back on the point and ready for a fight. Another Hand of Khonshu down from Yushur as well. He will find one. Rymazing yet another KO, and Flamme dance floor on the floor here for Lunex. They will push through. 1:30 still on the clock. Now back up to just under 4 minutes. Checkpoint 1 secured here, and a bit of extra time in the bank, but Dreamland's defense able to suck up some of Lunex's time here, maybe just not as much as they were looking for.
I'm curious what ends up happening here with Lunex. Okay, they are going to make swaps. Rymazing off of the Storm and onto the Daredevil. Yushur over onto the Namor. Now you do still have an ultimate that you can combo with that Groot. I wanted to see that Horned Proteus combo last time around. Maybe I will get my wish on Lunex's attack here, but as the Galactic Legend comes out from Stinkers, Yusha has already been felled, and I don't think I'm gonna be getting at this fight.
No, I don't think so. Sonic Seduction on the ground from Teki. They'll find Velocity. So Loki back to spawn for now. And Teki cooking here, taking down Chuckles as well. 2 KO for both of the Vanguards on the side of Lunex as Crimzo picks up a couple as well. They are clearing the path for themselves here and rounding this last corner before checkpoint number 2, still with 3 minutes on the clock. So big shouts here on offense for Lunex so far.
Yeah, but good shout again for the discipline from Dreamland. They're not investing this time around. They realized the Galactic Legend got a little bit, but overall was kind of a failure, so they're not going to invest any more than that. Now they're about to have 5 ultimates, but Crimzo, with an aggressive Strangling Prison off the point, is going to force the Eternal Bond from Renko just to get a touch. Lunex can punish that, but they don't have the tools for it, so instead they're just going to respect it, give the space up, and let Dreamland reclaim control of the point, and that is a dangerous proposition.
Yeah, just a bit early there on the Strangling Prison here, and now Dreamland gets an opportunity to apply some pressure now. 4 ultimates ready to go for them. Lunex running dry here. Bank is empty for them, so Dreamland hold a lot of the cards here with 2:15 on the clock. Lunex got to take an opportunity to get some charge going, and there are some things on the horizon for them here. A couple of DPS ults coming up very soon, but Dreamland maybe going to try to shut that down before they get the opportunity. Madara overhead on the Meteor, and as you can see here on the ground, Chuckles, Beast of the Abyss as well. They will put down some damage, denting those health bars on the side of Lunex, but not enough to turn the tide here. And now Lunex gonna get those ults charged up, but not in time there by Mazing and Crimzo, sent back to square one here. Teki will at least even it out a little bit by taking down Madara, but so far, kind of an even split here. Lunex on the charge here, just under 4 meters to go. They are looking to finish this thing off and get that time refresh.
It's a good turn from Lunex, but now Stinkers coming in late with that Galactic Legend, and only the Dagger Storm from Kurova to try and keep everybody alive. That's not enough healing, so they're all forced into this cubby here, and Dreamland are able to reclaim space here. A strange TP to block the entrance and another to try and get out. Dreamland might be running out of resource to try and get this touch here, but they do still have a couple of health bars blocking Lunex from finding the cap here, and those will be cut short, and Lunex will find the cap here, but now 2:30 in the time bank to try and get the rest of the way through point C. And I mean, that was ugly. I gotta be honest with you. Like, it was a turn, then another turn, then some awkward, strange TP plays. Nothing is really clean from either side right now. A lot of mistakes that are being punished, and sooner or later, one team or the other is gonna have to clean up their act, especially if we're threatening extra innings.
Yeah, I mean, unstable footing here, and like we talked about at the beginning, you know, got to build that time bank here. They've got 2:10 left to go, and this part of the map in particular can be pretty defensive heavy here, so Lunex have got to try and push through. They're going to do that on the back of this Psionic Seduction here, just trying to find what they can find to start things off here. They do have that Horn of Proteus as well, but just nothing in the combo bank for now. Dreamland, similarly, kind of a dearth of ultimates here for them, so again, these teams just kind of trading blows here in a semi-neutral kind of state, but it's yeah, it does feel a bit awkward between the two of them here, but now Dreamland gonna try and turn the tide here, get some defense going. They do throw down that the end song Inferno there, finding Kurova, but just not enough conversion here, and Lunex is gonna take advantage here. At least 3 KOs coming through from here.
Yeah, but I mean, there's that Horn of Proteus combo that I wanted. We're gonna have that Fate of Both Worlds now from Velocity just to try and stall the cart here, but it's just Dreamland surviving and trying to bleed off more time. They are not at all thriving, but Yusha getting cut off from the rest of the team there. Teki able to clean up Velocity, and now the healing should be there, and this cart will continue to march forward, but Chuckles wants to keep being a nuisance, forcing more attention away from the front line and towards the back line. Even in death, Chuckles still does allow Dreamland the opportunity to reclaim some space, but Lunex recognize that and instantly snap right back and do the same thing Dreamland did to them. Go for that spawn hold, but they weren't able to pin down Stinkers. A Terror Cape nearly puts him to bed, but it's not enough.
Yeah, the Devil in Hell's Kitchen there, letting the Devil out again. Amazing going big on Daredevil yet again, but taken down by Peter Quill there. Stinkers finding one, and Tribe will find yet another one here. Race to the finish between these two teams. Time running out, but space running out as well for Dreamland here. Chuckles going deep on the Venom here. Far, far back from that payload to try and push Lunex off here with just under 30 seconds to go. The aggression seems good. Lunex going to come back with at least 3 ultimates here. Dreamland going to have a couple in the bank as well, but it is going to be a close one here at the end of map number 2.
Sonic Seduction from Techie is going to be what opens it up. He does lock down Stinkers, but there's just no follow-up as Chuckles, I think, went in deep into the backline, and everyone had to turn to try and deal with that Venom. There's that Eternal Bond now going to come out from Renko. Crimzo looking for an opportunity to displace with that Strangling Prison, but the Meteor M from Madara, the Sword of Damocles hanging above their head. It can't confirm the KO onto Kurova. Horde of Proteus used defensively from Yusher, shuts down Stinkers, and now Dreamland are falling at the last hurdle as Lunex are coming up on the right side of the KO feed.
The time to go sideways, definitely not now here for Dreamland. A couple of members down. Flame's dance floor ending very quickly here. Kurova almost taken down by Dreamland here, but no ultimates online. It is a straight neutral fight here in overtime. A couple seconds of it ticked down, but Dreamland looking for one last hold here to try and stop Lunex from taking this to a round number 3 here. Payload on the move now. Most of Dreamland getting up, but can they make it there in time with just a couple of seconds of OT left to go? They're mostly up out of the spawn room. They are on the move, less than 5 meters to go. They'll find the stop at the last second. Madara on the Venom, but converted so hard there. Kurova picking up the KO here, and now the rest of Lunex is here for a big brawl.
And it's all over, but the Crying, I think, is right amazing. Let the devil out right into Terror Capes, just popping Dreamland one by one by one. They're basically playing Bloons tower defense at that point in time. Just as they come out of the spawn, you line them up and you knock them down. But here's the key thing is both teams able to finish. We're now going to extra innings, but neither team was able to do it with time left to spare. So we're kind of back where we started, right? Except both teams are only going to have a minute to try and push this cart as far as they possibly can. And I don't know who that favors.
No, I mean, we're kind of on an even playing field here, going for one last scramble. The Hail Mary of Hail Marys on Convoy as both teams, 60 seconds awarded to them by the game. And I just noticed this, Techie, 42 elims and 19 finals there, putting in some work. Can't overlook Ryan Amazing as well, gotten so much value out of that Daredevil on both of the maps in this series so far. But Lunex back over to defense for now. Dreamland, one last offensive push here, and they've just got 60 seconds to do it. Some swaps coming in. Stinkers over onto the Wolverine. Love his Wolverine. Seen it plenty of times there. Renko on the Rocket Raccoon here. Chime is on Phoenix. Lunex, though, looks like they're going to stick with mostly what they've been running up to now.
But Stinkers, the key thing, that's what you call that, Stinkers on the Wolverine, and I really like that against what Lunex is playing. And you can see Renko on the Rocket Raccoon. I don't know if he's going to stick with that, but at least for now, it's to give Stinkers a jump pack. Okay, so Renko swaps over to the Cloak and Dagger. Stinkers has a jump pack, which basically means, oh, with the fastball special as well, bro is going to be flying like an eagle.
Yeah, very aggressive start here coming out. Stinkers thrown in there. Does not strike out here. Will pick up Flame and deliver him. Airmail Express back to the rest of Dreamland there. So one KO coming in big here. And yeah, when you've only got 60 seconds on the clock, you got to play big from frame number 1. And that is exactly what Stinkers and Chuckles are doing here.
Bro went harpoon fishing and got the best possible KO he could have. Still just being a nuisance, getting flung in there with that fastball special again. And Lunex, like, they respect the fact that they lost Flame means that they have to peel so far back. So now the cart gonna round that first corner, and Lunex trying to dust off their shoulders and take this this fight again on an even playing field. But now you gotta find a way to lock Stinkers down. Another kidnap there onto Techie, forcing out the diamond form, and it doesn't look like Lunex get to be comfortable.
No, frantic here after that swap onto the Wolverine, coming in so clutch here in round number 3 on this map here. Dreamland do manage to take down Techie at the end there. They've got a couple ultimates on charge here, but now OT in effect. 60 seconds gone in the blink of an eye there. Kurova on the ground with that Eternal Bond, trying to keep the team alive here on life support, but Dreamland crashing down. Big stun onto all of Dreamland there from that Horn of Proteus. Yusher coming in seriously big there with that ultimate. Portal on the field here to try and get Lunex back in fighting fit order here. Dreamland, though, a couple ultimates coming out for them all overhead. Insong Inferno and Meteor M, but Chime and Stinkers on the ground will find some KOs here. They're trying to clear the way to secure at least one checkpoint here, though they have made it pretty far, especially considering they're still fighting under overtime, and they will have it here. Checkpoint number 4 for Dreamland.
And it all just went wrong for Lunex. Every possible thing that could have gone wrong went went wrong. You lose Flamme early on, you have to concede all of that ground, then you have to try and make this crazy teleport play off of losing Techie, but Dreamland read it like a book, and they even anticipated Crimzo coming out with the Strangling Prison, and Madara held on to the Meteor M for just that. Once again, opting not to go for the deny on the Eternal Bond, instead had a bigger prize in mind and got exactly what he wanted. This Magneto pick from the side of Dreamland is more than paying dividends. Lunex, they have to try and find something. They are scrambling, they are searching. Rai is looking for an opportunity to let the devil out, but Dreamland again are privy to it. They know where he's lurking, they're checking him, and they're just not letting him get what he wants.
Yeah, much better awareness coming out from Dreamland here, but finally letting the devil out here is Team Lunex, and they are on the march here. The Dreamland fighting back here. Velocity goes down, one healer offline for Dreamland here. Can they keep the Dream alive here in these extra innings? No time refreshes, so 1 second of overtime is all they've got left, but they will stand tall there. Stinkers has been on 1 HP for so long here. Rai will find another one. Kurova taking down another member of Dreamland, and finally enough pressure forcing them off the cart, and that is the end here. Round number 3 in the books for Dreamland, and coming up big here in round number 3.
I mean, that's a miracle hold from Lunex. I mean, being forced out of your comfort zone, trying to make all of these last-ditch effort swaps to try and stop the cart from getting that first checkpoint, and being down in an ult deficit coming into point B, it definitely looked like Dreamland had the momentum. They had the sauce to be able to carry it through the rest of the way, but Lunex do a good job of scouting it out, biding their time, and waiting till they had the tools, and then they just get what they need. They get that first opening KO, and they're able to parlay that into another and another and another, and Dreamland just not able to recover. But as good as that defense ended up being from Lunex, it's still kind of rough because they gave up point A, and now all Dreamland have to do is essentially get that full hold, and they'll get themselves a win con, and there is even still a little bit of wiggle room to take that second fight after point A, just as Lunex did. So, I mean, if you're Dreamland, maybe you're upset that you didn't get more cart progress, but you still have to be happy with what you achieved.
Yeah, especially with the limited amount of time that they have. One checkpoint with both teams only having 60 seconds is huge for sure. I mean, gotta be a lot of hope on the side of Dreamland right now that they can even this thing out and at least stay in the fight, getting on the board here. We are already round number 4 here of Yggdrasil Path. Lunex gonna try to catch up here, but Dreamland is on the attack here, or on the defense, I should say. Lunex on offense for this last round here, and they gotta make a push, gotta make something happen very quickly here.
Amazing, sticking onto that Daredevil. I'm curious to see where he's going to be lurking. Crimzo going aggressive. You've heard of dive thing before. Crimzo knows that that play strategy very, very well. Question is Rymazen going to be in a position to follow up on any of these punches? I think Stinkers is lurking around trying to check him and preventing him from having easy access onto the backline. So Crimzo is just letting these haymakers fly and wondering, where is the follow-up?
Yeah, and these extra rounds, rapid fire here. 20 seconds left to go for Lunex. Big pick there from Velocity coming in clutch yet again. Will find Yusher. So 1 damage piece down. Lunex going to be slowed there, dragged to a halt. Meanwhile, Dreamland still all on the board there, and Madara will take down Techie as well. 5 seconds on the clock. Velocity's already got a Loki ult ready to fire here, and there's an Insong Inferno waiting in the wings for Dreamland here as they are looking to keep the Dream alive, get themselves their first map win of this series here. Overtime going into effect, and there is an Eternal Bond on the ground courtesy of Velocity there. They'll find Crimzo. Now Flamme full to use that dance floor there. Fate of both worlds to keep the team alive here and wait for the full refresh here. But so far, Lunex just not able to make a lot of progress here.
Rymazen just deflected a Meteor M, by the way, and then casually just turns his attention over to Stinkers and says, goodbye, my old friend. You kept me out of this fight for so long, but now that I'm in it, I am your problem. You gotta do something about me. Horn of Proteus coming out from Yusher, not able to find the stuns, and despite heroics from Rymazen, Dreamland are clinging onto this defense here as Chime finds Techie. He finds Crimzo. The front line of Lunex is all out of sorts. Yusher forced to try and stabilize with the bubble. A freeze onto Chuckles, but it's all defensive posture from Lunex, and they need to turn it. They need to be on the attack, and overtime ticks away. They can't stay on the cart, and Dreamland will tie the series up 1-1.
Wow, insane stuff there. A last-minute portal from Stinkers after getting sent back off that Meteor M deflect from the Rymazen KO. Comes right back with the portal, and it's just a numbers game. They just push them off of the point, and what a slugfest here between these two teams. And it's only map number 2 here, best of 5, and we're at least going to see 4 of those maps here as Dreamland evens out the score. And look at this scoreboard. Crimzo, 100k damage blocked, 93k healing from Korova, making him the SVP for Lunex there, 85 for Velocity as well. Numbers I did not know existed almost. Just insane stuff for both of these teams, and you can tell just how long and brutal of a match this was. But it is Dreamland winning the long game here.
What's crazy is, like, you look at the final hits and you're seeing Techie with 20 of them, and you got to be like, all right, that's a winning team scoreboard right there. But no, it was pretty even all throughout, and Dreamland just barely able to come out ahead. And a lot of it was off of just how well they played that last defense there, you know, just not allowing Rymazen access to follow up on Crimzo's damage, so they can essentially just farm Crimzo for damage, win out in the ult fight, and deny any sort of forward momentum from Lunex, a team that, you know, we highlighted how great they are at playing the space on domination. Dreamland, they learned every possible lesson from Burn and T'Challa that they could have. They do not bring the Adam Warlock to a Lunex fight, and they learn to play the space just as Lunex did. It's like fighting Taskmaster.
Yeah, you know, both sides having some struggles there, a little unstable ground there, especially on at the end of round 2. But I mean, both teams coming through here for a very competent matchup between the two of them. But Dreamland winning a marathon map here. And again, you know, a long series still ahead of them here. So an endurance round for these two teams as we approach the end of the tournament here. But yeah, I mean, big stuff from Dreamland here. They downloaded very quickly. And like you said, learned a lot of lessons and cleaned up a lot from map 1 to map 2. That is what's keeping them in the fight here. So I am very interested to see how Lunex will respond, you know, in the ban phase with the map pick. Just want to know exactly what they're thinking here on the back foot.
I mean, they got to be thinking the same thing I was. How do we deal with Stinkers on this Wolverine? That was disgusting stuff. Like, I would be punching my desk if I was Flamme and that happened to me, because what do? Like, he's got the fastball special, he's got the jump pack, and he's got the Pharaoh leap. He's got so much mobility at that point that it's like, you just can't pin this guy down, and like, once you're in his arms, like, you're just his, you know? He can take you wherever he wants you, you know? Nothing you can do. Like, even a mag bubble, I think, at that point can't save you.
Yeah, I mean, a big swap for them, lots of value out of that one. You know, of course, just like Rymazen swapping over to the Daredevil, we've seen some very high impact changes from these teams, and that's kind of what's gotten them this far in this tournament. It's what separates the good from the great, is that versatility and being able to swap quickly, not just realizing, I need to do something different here. These teams are responding in kind to each other. So very competent back and forth between the two of them. I absolutely love to see it.
And I believe last time around, when Lunex beat when Dreamland beat Lunex in the upper bracket, it was a reverse sweep, and we might see a microcosm of that. But remember, we are going best of 5, not just best of 3. So as we get ready to load up here into map number 3, I'm wondering if we do at the very least see echoes of that momentum carrying over, where Dreamland drop domination, but then still go back to back on Convergence and Convoy. We do know that it will be Convergence next up, and if you're Lunex, where do you take them?
For Convergence? I mean, okay. We're on the Heart of Heaven. I was going to say,
they answered the question for me. They made your job easy.
You know, I think they'll pick Heart of Heaven, but no, I mean, you know, I like this pick for them. I don't think it's a bad choice necessarily. I'm always a fan of Central Park in this kind of situation too, but you know, Heart of Heaven, you know, the visibility differences on this map, right? You've got smoke clouds everywhere. You got some more sneaky potential. I mean, are we going to see more of the Rymazen on the Daredevil here is the real question.
I mean, this map was introduced alongside Daredevil for a reason, right? It was because of his ability to see through that smoke and basically make it a non-factor for him. And I think that is a huge boon for Lunex, is Rymazen's prowess when it comes to this Daredevil, but it's also his flexibility. He can swap over onto the Mantis, although I don't know if he will if Dreamland opt to go ahead and go for the ban onto that one. Indeed, they will. All right, he could swap over onto the Mantis, but he definitely will not be able to. But he's also very good when it comes to other heroes. Like, I mean, I know I'm just kind of throwing out random things here, but you know, the Magic, the Iron Man, he's really good as well on the Iron Fist. He's also good when it comes to the Star-Lord. He's a very flexible player. I think he has a tendency to go into some of those suboptimal ones like I listed, but the guy can play pretty much anything and be one of the best in North America on it.
Yeah, and make a lot of those heroes look even better than suboptimal too. So definitely one that you can't track down here in the draft phase. But a lot of similar notes here. One-sided Cloak and Dagger coming out for Lunex here. One ban left for Dreamland. They did take out the Namor for Lunex. Both teams going to get some Loki here though, and neither side going to be able to play out that Mantis. So one save and one ban left to go. Lots of questions for both teams to answer heading into this matchup. Now the score is even, but no, it's going to be a one-sided Namor for Dreamland. I don't know if they're going to go for the Hella Namor team up. Lunex does have one ban left, but I'd be curious to see if they want to try to employ that here.
I mean, it does kind of like, 50-50. What do? Do you ban the Hela to deny the team up? Do you ban the Invis just to be mean, I suppose? Because you already banned the Cloak and Dagger. Okay, they're going to choose to be mean. I was going to say, like, you could ban the Magneto and then you just, set Yushur up on the Star-Lord as well. And, you don't have to worry about your Crimzo losing those Strangling Prisons anymore. Take Madara off of his game. But they'll give that one up and instead opt to just be as mean as possible. Look at those bans for Dreamland. That's 4 strategists on the chopping block, one after the other. Line them up, knock them down. You will play Jeff and Rocket, and you will like it.
In this day and age, in the big 2026, yeah, hurts a little bit here, but we will have to see the versatility of the strategist backline there on map number 3, evening the score now. Dreamland taking that second map, but Lunex, I feel like they came into this match with some momentum, right? They beat Na'Vi there. They did turn that set around. They came in and won a 3rd map in a row, but now it feels like they've cooled off just a little bit here, courtesy of Dreamland taking that previous map. So definitely looking forward to seeing what they do now that they're a little bit on the back foot. For Lunex here, they are going for 2-2-2 straight up here. Crimzo back on the Angela. He put out insane damage blocks last game too.
So here's the thing though, like with both Lunex and Racecar, we're used to seeing like Hella Phoenix or Hella Namor alongside that Angela to try and capitalize off the space and just set your poke comp up for success. Forcing the bans onto both the Namor and the Phoenix kind of means that you have to front load the damage with Raimazing on that Daredevil, which they kind of knew was coming, but now they have assured that it is the case and they will be ready for it.
Yeah, I would be curious if they came into this wanting Raimazing on the DD more, but so far it has paid off for them in kind, and now they will take first KO here. Lunex grabbing a couple very quick ones here. They will burn through the BRB for Dreamland here. Dreamland on the attack first, so Lunex already repelling their opponents here very quickly onward here. Stinkers, though, picking up one on the Hela. That is on to the Raimazing Daredevil here, so sent back to spawn as Dreamland now just trying to break in through this first wall here.
But that KO is amazing. Like, that's exactly what they were looking for. That one time where he overextends, oversteps his boundary, trying to front load the damage, and now Dreamland have a path forward. You can see Techie trying to play around this card here on the point, and it's not the most comfortable positions for your front line to be in, and Stinkers finds Raimazing again.
Yeah, around every corner feels like. Gotta check to make sure he doesn't have the Daredevil sight, but another BRB popped now for Lunex this time, and a little bit more devastating of a BRB pop, a lot longer of a walk back for defense here, so gonna have to play it a little bit safe here. Velocity first all thrown down here, gonna copy the CYA for Dreamland here as they shore up on the point here, looking to unlock that payload very quickly. Yushur there in the Hela duel. 2 ticks already secured for Dreamland as Raimazing portals back in to get the team back online.
There's going to be some straddles for Lunex here. Cosmic Yarn Amplifier coming out, but it's mirrored, and it's a damage-boosted Feast of the Abyss that comes out from Chuckles, and Kurova never stood a chance. That was just... Bro got swallowed whole there by the Venom, and this is inevitable that Dreamland will find the cap here, especially considering Raimazing is already swapped over to the Doctor Strange and made the TP. Techie tries to get the Meteor Rem to happen, but it just ain't happening.
Yeah, just a matter of time. Very unfortunate on the loss for that all. They're really going to capitalize on it too. Make them pay for it. Is Tribe on that Namor. This time they are rocking that Hella Namor team up, and they have got some serious damage here. Lunex going to take a couple of swaps here. Raimazing over onto the Ultron. Maybe one of the first few times we've seen him in this tournament, I believe.
That's questionable, because right now Stinkers on the Hela kind of has the hot hand. Do you really want to play a flyer up against a hit scan who is clicking all the heads? Like, I mean, it's a gamble. It can pay off, and you do get the benefit of putting this drone onto Crimzo for an extra bit of healing, and maybe you can use that to try and buy a little bit of extra space, but I don't know. This kind of feels like one of those desperation picks.
yeah, I mean, I can see it. You know, they get the triple support advantages while still being able to maintain some damage output here, but we'll have to see how it plays out for him here. Heartbreaker coming out from Madara, but the only heart being broken here. Chuckles will be back up after that BRB, but a big KO to start things off there. Horn of Proteus comes in good onto a couple members of Lunex, but they play on through here. Heaven's Retribution is good from Crimzo here. Nails down several members of Dreamland here, but can't quite convert on it at this time here. So Lunex now overhead is Amazing. Rage of Ultron raining down on to Dreamland here. But so far, Dreamland's still kind of on the push here. Not a lot of KOs from them, but they are still in control here and on the move.
There's a duplicated Cosmic Guard amplifier from Velocity, and Dreamland are getting all the damage. There is another amplifier now coming up from Renko, and with that damage boost, Chime is able to take down Yushur. Chuckles gonna go in mighty deep and force the resources, force the regen domains out from the side of Lunex already. Goddess of Death now coming up from Stinkers, and Lunex are just so far on the back foot that their feet aren't even under them anymore.
No, it feels like Dreamland's got them right where they want them here, able to make value out of everything they've fought so far. But Lunex, bright spot for them here, lots of ultimates, big opportunity for them to try to lock in a hold. But with just a few meters and 2:30 still on the clock, it is going to be tough to stop them here. So the name of the game is to eat away time in this fight. Overhead, Yushur goes up for that Goddess of Death, looking for some big damage onto Dreamland here, and another Rage of Ultron ready to go for Amazing. Pretty quick succession there, a fast ult charge for sure, and a bit of damage on that one, so maybe that explains a little bit more why they're going for it here, but no conversion so far. Chuckles on that Feast to the Abyss, but unfortunately the plate is empty here. No KOs on that ultimate either. Madara, yet another Heartbreaker ready to go here, and slowing Lunex down, taking away that Meteor M for just a moment here, but it's a window of opportunity they're not going to capitalize on too much. Still fighting to grab that second checkpoint, and they just have not found the breakthrough.
It's the hardest part to break through because both team spawns are right there. You have to make sure that your fight wins are crystal clean, and so far it just hasn't been on either side. There was a KO onto Chime, but it got res. Chuckles has been felled, but he's Venom. He'll be back really quick, so you have to try and use this window to confirm more KOs, and Lunex just don't have the space to make it happen because Stinkers is denying all of it with just some fair daggers coming down there. Heaven's Retribution now from Crimzo is going to pin down the backline, but everybody from Dreamland able to weather the storm and stay alive, and now with Chuckles back in the fight, I mean, all we've done is waste time.
That strategist on point for Dreamland. I'm surprised they lived that Heaven's Retribution. Yushur gonna follow up in the air. Yet another Hella ult coming down here, but nothing coming of that. They do at least create some space for themselves, buy some time. No KOs though so far. Dreamland gonna come back in kind here. Less than 60 seconds to go to try and get that second time refresh here, but it is gonna be Dreamland finding a couple here. Renko will get Chime back up off of the BRB, so still in the fight here, but time very quickly ticking away. And you're 100% right, CB. I feel like they've won some fights here and there, winning some duels, finding a pick here and there, but nobody has truly cleared the way.
It's so important for Lunex to not just win this fight, but at the very least, just not lose it. Bleed as much time as you can. We're only 30 seconds left, and Dreamland are coming up to a wealth of ultimates, but Lunex have done what they need to here. They've managed to white-knuckle their way through this, and it has been a war of attrition, and neither side seems willing to tap out. But now, Dreamland going in with that Heartbreaker. It's damage amped as well, so Dreamland should be able to buy back this space, but can they confirm the cap?
Right, that is the big question here. They have played, both teams have played these fights very well, but they are looking for something big here. Chuckles Feast to the Abyss. Yet again, they do manage to take out Yushur, so Hella offline for Lunex for now. Crimzo coming in on the shish kebab there with the Angela and Techie overhead. Meteor M is good, does find Stinkers. Amazing will follow it up with a KO onto Chime. BRB pop yet again here as we go into overtime, and now the name of the game is pushing Dreamland away. Lunex doesn't have to win necessarily, doesn't have to rack up the KOs, but they need bodies off the point here to close out this defense.
I mean, I think Dreamland might have overplayed their hand. Stinker's gonna pop that Ensong Inferno. Will collapse down onto Yushur, but that Rage of Ultron from Amazing cleans up Renko. No more BRBs for Dreamland. No more second chances, and Lunex have managed to draw a line in the sand, stand their ground just shy of that point B cap, and that essentially means Lunex only have to go 2/3 of the way through this map in order to find the win. And again, it's so hard to break through that second point because both the attacker and defender spawns are right there. It's that little loop-the-loop that you go through there to try and push the cart to that point that just brings the spawns so close together that you have to have a clean fight win. And the messier you can make it, the more bloody and scrappy you can force it to be, the better it's going to favor the defensive side. And Lunex, they know just how thin they have to stretch themselves and do not go a shred thinner.
Yeah, I mean, it's a great place for them to stop the payload here, a point where teams get held up time and time again on this map, and that's all Lunex has to do to clear this map here and move on to match point. That is what's hanging in the balance here. The team that is one more step away from advancing to the grand finals here. Dreamland had a nice hold there on Yggdrasil Path before, so we know their defense is strong, but Lunex looking hot on this map here. It all comes down to the picks here coming out of the gate, and so far, Rising still sitting on that Ultron. I feel like the Rage of Ultron recharge rate is pretty fast, so I like that for them, but I don't know. I still think it's a little questionable to me.
I mean, I think it didn't work out as poorly as I thought it was going to on the defensive side, because Rising had the benefit of being able to play around cover and then just kind of farm his ult off the healing and off of Chuckles going in on that Venom. Now on the defensive side, though, Stinkers can be set up on the Hela, and for Rising, trying to play that cover is going to be a lot more difficult. So Lunex's attack is definitely going to be treacherous. You can already see, like, Rising taking that duel with Stinkers from afar and not being willing to poke his head out and try and take that duel for a prolonged period of time, because you know that second headshot is inevitable. But Yusher gonna be the one to fell Madara early on. That'll be rezzed up, but look at Lunex able to march forward.
Yeah, big BRB pop there very early on into this this contention for Lunex. They are trying to fight back here. Dreamland does get some damage down on Korova, but not enough to convert it yet. And, you know, we know Rising, a skilled flyer player for sure, made a name for himself on characters like Iron Man, so maybe in his comfort zone here. But so far, no answers for that Ultron here. Crimzo, though, going far in and finding Velocity there, taking down the Loki. Big pick for Lunex here as they are looking to get on the attack. Just 60 seconds used up so far, and they are circling in on that payload like hungry sharks.
Yeah, there's Rising with another KO there onto Madara. He's coming up to that Rage of Ultron, and like you said, there's no real answer for it right now. Crimzo gonna go in deep and choose Chuckles. You have been chosen by the Claw Machine to come into the meat grinder. Strange TP now gonna come out from Velocity to try and keep everybody alive, but Invisible Boundary from Lunex means all of the playable space belongs to them. Stinkers, though, able to find that frag onto Techie, and that might be the pressure valve that lets Dreamland get back into this one. Lunex popping that Goddess of Death, LeMay waiting for his moment to try and pop it. Yusher cleaning up Chuckles, and the pendulum swings back and forth, but once again, Lunex are on the forward momentum.
Yeah, a tough tug of war here. Lunex locking in that first tick of progress here, but big KOs coming through, and now on the van there. Chuckles climbing in to try and salvage this one overhead. Stinkers Goddess of Death raining down those darts back onto Lunex, but they cannot find the KOs, and Stinkers will go down, loses the Hela duel to Yusher on the side of Lunex. The path forward very clear here. 2 ticks, and the third one coming in very soon here. They don't have a way to get back to the point. 4:15 on the clock, and now Lunex staring down to the last checkpoint here to take the map.
Rising is going in so deep right now. I think he's looking for a straggler to try and confirm a little bit of extra damage, try and build up that next Rage of Ultron, maybe get a KO if he can, but he's basically playing this like a flyer hit scan, and it's a little bit risky, again, going up against a Hela Namor composition, but if you can't play Phoenix and you can't play Namor because they're banned, this is your next best option to try and play that poke composition. They just need to make sure that Rising stays safe, and so far, they've done an excellent job of doing so, and now the punish on Madara gets too aggressive. That's gonna bite Dreamland in the butt. They do still have a fair bit of time to collect themselves and go for another defense here, but Lunex now have an opportunity to snuff it out.
Plenty of ults cashing in here for Lunex. Crimzo will find one there onto Velocity after the Heaven's Retribution. Make it to another BRB pop for Lunex here, and now they are looking to try and get this payload moving up the stairs and to the roundabout. Yusher, though, in the back rooms here, will find a couple. Velocity, Rinko, and Stinkers make it a 3-piece for Yusher here, coming in just in time now. Payload captured by Lunex, and they are on the move here. Still more than 3 minutes to go. Definitely 1 or 2 more opportunities for Dreamland to come back, but they are quickly running out of space.
And Yusher just makes it look so effortless. Like, bro looks like he's playing a point-and-click adventure game. Like, he's just playing, like, putt-putt enters the race or something like that. Like, he just goes in, clicks exactly where he intends to, and finds a KO. And we're running out of playable space here for Dreamland. They have to use this ult advantage that they have to snuff out this momentum from Lunex, and they gotta do it now.
Yeah, Spy Fox point and click for sure for Yusher on this map. 4 ultimates ready to go for both teams here. No, Dreamland gonna have a couple more in the bank. Amazing overhead, Rage of Ultron here, combo damage and healing for the team. Now all 6 ultimates on line for Dreamland here, but still just about 220 to go. So even if they pop them all and win this fight, it's not over yet. But Techie overhead, Meteor M comes down, can't get the confirm off it, does put down some damage, and it is mass chaos here as Lunex in the home stretch here on map number 3. They will survive this onslaught of ults from Dreamland. Stinkers overhead with the last of the 6 ults they had charged up, and I don't know if they got a KO out of all of those ultimates.
Yeah, but Yusher is now going to pop the late Goddess of Death. Crimzo is taking down Chuckles, and the BRB already came out. And Crimzo actually playing defensive to try and keep that Goddess of Death alive with the shield there. The cart is inching closer and closer to that checkpoint. But despite what Crimzo and Yusher were able to accomplish, it hasn't been enough to put Dreamland down for good. But there we go. 2 more for Yusher and 1 for Amazing as well. And Chuckles, even just to go 5 feet out the spawn door, has to use the teleporter. But Yusher puts him right back. My guy cannot be stopped.
Yeah, and a huge block from Lunex on the portal as well. Set them up and knock them down. Lunex wins on Heart of Heaven. 1 more map win in the bank for them and 1 map away from a trip to the grand finals.
They have managed to, at the very least, best Dreamland in the best of 3. So in a way, it's a small victory, but they are not home yet because this is a best of 5, and the winner has a date in the grand finals with Race Car, and you can bet your bottom dollar that Dreamland want that run back. They want to go the distance, but they can't look past Lunex, and Lunex have proven that they are still every bit the threat that we all estimated them to be, even despite, like I said, I questioned the swap onto the Ultron up against Stinkers, who in the front half of this map was fragging the heck out on the Hela, but Yusher said, hold my dagger. I got this one. And alongside Rymazing, made up for the deficit in the hit scan bans, and as risky as it is to play a flyer against a Hela Namor composition, Rymazing is that guy, and he can make it work.
Yeah, I mean, you know, made a name for himself very early on as a top Iron Man player. I just cannot believe they still got away with it in spite of all that, you know, serious threats from the ground. But Lunex, you know, multi-threat team here. Of course, Crimzo, absolute menace on that Angela. Only 1 KO onto him and 27 elims as well. So, you know, a couple of flying threats, plenty of threats on the ground too. Of course, Yusher picking up KOs left and right as well. I mean, you know, it is hard to prioritize the target when everyone is the target, truly.
Yeah, I mean, everybody had a bullseye in their forehead, and Yusher was like, I mean, what do you even say? He was hitting every single shot. Every dagger found its mark. He was winning these duels outright against Stinkers, and I mean, Chime on the Namor just wasn't helping as much as you would have liked with this duo. I think he was under a fair bit of pressure from Crimzo, and you saw a lot of times where Chime was trying to take an angle, Crimzo just denied it. Meanwhile, Lunex just played the front-to-back game perfectly. Rymazing was getting the damage down range. Yusher had his team in front of him, knew he was safe, and just kept lobbing them down this hallway. And a nice little meteor M there from Techie off the backboard. It's so beautiful from this team. When they are firing on all cylinders, they are one of the best teams, but the question is, can they keep this momentum up?
Right, because we are not done with this series yet. Lunex 2 maps to Dreamland's 1, but they've still got to cash in 1 more if they want to make it to those grand finals, where they await a best of 5 up against Race Car, the dominant team out of this tournament. But good looks here for Lunex so far. A very powerful team, like you said. Of course, the heart and soul of the Sentinels, old Rivals roster at the core of this team, and it's almost like they have powered up even more. You know, as they say, you know, this team, diamonds under pressure for sure here. But right now, it feels like Lunex kicking their feet up just a little bit here. They've got a lead, but can't let it get away just yet.
I don't know that I would be willing to kick my feet up against a team like Dreamland because, I mean, you've already fallen to them before in a 2-1 situation. And sure, the shoe is on the other foot now, but keep those shoes off the table because Dreamland will make you regret that if you get too comfortable. We have a grand finals on deck, and one of these 2 teams is going the rest of the way. Lunex are on match point. We're going to throw it to a quick break. Let everybody kick their feet up for just a moment, and we will see you on the other side.
future tomorrow feels unknown. We're dragging heavy footsteps through the silence closing in. I wonder if hope can find a way to glow in the dark, wishing for the night to end. We're storming through the heartache as the city lights burn out, trying not to break what we stumble up within. Something we must face, wanting to heal. Trust that you will pull me through. Wake up now, see the truth, ready to face the pain. You'll stay through the storm. Come on, let us hold on to hope. Yeah. Here we go again. Stand tall, fist out, reaching for the stars. We fight together now to show the world we are glowing, just like a shining star. Once more, stand strong, fight on, believe in us. You see, we got the magic touch. Do you feel the love in the air? Let's dance to get to there. We run through the thunder as the city sings our name. We're turning happy moments into laughter with our friends. We all rise up and smile right when the shadows pull us down, laughing as the lights begin. We gather under streetlights as the city spins around. We're chasing after movies to see where they end. We're dreaming and hoping find a new light. We dance as the world spins along. Stay here now, feel the beat, ready to let it go. We'll dance through the night. Come on, let us keep the lights on. Yeah. Here we go again. Stand tall, fist out, reaching for the stars. We fight together now to prove our hearts can keep glowing, just like a bright.
Well, rivals, and welcome back. Day number 3 of the Mega Monthly, and only 3 teams remaining potentially after this next map. Just 2 left to go, and CB, Dreamland down but not out yet. It is a best of 5. Lunex still need to lock in one more map. Is there something Dreamland can do here? What can they do to start turning this series around?
I mean, I think their head was in the right place when it came to Heart of Heaven. It was just unfortunate that, you know, Raimazing was one step ahead on that Ultron swap. And again, I questioned, but he proved me wrong, as he does time and time again. And I mean, I guess when you have someone like that who's capable of just changing the calculus on a moment's notice, I don't think I have an answer for you, and I pray for Dreamland's sake that they do.
Yeah, I mean, that is the question here. Answers. You know, I do like the Heart of Heaven pick. I think it went their way to some degree, just got hung up there at the very end in a place where a lot of other teams have fallen before them here. So, yes, of course, Dreamland, the count is at 2, not ready to slam down the hand for that 3 count quite yet here, but time very quickly running out. A very hot-looking Lunex there coming off of Heart of Heaven. And, yeah, it is a lot of questions that Dreamland gotta find some rapid answers to.
I think one thing I do also want to highlight, though, for Lunex is the fact that, you know, well, a lot of people did predict that it would be Na'Vi and Lunex in the grand finals, and there's still a chance that we could be half right, but Lunex can't look past Dreamland here for even one single map, because this is a team that has historically been your kryptonite. They have put you down to the lower bracket over and over again, and if you give them an inch, they'll take a mile. There is still an inch on the table, and if Dreamland win this map, that mile might become a lot closer than you might think.
Yeah, I mean, that is the name of the game here, not giving up just yet. And of course, Dreamland, the ones to put Lunex down here in the first place. So in a way, Dreamland created this matchup for themselves several rounds in the bracket ago. But that's the Dreamland we're wanting to see. You know, their previous match definitely contested for sure when going all the way to 3 maps. But we need that Dreamland to come back if they want to keep that dream alive. Of course, Lunex shooting for the stars here, looking for that grand finals invite and a run back opportunity against Race Car. So, you know, obviously, if you've been watching all day like us, you know, that's the question is, how do you deal with a Race Car? We'll find their opponents out potentially after we head for Central Park. How are we feeling about this one?
I mean, I do think it does kind of shut down a little bit of that Hela play from Yusha that you might be worried about. Kind of brings, you know, things like Garut and Moon Knight back into the fold, and I kind of feel like we're going to see something maybe similar to Yggdrasil Path, and you're holding on to maybe just trying to pray that if you win this one, because it plays similarly to a lot of those convoy maps, that if you go to a convoy map for map number 5, that you're good. But, you know, there is still the dangerous proposition of being taken to domination. And need to remind you, Krakoa is still in the map pool, and Lunex have not lost a Krakoa throughout this entire tournament. So if you're Dreamland, I mean, like, even if you win this one, you're still not guaranteed a way forward. Nevertheless, I do think they have a strategy here, and that strategy is going to involve protecting a Loki.
Yeah, very similar ban phase so far as we have seen before. Mantis banned out for both, Gambit banned out for both, no shocker there, and a Loki save coming in for both of them. So yeah, I do feel like Central Park shuts down a little bit of the Hela action. Yusher has been absolutely cooking on the Goddess of Death there for sure. Not as much nice, clean hallways to shoot down on this map, but that is the question, right? They overcome this hurdle, and an even higher one awaits them afterwards. So they need that turnaround here and need it fast. Cloak and Dagger ban from Lunex and a Phoenix ban from Dreamland as well. I don't know. I like their odds here, but yeah, it is that all-important map 5 question.
They're going to go for the one-sided Cloak and Dagger. I mean, they got Flamme on the Loki, like, guaranteed. So if they just lock this backline down, you know how well they were able to play the space off of those Eternal Bonds, especially when you got 2 of them. You can play with one aggressively and one defensively. And, you know, maybe they're not afraid of the Magneto on the other side. They probably should be, because Madara has been a menace on that hero in the past. But still an opportunity to ban it out. Now with the Invis Protect coming out from Dreamland, that might also be your best bet. Could also still ban the Groot, but I think you're less worried about that with that Mantis already banned out. So there it is. There's the Mag ban, and I think this is a perfect win condition now for Lunex. Here's one thing I'm worried about, though, from Dreamland, right? Is on the defensive side, they did get the Loki, and there is still potential that Renko tries to reach for that Adam Warlock.
Yeah, that is definitely a big question. They both have Loki, and we have not seen a Korova Golden God appearance yet in this series, so lots of question marks around everyone's favorite Warlock. But we are here, map number 4, life bars blinking red now for Dreamland. Can they keep the dream alive, or is Lunex set to launch into grand finals here on this all-important map number 4? And, you know, I did notice there was a Namor ban coming out, I believe, from Dreamland. Do you feel like that's overkill here? Because I feel like this map isn't as great for Namor. I do see him here, but I'm just wondering if that's overkill or not.
I mean, it might just be that you're still willing to try and take the Hela duel. You just don't want the Hela to more team up. And again, you want to limit the options for hit scan. So like you say, like the Phoenix and the Namor both got banned out. That's the same thing that Dreamland did on Heart of Heaven. Maybe they're thinking that because this is another convergence map that it's going to play similarly. But I feel like Central Park and Heart of Heaven are 2 very different stories. Lunex going to be first on the defensive side, and they are not opting to bring out the Adam Warlock. Instead, going to be bringing out the Punisher from Yusher. And I don't know that that's something that Dreamland would have predicted, but you better believe Chuckles is going to be learning to fear that one lickety-split.
Yeah, definitely. And Rybazing is going to bring the Hela out here, so maybe going to see if he can still keep cooking there. But 1 KO already for Techie, taking down Chime mid-air, shooting down the Hawkeye here. And now Dreamland out the gate on the back foot here. 30 seconds into this match, and already Lunex picking up a KO here and pushing them back. Madara looking for some haymaker opportunities here, but none coming out so far. So big early pick here for Lunex. Gotta wonder if that's going to set the pace for the rest of this match.
And they're relying on Stinkers to find something with these fastballs. I don't know if he grabbed on anything, but no, Flamme is going to clean that one up. And now Dreamland trying to capitalize off of this invisible boundary space, but Lunex are more than willing to play into it with a culling turret off the side. Madara says, no, not on my watch, my friend.
Yeah, you know, just a couple blocks away from Yancey Street, so no shocker that the haymakers are coming through here, and Madara staying aggressive with it here. 2 takes for Dreamland, and they've got a atomic fastball set up here. They will find the Wolverine, and Madara will join him in the jump there. They'll take down Techie on the Magneto, sending Lunex scrambling for now here as Stinkers looks for just a little bit of slice and dice, and through the portal, they will only meet the meat grinder of that Stinkers Wolverine here. Payload unlocked. 5 minutes on the clock for Dreamland. What an opening salvo.
And all of the damage that Yusur is able to pump out onto both Chuckles and Madara just ends up biting them because it charges up Velocity's God of Mischief super fast. So they just play the space off that invisible boundary, and Lunex don't have time to be able to try and buy back into it. So a great read there from Dreamland. That's key, is using these strategy results to be able to buy yourself space. That's what Lunex do all the time. And once again, Dreamland have learned from their enemies. And whoa, Stinkers. Okay, maybe gave his own life to do it, but did get rid of Techie, and that just opens the door, takes the shield off, and now the Hunter's Sight is going to be raining down from Chime.
Yeah, the shield and that Meteor M they were holding on to, but Yusher gonna go for the final judgment. Taken down though, Tribe with a clean shot to the head there. Punisher sent back to the spawn there and lost the ultimate. That is gonna bring out the Eternal Bond from Korova here to get the ball rolling for this Lunex defense there. Crimson will find Tribe, but Chuckles evening the odds right away will take down Korova. C&D out of the picture here. Dreamland holding on to 4 ults, and they are exercising some restraint here though. Rymazing gonna see if he can make something happen on that Hella here.
Does take down Velocity, so that is pretty big. That is something happening for sure. Now Goddess of Death going to come out, and he wants Chime in the spawn, and he is going to get it. Now there is very little impeding a couple more KOs from coming out. The only thing that can stand in Rymazing's way is his teammates hogging all the glory, as Yusher and Crimzo getting involved there in the KO feed. It was costly, but Lunex have managed to dig their heels in now. But Dreamland, I feel like with these ults, still kind of have the momentum. Lunex need to win this next fight to stop things from spiraling out of control.
Yeah, that's the problem. They emptied the coffers, but still over 3 minutes left for Dreamland to keep the offense rolling here. So good shouts from Lunex for sure, but a long way to go here on this first half of the map here. And now Dreamland back up and on the move. Chuckles throwing down the Strangling Prison. It's good. Behind several members of Lunex, they will convert on it too. Stinkers and Chuckles. KOs coming in for Dreamland here as they are looking to clear the path forward here. Lunex doing a good job here into checkpoint number 2, holding it, but now Dreamland has found the path forward here. Crimso is raining havoc onto Dreamland though, diving right into the middle and scrambling. This squad finally taken down by a clean shot from a Stinker. So, we mentioned it a lot, maybe Central Park putting a damper on the Hella, but both teams have gotten some value out of Hella so far.
And at the end there, like, all Crimzo can really do is just let those fists fly back and forth like a child throwing a temper tantrum. It's not actually going to find any damage or any KOs. It's just going to be annoying for Dreamland. But now that they've managed to deal with it, you can see they're trying to stuff Lunex in this choke here with the Hunter Sight ringing out and Stinkers finding the shot there onto Rai. It's going to be so hard for Lunex to try and get out of this little cubby here. And the cart is inching closer and closer towards the cap there. And Lunex can't get there to contest it. So Dreamland get point B for free and nearly 4 minutes to get through point C.
Time insane stuff on the Hawkeye here. 2-piece, 2 headshots back to back for him there, and Dreamland looking alive and alert here on map number 4. They are not ready to go down, not without a fight. Still 4 ultimates for this team. It feels like they have a number of resources here, but look at how far up off the payload they have pushed here. They've got Renko standing on it to keep it moving, but they are fighting Lunex at the finish line.
Oh, Rymazing though with the swap onto the Daredevil. That is how you pressure out a Hella. Bro just jumps right on top of Stinkers and reclaims that space. But Madara lurking up here in the rafters, and surely Lunex do not know he's there. Well, they know he's there now because he's dove in onto the backline. I think the Feast of the Abyss attempt got denied there, but he still has the ultimate. Gonna opt to hold on to it for another second there, but as Rymazing finds another frag, Dreamland are gonna think twice about looking to invest it, or any other ults for that matter. They're going to be building up to another competitive ult bank here. A lot, in fact, everything about to come online for both sides. It's going to be a bloody fight, and I think it's going to be the one that dictates whether or not Lunex are able to find the hold here at all.
I mean, this could be huge, right? Win for Dreamland here, potentially a couple minutes on the clock if they close it out here, but it's going to be an ult fiesta between these two teams. Korova, Invisible Boundary first to kind of set the line of scrimmage here as they will go big here. Lunex throwing down the ults, Meteor M, and Rymazing goes big here. 3K for the Daredevil, picking up almost every member of Dreamland, single-handedly wiped out. 2 minutes left to go on the clock, but now they are going to be waiting on a full team respawn here. Good stuff from Lunex here in the clutch.
But it might have been an overinvestment. Renko tried to mirror that invisible boundary, and so Techie says, I gotta shut this one down, pops the Meteor M and tries to go for the denial, but now that's 3 ults traded out for 1. Dreamland now with a firm ult advantage, and Lunex, I mean, you can take the initiative off this God of Mischief from Flamme if you want to dupe the Invisible Woman, but then you don't have a defensive tool for what's gonna come next. That Strangling Prison from Chuckles is the win con for Dreamland, and Lunex have to find a way to deny it.
Yeah, Velocity up on the Invisible Woman copy here, gonna look for an opportunity to put the boundary down, to set the boundaries for this fight here. It's dueling Invisible Boundaries. Venn diagram coming onto the battlefield here. Yusher goes up for that Goddess of Death, trying to find a breakthrough here. Chuckles going low and going down there. Big fight here for Lunex. 4 members of that team finding almost all of Dreamland yet again. So now 2 fights, 2 big wins for Lunex, and just 60 seconds to go. just felt like a blink of an eye, and they went from 3.5 minutes to just 55 seconds.
And it's because Chuckles got greedy in that Venn diagram with the invisible boundaries. He thought he could use the Strangling Prison to pull Lunex out of their safe haven, but it didn't get anything, so he ended up being the one falling into the mousetrap, and Lunex just clamped down on top of him. And now the ball, I feel, is in Lunex's court. Even though more ults are coming online for Dreamland, Lunex are the ones with the wind in their sails right now, and they can ride it all the way to this hold.
Yeah. Feels like the momentum has completely shifted, and now Dreamland are the ones on their heels here, trying to find an answer with just 20 seconds left to go. Stinkers goes for the dive and dives right into the pit on the side of the stairs here. Not what you want to see. So important to stay alive in this fight. They're Strangling Prison coming out from Crimzo now, putting down some damage onto Dreamland, but they will sustain right on through that. Yusher will find another headshot there onto Velocity as well. So on target here, and Crimzo will pick up Renko as well there. Make it 2 for Yusher as well. Finally, OT and Effector, and Lunex has stopped what was once a 5-minute timer, now down to overtime with Dreamland. No resources. Doctor Strange portal used. They'll have one Strangling Prison left, but that's all they've got, and Lunex lines up on the portal and goes for the shooting gallery.
Invisible boundary coming out. Dreamland are doing all they can to try and stabilize here, but it feels like a token resistance if that last stand coming out from Stinkers. But the Meteor Ram is going to deny any follow-up. Techie is looking for his man, but meanwhile, Yusher has found 2, and Dreamland have only found the door. Lunex ushering them out of Dracula's castle, say this castle still belongs to us, denying the full cap. So only 2 points for Dreamland, and a lot of momentum that they were riding to get that far got snuffed out off of just that one ult fight. Like I said, it was going to be all 6 on deck for both sides. And again, Dreamland, I feel, overplayed their hand.
Yeah, I 100% agree. And that seems to be just the downfall, right? The avalanche that ended up being that offensive run for them there in the last couple of minutes. So stopped painfully short of Dracula's throne room, but just not enough to close it out here. So the door to victory on not only just this map, but the series is still standing open for Lunex here. They know the goal. They need to at least get to the staircase there at the end, just before Dracula's castle. And, you know, the stats across the board, breaking even for the most part, but right, amazing. 12 final hits on that Daredevil already. So big ups for him too. I mean, absolutely insane stuff from this Lunex squad to turn this thing around. But Dreamland, very visceral offense to start things off. So, you know, it's anyone's game here really at the end. Dreamland have a lot of space to stand on.
Yeah, it's going to be Dreamland now on the defensive side. And Renko, I don't know if I like this, my friend. It is the double Adam Warlock composition that we have dreaded seeing, and Rymazing is going to be able to sniff it out on that Daredevil. So, I mean, I kind of feel like Dreamland, their goose may be cooked. It's too early to call it. There's still a lot of room for them to reclaim it, but this might be that last misstep if Rymazing's able to find it. He's actually going to swap over onto the Storm as well. So going for that full siege break composition, as we like to call it, with that Storm and that Moon Knight. Now you don't even care about the Adam Warlock. You just want to make his friends hurt.
Yeah, I mean, it's efficient to break out of triple Vanguard, of course, but if you've got so many bodies and so many reses standing in front of you, cannot blame them for employing some siege-breaking strats here, as they are looking to try and close this thing out to punch their ticket to Grand Finals. But it's going to be Madara opening up here on the defense. First KO on this side onto Rymazing Storm. Chuckle's going to follow it up there with a 2K on the Groot as well. So strong opening on defense here for Dreamland. They find their marks, but again, 3 minutes still on the clock, a long way to go. They will have a little bit of an ult advantage, but I think Lunex is going to turn that around very quickly.
But it's still key that they're able to win that first fight, though, and they're able to do it ultless. So, I mean, like, Lunex now have to try and make that adjustment. Do they commit to this composition, which indeed they will, but they're not going to have the ults to be able to break through this and also follow up on the res. So as long as Renko can stay alive, this is good for Dreamland. That 3 minutes is going to be gone in the blink of an eye, just like that Meteor M from Techie. Blink and you miss it.
Yeah. I have to think they're going to play it a little bit closer to their chest there. We saw when they committed so many ults, they just couldn't get a lot of value out of it. So looking maybe for cold feet here, but no, they are going to send it here. CYA on the board for Dreamland as the rest of the team shores up on the point here. Techie's still in the front line. They're trying to carve the path forward for Lunex to start capping here as they reach about halfway through their time. Velocity, though, on the Loki copies the CYA here. So back-to-back Rocket Raccoon ultimates here for Dreamland as they're looking to try and create create some space, but Lunex pushes back here. They are not giving up, and they are on this point firmly here, using a lot of ults to do it, but there comes the res from Rinko here, the first one the team has used. No Loki ultimate online for now, and they will carve right back through the bodies here. Rinko reses Madara here, but now the res goes offline. Lunex finally able to secure real KOs here. Meanwhile, Chime revving up a Doctor Strange portal to get back in the fight.
Lunex just do such a good job of playing that patiently, waiting for the rest to come out, but not using those duelist ultimates, knowing that they can use the Omega Hurricane to clean up after the res, and now Dreamland in dire straits, forced to pop the Strange TP, but Lunex as well has run dry, and Madara is going to take all that is left as he pops the Heartbreaker, and that's going to displace Lunex off of the point, so Dreamland able to reclaim their space, but now as we see the ultimates starting to fly on either side, more coming online. Velocity has already popped the God of Mischief. Chuckles falls though. There's the res now coming out from Velocity. It's going to be right on top of the point. There is a hand of Khonshu online for Yusher, but he is going to hold on to it for now.
Yeah, and we're talking about every inch mattering now. They were able to revert that progress on the third tick from Lunex, but now Dreamland out of options here. They're going to have to play through several ults here, and they might do it amazing. Going after Tribe, Doctor Strange taken down, Rinko offline as well. Velocity falls. They all go back to spawn here. Lunex trying to close out this third and final tick, but Dreamland will not give it up so easily. They break through here. Lunex first checkpoint secured, and still 3 minutes on the clock.
That might still be best case scenario though for Dreamland. You know, after using those double reses and not being able to secure the fight outright, Lunex just being able to be patient and wait it out and play for their fight, not take the ones that Dreamland want them to take. It's an opportunity for Dreamland now to collect themselves and try and get a couple fight wins here and maybe stuff Lunex back into that spawn door. But a couple of swaps coming out from Dreamland mean that now the ult advantage is on Lunex's side, and they are looking to leverage it as the Strangling Prison comes out from Crimzo. No KOs found off the back of it yet, but Dreamland are now playing scared. They can't take this space just yet because they know there might be a follow-up if they're not careful. And it's going to be Amazing with the Omega Hurricane.
Takes the pick and follows right up with that ultimate into the whole back line there of Dreamland. And he'll find Madara as well. Emma Frost take it offline to make it a triple with Velocity for the road here. Now Lunex on the warpath here. Just over 2 minutes left to go, and they are still marching forward here. Dreamland feels like they are caught on the back foot now. The rug has been pulled out from under them there. It felt like they were really banking on a full hold there, and now they're trying to figure out what to do next.
Well, I mean, they are going to have some ultimates online, so these swaps are now going to start to pay dividends, but Kurova goes aggressive, taking space with that invisible boundary. He loves to try and play that forward, give his team a playable safe haven, forces Renko to mirror it. Meteor M from Techie right through the wickets, not going to find what he looks like, sends that meteor back to the heavens from whence it came, and Lunex seemingly bleeding dry here. Dreamland have an opportunity to go for the reclaim here. God of Mischief coming out in another Venn diagram.
3 meters left to go here for Lunex to get this time refresh. 1:30 left, and Lunex now out of ultimates, but Dreamland cashing in the last of theirs, safe for that Feast of the Abyss. They will find Amazing though. Chime on that Phoenix will burn out the storm here, and now pushing this cart back more than 5 meters of breathing room, and with just 1:10 left to go, it is going to come down to the wire here, and it is going to come down to maybe a pick here to open things up for Yusher, but not a lot of ultimates left for either side here.
I think Yusher might get punished for that. No, the team is there. Chuckles is forced to use the Feast of the Abyss. He's the one who ends up getting punished. He finds 3 with that, but no KOs are going to be confirmed. So that pick is still going to be biting Dreamland, as Chime isn't going to be there to front load the damage. And Madara on a sliver of HP. The invisible boundary is there, but Lunex can mirror it. Sonic Seduction now from Madara, looking to lock down as many as he can with his feminine wiles. But now we're Amazing. An unimpeded Omega Hurricane is just going to burst down the front line. Stinkers gone. Madara gone. Chime soon to be gone, but puts enough damage right Amazing's way that he thinks twice about taking that duel. Instead, opting to go back onto the cart, help his team win the fight over on the front line, and it looks like they will do just that as the cap comes through and Dreamland are on the back foot. They are running out of room, running out of options. They have to make this point C defense stick.
Yeah, 1:35 left to go on the clock between these two teams. And, you know, I think that Dreamland gambled really big on those last-minute comp changes, and it just hasn't come through for them yet. They held for a while, ate away some more of Lunex's time. Now they've got them under 1:30, but I have to imagine they were hoping it would pay more dividends. So now the staircase of doom here as they approach Dracula's castle, the last stretch that Lunex needs to close out the map and the series here, and it starts with a pick from Amazing. Chuckles taken down overhead. Techie on the meteor, and and with the dunk onto Chime, Stinkers is trying to even the odds here. We've got dueling invisible boundaries here, a very, very tight Venn diagram on the staircase here, but that is going to be almost all the ultimates, but Kurova had another boundary ready to go, and just like that, Dreamland's dreams are nightmares, and Lunex will launch themselves into the grand finals.
We are denied the map 5. We are denied the sweep from Dreamland, and we're denied the race car versus Dreamland rematch, but we get to instead witness something new altogether. The crowning of a new king in North America. Will it be Lunex or will it be race car? At this rate, I gotta put my money on Lunex because it was clinical on that map, and especially on Heart of Heaven as well. But on Central Park, Lunex just played the ults to near perfection, and even when it felt like it was starting to get out of control on their defensive side, they're able to firmly plant their feet in the sand, not let Dreamland have that extra inch, that last little bit that they need to secure the cap and take us into extra innings. And Flame and Kurova with 44k heals a pop. I mean, this backline is a large part of the reason why I'm so high on Lunex. They are so smart, so intelligent, using these strategist ultimates to take space, because at the end of the day, this is a game about resources, and the most important one is space, and they know it, and they execute on that idea flawlessly against Dreamland, and they ride that high all the way to the grand finals.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely unreal performance from this team. It really felt like they got the alt rotations lined up, especially right before checkpoint number 2. It felt like no matter what Dreamland did, Lunex had another alt ready to go almost right away, and it was just an endless barrage of ultimates being activated, and that helped get Lunex over that hill, and then it was just downhill to the end of that map. And man, a seriously big win for Lunex here. They look even cleaner and even stronger than they did earlier when we saw them here. And yeah, I mean, I don't know if I can say 100% that they're ready for what awaits them next, but they are as ready as they possibly can be, riding high off of that big win.
As ready as anyone can possibly be. We saw Dreamland try their hardest in the upper bracket, and it just wasn't good enough. They took a map off of them, and then they took a map off of Lunex. Lunex are the last team that can hopefully make Racecar do more than just bleed for a single map, but I also got to highlight one thing, as we get ready to bring our host and our analyst back in. The losers who gambled on Dreamland, as you and I, Diatonic, we were all in on Lunex. We believed. The curse, by the way, has broken. The third time was the charm for Lunex.
Yeah, I normally have a decent track record when it comes to predictions, but Lunex really surprised me around every turn. I mean, again, cannot overlook the fight that Dreamland put up in this series here. Close, contested maps across the board, just not enough to overcome this Lunex squad, looking better than I've ever seen them here. So, definitely looking forward to what awaits us next. But we need to bring back our other friends to talk about this match, because there is a lot to say about this matchup.
Yeah, we were wrong. That's our team name, Shibby. Unfortunately,
we're wrong.
Yeah, we're wrong in our predictions. But, hey, we at least got 4 maps that time. So nice to see that there was a little bit more competition than just a straight shot to the finals for Lunex. And this really just goes to show that Lunex have leveled up. Since we saw them against Dreamland initially, they fought their demons in the lower bracket, and now they have risen above the rest and make it all the way to those grand finals. Guaranteed now, at least at $3,000. But Shibby, how can they keep this going against Racecar in those finals?
Gonna be tough. I love that Lunex were so willing to swap on to different stuff. We saw Rymazing on the Storm, Usher on the Moon Knight, right? They weren't just dominating on their prototypical picks. And we already know that Rymazing has been busting out the Iron Man and stuff. I think that's the way you're gonna beat Racecar. I think that's how Dreamland were able to take that first map. They ran a really cool Punisher, Mantis, Soul Resurgence, Last Stand, or Final Judgment composition, and it kind of threw them out. I also think, unlike Dreamland, Lunex does have the pieces to counter that Daredevil, that Racecar were so hell-bent on saving and protecting every single time. So I think they got the pieces. I'm just hoping we get 5 maps.
Please, that would be great. Well, speaking of the maps that we did see here, CB, it was the first time, at least on broadcast, and I believe also from off stream, that we saw Heart of Heaven. And I feel like that was the shift in momentum that was needed for the counter picks. Shout out production for bringing up those maps as well. And after that Yggdrasil path, it felt like Lunex were a little lost. But did this counter pick, in your mind, change the game for Lunex to get back in the saddle?
I mean, I would say so. And I mean, like, Dreamland tried to play at their best with the bans onto the Namor and onto the Phoenix to try and shut down that double hit scan that's been so good for the likes of for Raimazing and Yusher on like the likes of Burning T'Challa or on Krakoa in the past. They take it to Heart of Heaven and just try and win out the hit scan duel, but then Raimazing is just one step ahead. You know, he swaps over to the Ultron and turns it in favor of Lunex, and it's a great heads-up scout for them. There's also that long war of attrition towards the end of Point B that's just so hard to overcome if you can't win a fight cleanly, and Lunex understand that. All they got to do is make it bloody. They ain't got to win the fight on the defensive side. They just got to not lose it for as long as possible, and then win it at the end when it counts, and they do just that.
Let's give a final note here, Diatonic, to Dreamland. What do they need to take from this series, this tournament, into MRC, into Ignite, depending on what they're competing in, going into the future for this roster?
You know, I like that they think outside the box too. You know, yeah, we lost, kind of made a name for themselves in this tournament for doing just that. But, you know, they were kind of busting it out here too. You know, both of these teams kind of going at each other, bringing out some things we weren't expecting. You know, the highlight of the match for me, Raimazing on Ultron. I am a huge Ultron fan, so love to see that come through and be very successful too. But I think that's the key here is a lot of teams are kind of just fighting on those terms of what the meta is. And that's how a meta game works, of course. But I think that a lot of teams have found a lot of success here in bringing out something that they're more comfortable with, even if it's a little off meta. So going forward, I want to see more of that. I want to see more comfort on, okay, I know this isn't normally what people play, but I'm really good with it, and I think we can do something with it.
Well, let's see if we can take a look at the bracket before we go into a little bit of a break as well, because this is the final hour for both of these teams. Racecar and Lunex will be our final matchup on the stream, and it's been not the easiest of journeys for Lunex, as you can see. Had to take one loss against Dreamland, and then again back-to-back massive matches. Extinction, of course, I think was the fastest one that they had, but aside from that, it hasn't been an easy road for them, Shibby.
Lunex is sufficiently warmed up, right? I mean, their hands are so hot. It could melt ice cubes. It could melt the world, potentially, I feel. And I think Racecar, look, they have the advantage of like being in the grand finals, understanding in that bracket, like, hey, we've seen Lunex's strategies. We've seen them face off against Na'Vi. We've seen them face off against a team that took a map off of us in Dreamland. I feel like they're pretty confident, but at the same time, I mean, like, I almost believe Lunex has more in the tank when it comes to strategies. Is that crazy to say?
No, I don't think that's too crazy to say, but I also think it's interesting enough that we haven't seen either of these teams play each other yet. They started in different groups, different sides of the bracket. The #1 team from Group A versus the #1 team from Group B. It is going to be a masterclass of a Marvel Rivals performance in our final best of 5, but we aren't going to take too much time. We're going to be headed into our final, potentially, break of the evening. So we'll see you with those grand finals after this. $9,000 on the line. It all comes down to this 3 days of action leading into 2 final teams out of the 12. It's been a great journey so far, CB, Shibby, and Diatonic, as we have covered all of the action here on the Marvel Rivals channel. And now we get to see who will be the champion at the end of the day. Let's take a look at the original standings from the group stages and see how we got here for the teams going into that bracket stage. The Beasts were in order. Shikigami Intergalactic, unfortunately, it fell a little bit early, but we got to see the rest of the top 8 rise through the challenge here, Diatonic.
Yeah, I mean, a couple of surprising cuts there. Shikigami and Intergalactic especially surprised me there. But, Race Car coming out of that group stage full, full gear, revved up, 10 maps won, none dropped, all group stage long. And Lunex came out strong as well. These are the #1 seeds going head to head here. Didn't drop any series, but 1 or 2 maps here or there. And in fact, Race Car didn't drop a map until just earlier. So definitely still some momentum on their side, I would say, coming into this last matchup.
Yeah, we had some great series throughout all of that. That was the first loss we saw for Na'Vi, where Lunex took them down in a 3-map stunner. Even the Beasts were able to take a map against them at the start of the competition. And Flark actually looking really good themselves too. Extinction, the Cinderella story themselves, and then Ego Def and Yeah We Lost picked up the pieces in Group B. Moving on to the bracket stage and how things had progressed from yesterday to now. Of course, Jibby, Yeah We Lost taking down Na'Vi, Lunex getting the win again to send them packing. But I kind of want to put a note on to Team Flark. They still managed to even take a map against Na'Vi, so can't really look too far away from them with their performance.
Yeah, I think it's hilarious that Yeah We Lost 2-1's Na'Vi just to lose 2-0 to Extinction. Now Extinction obviously on that massive run that we were talking about before, matching up against Lunex. But I mean, this tournament overall, not how we expected for anyone, right? We all, I think, had Lunex, Na'Vi in the finals, but Race Car coming in relatively undefeated, not dropping a singular map until the upper finals. Like, that is insane in of itself. And they could very much come in here and 3-0 Lunex, and that'll be the only stain on their record. But I think Lunex sufficiently warmed up. Massive losers bracket run, Na'Vi, Extinction, Dreamland defeating their demons. Now they get the run back, or not the run back, but they get the run in with Race Car here. I think this is going to be really interesting.
It's going to be a great series. Again, we've seen, a lot of these roster members from Race Car on FlyQuest, a lot of these Lunex roster members from former Sentinels. So it's kind of an old heated rivalry just under different names and brandings between these two. So great to see it all come to a head. And the Race Car run so far here, Diatonic, it kind of reminds me of what we saw for Virtus Pro during the grand finals at DreamHack Atlanta a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, they have really come out here as the dominant team throughout this whole tournament. Again, just seeing them drop a singular map to Dreamland, who are no longer here, eliminated by Lunex in that last round. And, they have tackled some tough teams here. Of course, they had a couple run-ins with Dreamland along the way, but Lunex here really is the team that I think I said before the last match, forged in fire here. They've taken on Na'Vi twice. They've had to take on Dreamland twice, and they turned things around in their second run-in with them. So yeah, Race Car definitely a threat for sure. I definitely expect them to see them take a couple maps here, but Lunex is a serious threat coming into this last match that have built themselves up throughout this whole bracket.
Well, we've been watching through the journey of Lunex the entire day here, CB. Do they have it in them to take more than a single map, do you feel?
I mean, I think they do, because historically these two teams have played quite close to one another. In fact, I believe Lunex even holds a victory in MRC over Mutants, which I want to touch a little bit about that chapter of Race Car, because I touched a little bit on it last time around when I said, who it was that Lunex lost to that got sent to the lower bracket in MRC? It was Dreamland under the name Team Guilty. But you know who it was that they met in that lower bracket that eliminated them? It was Mutants, and it was a close series, but it was not before Lunex had bested Mutants previously. So I do think that these two rosters can play quite close to one another. There is a chance for Lunex, and Dreamland have shown that you can make God bleed. Now Lunex have the opportunity to make some non-believers.
Well, we'll have to see who is going to rise to that challenge. But let's take a look at the rosters here as we go through them one last time. Race car zooms across your screen for a moment. Smash, Energy, Speedily, Spark Chief, Vess. Vinny's not really playing with them, but they're for emotional support. Memories and Cooper-tastic for this team. Shibby, who's been your big standout on this team so far?
I'm biased for my role, so I honestly, Vess has been killing it, right? Drawing the Vanpool bans, swapping over to multiple different heroes. I just honestly think this Vanguard line for Racecar has been really, really good, and it's really underrated. When Spark Chief kind of locks in and doesn't play Thor and like random stuff like that, he just picks what's good. This team low-key feels a little bit unstoppable, and with Vess and Spark Chief together, it feels tough to play against, man.
It is tough to play against this race car roster with the way that they were just high flying, performing against all odds, and nothing seemed to stop them except just a single map win that we saw for Dreamland. And hopefully Lunex, during the downtime between the last series and this one, had a chance to look at some of that footage and review it before they could get into this series. And as we take a look at some of the highlights, I mean, who are the biggest standouts from the plays that we saw in that upper final, CB?
I mean, up in the upper finals, I mean, you got to give it to Yusher. I mean, bro has been making a name for himself over there on that hit scan. Like, bro was brought into this roster just to be a fragger, and he has more than lived up to his potential. And I also want to highlight Rymazing as well, who has consistently been one of the most flexible duelist players in North America, always just on the cusp of that conversation for the GOAT, where we're talking about maybe Energy or Speedery taking up that mantle once again now that Terra is there. Rymazing's making a strong case for himself, saying, hey, don't forget about me, my friends, because before there was Speedery, there was Ry.
That there was. And now looking on the other side of things for Lunex a little bit here as well, Diatonic. I mean, they've had an amazing lower bracket run themselves. Were able to take down Na'Vi in the group stage, and then eventually did fall in that reverse sweep against Dreamland. But they got their revenge now. Only one more obstacle in their way before becoming champions.
Yeah, and I mean, you know, my personal pick out of Lunex has to be Yusher. You know, I've watched him play for a long time in Rivals now, and he has leveled up his game so immensely in the KO feed around every turn. It feels like every match I've watched him in this tournament. But, you know, that's what it feels like this matchup is really racing towards here, is that duelist versus duelist talent. See what I did there? Racing, race car?
Yeah, I get
it. I had to get one. But yeah, it really does, you know, a lot of the duelist talent. Both teams have some insanely good duelist players here, and that's not to overlook the Vanguard or the strategist lines for either teams. Of course, Korova and Flamme have had insane chemistry throughout this tournament, and you know, I already thought very highly of Korova, especially as an Adam Warlock main, but now with Flamme there as well, this team has pulled off some insane stuff, so you cannot count them out going into this grand finals. I know how it looks, Racecar winning almost every single match, dropping one map along the way, but you can't overlook Lunex quite yet.
Well, Shibby, as we take a look at these highlights, give us some insight onto what we can expect from the ban and protect phase between these two teams. Since they haven't played against each other yet, they don't really have as much footage as they would like against these specific rosters. Of course, you know, we did have Mutants playing against Lunex before, but it's still a little bit of a different makeup because Cooper wasn't on that roster at the time.
Yeah, I think the big thing, and specifically for Lunex, right, and Racecar, I think that Daredevil protect and the answer to that Daredevil is going to be very, very interesting. I think both teams have the ability to match up against it. Sometimes you can just kind of frag out. The nerfs to Daredevil as well have allowed Phoenix, arguably the best hit scan in the game, to match up against, you know, all of these different dive heroes, whether it's Daredevil, whether it's maybe something like a Psylocke if that gets busted out. We also have seen, you know, I think to CB's point, Rymazing swap over to all these different duelists, right? I mean, Moon Knight, the Iron Man has come out. Maybe he needs to put that away. That's still to be contested, but there's a lot of different things happening.
Yeah, a lot of different things that can happen between these two teams when it comes to the ban and protect phase. But again, Racecar, they have been the team to beat for a reason. We saw them only dropping the single map up to this point. They've had a relatively easy go of it all the way forward. So we'll have to see if they'll be able to carry that torch ahead into these grand finals where it matters the most. They've already guaranteed themselves at least $3,000 of the 9K prize pool, but of course they want that 6,000 to their name. They don't got to share it with anyone other than themselves either, because they're only under the race car moniker for now. I'm sure we'll see some of these players, if either together or on different rosters in the future for MRC or Ignite. It's going to be a great time of it. But looking at Krakoa being the first map for this one, now that we have a bit of an insight on how that one's going to be, let's get some predictions going here. CB, who do you think is going to take it, not just map 1, but the entire series, winning the grand final?
So here's the thing is, like, you know, my heart wants to say Lunex again, and I think I might go with the Lunex prediction. And Krakoa, I mean, like I said, they have not dropped a single Krakoa across this entire tournament, but Racecar has also been pretty strong on it as well. So I don't know if that's enough for me to hang my hat on, but nevertheless, it didn't fail me last round. It ain't gonna fail me this time. I'm cashing in. Give me Lunex for this one.
Okay, we got one for Lunex already. Shibby, how you feeling? I mean, last time our predictions didn't go as well, but we are getting into the ban and protect phase, so maybe we'll save that for later. You can tell us a little bit about that afterwards. I'll bug Diatonic once we're through at this stage. A little bit more important for now. And the Daredevil immediately coming through for the protect, Shibby. We're not surprised at all.
No, and that's really interesting that they've hinged the second protect, or like essentially the second pick here on that Daredevil. That opens Lunex up to really pinch that race car hero pool, as we do see Loki being banned away. We could potentially get one-sided Loki, which is what I'm interested in for Lunex. That opens up a lot of different compositions, but instead they're gonna opt in for the Invisible Woman. So ban phase already going very different than what we're used to.
Yeah, I'd like to see, I mean, Diatonic, any insight you can give onto why they're maybe focusing on that Invisible Woman rather than going for the Loki that we typically see?
Yeah, that is kind of the question. I don't know if it's a gamble on their part of maybe they see the opportunity with the Daredevil save here. They can go for something in this simultaneous ban they're getting ready to go into. Maybe go for the throat, something that Racecar would really want to play here. Maybe they have other priorities in mind. It is very different than what we've seen before.
Ooh. Yeah, trying to have it one-sided. CV, I know you got some thoughts on this one.
Yeah, I mean, like the one-sided invis, but here's something else is like on Krakoa, like we've seen Lunex try and reach deep into the bag. Like I said, they have a lot of different looks when it comes to this map. You're going to see that Angela Protect coming through. You know, to me, that signals that they still do want to try and play that Angela poke kind of composition with like Hela, not with Namor, but probably Hela and Phoenix, unless Phoenix ends up being banned here. But you've also managed to dodge the Mantis. Like we haven't seen either team reaching for that right now. So I have a suspicion that triple strat is going to be on deck.
Ooh, yeah, nobody going for the Loki ban, at least for now. So
there's
it's going to be for free
there's
for
the
Lunex.
Mantis ban.
The Mantis ban had to come through for sure.
Yeah.
So now it comes down to this final protect for Racecar on what their options are, and the final ban for Lunex as well.
Loki?
Diatonic, got any predictions?
Oh, sorry, Mantis.
It could be Mantis one-sided, yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, okay, Cloak and Dagger save from Racecar. I like the Angela save from Lunex. You know, Angela was big for Crimzo on Heart of Heaven when they started to turn that last one around. There's a lot on the table here. I mean, they could just stop the Loki. No, maybe the Phoenix ban here. Not a bad option either. We've seen her a ton in this tournament and a game changer for sure here. They're hovering it. They're going to lock it in. So Phoenix off of the table here. Definitely a different draft phase than we've seen through a lot of this tournament.
Well, quickly, Diatonic, right back to you. Who do you got winning this one?
You know, I think Lunex have kind of built themselves up here. They've collected the Infinity Gauntlet of defeated demons throughout this tournament. I think it's going to go 3-2 Lunex.
Okay, I'm going Racecar just to make it easy to split things up. Shibby, as we are going into this first of our final best of 5 series, tell us who you got and take us into it.
Well, surely I've lost the house on Dreamland. I've lost the kids. I won't lose my pants here because I'm going to bet on Racecar winning this series. I think it's actually going to be a 3-0 from them. I'm putting my money where my mouth is as we get into map 1 of the Mega Monthly Grand Finals between Racecar and Lunex Gaming. CB, whose side would you rather be on now that we've seen the pick and ban phase for both of these?
Well, I got to be completely honest with you. I kind of feel like Racecar come out ahead being able to secure that Mantis, which you can already see energy on. So you're already going to have a triple strat lineup here. Lunex trying to make that poke composition work. Meanwhile, Racecar are completely changing the calculus here, and I don't know if they're going to be, if Lunex are going to be ready for it. So, you know, I predded Lunex, you predded Racecar. I kind of feel like it's a safe bet, but either way, the doors are open, the gates are open. A portal from Vess is soon to also be open. Let's get into it.
Spidery on that Daredevil, very crucial for them to protect that Spark Chief as well. Opened up onto the Hulk. Cooper looking for that strat pool, and I like Vest this opening portal play, get them in position, but Usher and Rymazing on the hit scan sisters could prove pretty tough, especially for Spark Chief, who's not going to really have that shield there, and Techie takes down Spidery immediately.
And it's off of the kidnap from Crimzo, and Vest trying that one out for a Maelstrom of Madness onto Rymazing, and Racecar seemingly looking to get themselves on the point, but it's just Vest all by himself holding up that shield and just being bullied back by Lunex, who even without Rymazing still have the damage to make Vest fear for his life, so he's gonna back up. Rymazing comes back, cleans up Spark Chief, and even though Cooper is looking to invest here, Lunex already have the first cap.
Yeah, final exam actually being used for Cooper here, trying to get that jackpot 6 out of 7, trying to potentially empower his team here, but a nice end song Inferno from Usher to just buy them some space. Lunex are gaining so much percentage here. Soul Resurgence used by Energy, Rymazing close to that Goddess of Death, and you see Vess diving deep for this Hella here. I mean, that's absolutely insane how far they're going. They are looking to flip that point though. Korova has the invisible boundary available in about 5%. Memories looking to potentially use that eternal bond here. We'll see who cracks first.
I mean, Crimzo's doing such a good job, though, of keeping everybody from Racecar at bay, and now the invisible boundary going to come out from Korova, forcing out that eternal bond now from Memories. Who is going to flinch first as the percentage continues to tick up for Lunex? Heaven's Retribution lands square where it needs to, but Cooper, with that final exam, is going to do a good job of keeping the team sustained with some of that AoE healing, but Spidery was not in the A of the E.
Yeah, not at all here. The damage boost from Flamme was absolutely brutal, and Rymazing popping that Goddess of Death, ideally to get some eliminations, but realistically just forcing Racecar back as we do get a pause. Yeah, Racecar looked at this as, guys, why are we losing our first two team fights? That's not normally what happens.
Tactical pause gonna come out there. I'm wondering if maybe Spidery got caught out, maybe like a mouse disconnected or a keyboard issue or something, or a mic issue, any number of things coming out, but you know, like I said early on, Lunex is doing such a good job of leveraging this Angela to just keep everybody at bay, keep displacing Vess. You know, every time he tries to hold up his shield, I mean, Crimzo's just licking his chops, being like, I can just take this Doctor Strange for a ride and deny all of that shield utility. Vess hasn't really done a whole lot but try and hold that shield in Rymazing's face, and it just hasn't been enough to stop this this percentage from accruing. So Lunex already in the driver's seat and approaching that 80% one fight territory threshold.
Yeah, I love how you called it there. Crimzo on that Angela. The early protect indicates that they want to go for that double poke composition. The hit scan sisters, while Vess is being carried off into Narnia, you see Racecar just getting rifled down, right? It doesn't matter if it's Spidery, if it's Spark Chief, like they're all just getting whittled away here. And yeah, it's really, really good play, I think, from Lunex. And you combo that up. They haven't done it yet, but Flamme has the ability to throw the CYA with the End Song Inferno for a damage boosted, huge multi-kill. And I think that's going to be really, really tough for Racecar to deal with. But the match is paused. Unfortunately, we are having some technical issues with one of the players. But looking at that, like you said, 80% first fight win. I mean, if they end up, let's future sight a little bit since we have some time. If they do end up winning on this composition, does Racecar immediately go, hey, we got to take the Angela out of the picture?
I mean, I honestly don't even know if the Angela is worth the ban right now, because in the meta she hasn't been that strong. But if it continues to be a thorn in your side and Crimzo is continuing to just displace your front line, deny your space, and make it so you are vulnerable to the wraths of Usher and Rymazing on the hit scan sisters, as you like to call them, maybe you do. I mean, a lot of these picks and bans that we've seen, like onto the Namor or onto the Hela, have been trying to just cut it off at the source. You know, you ban the hit scan outright, but there's enough heroes that you can kind of dance around that now. You still have to worry about Rymazing potentially on the Ultron, so maybe Crimzo is just the linchpin. We've all been sleeping on it, and maybe you do have to end up banning it out, but I think we're putting the cart before the horse with the future sight there a little bit, because that End Song Inferno CYA amplifier combination there, I think, is the first thing they're gonna have to worry about. Yeah, I said CYA amplifier, ATM machine, whatever. It's been a long day. All right.
Chai tea.
Chai tea, a bit of a chai tea moment. Also, here's the interesting thing too: is it was actually a Discord issue for a member of Lunex that prompted the pause. So it wasn't even like there's not really an excuse for the misplay from Racecar. They just kind of like stepped out of the ultimate there.
Yeah, unfortunate as we are going to come back into the game here. Spark Chief, Speedery do have ults online. The Devil can be let out with ideally no answer. I wonder if Techie is going to be saving that Banhammer for Speedery here, maybe to try to mess with them a little bit, take them out, taunt them, essentially, like you said, put a curse on them, take them out of the game for a little bit. Racecar don't have a lot of time, 88% and climbing for Lunex, and you already see Crimzo setting up the displacement onto Vess, who is swapped over now to that Deadpool.
You can potentially deny the angle from one of those hit scan sisters. Speedery is pinging that Hela, looking for Rymazing, trying to get access to him, but Sung Inferno coming out from Yusher. Speedery does take down Kurova, but it's traded out 2 for 1 though. Racecar finally in this fight, but at 99%, they gotta win this fight.
Flamay does get the res off, but a lot's being invested from Racecar. God of Thunder comes in, unfortunately doesn't land onto anybody, but it's still gonna allow them to pick up a couple elims. Memories takes down Techie, and finally the point flip comes in, and Racecar, perfect Marvel Rivals has to happen here for them to get this first round.
Kraken Impact is going to be online for Energy, and the Strategist Ultimates are going to be coming online as well. So Racecar do have a lot of tools to leverage to try and get that 99% run back, and Lunex are still looking to try and make up for that deficit. But you can see Racecar extending themselves very thin here, and Lunex looking for one person to get out of position and straggle. But it's Crimzo that ends up getting caught out. Vess trading that one out, and Crimzo with the res. So Lunex, despite what looked like a misplay from Crimzo, get that second chance and do have the opportunity to take this fight with a man advantage.
Energy, take down Techie. I don't believe the respawn is going to come in here. CYA available. Kurova as well has that invisible boundary. Cooper's going to match with that Luna Snow ult. Let's see if Energy's going to come in with the Kraken Impact after that CYA gets taken down here. Rymazing just looking for the elims, but Usher actually gets it onto Energy, and Memories has to pop the Eternal Bond. That's going to prompt Rymazing to throw that Goddess of Death, and that's just elim after elim for Lunex. They're going to flip the point. Spark Chief has to get this portal off before Crimzo can come and lunge him away. They are going to block that portal momentarily. They do have to go out from the backside. Energy, now is the time to pop the Kraken Impact. If not now, then it's never. You can't, I think, save this for the second point. And Song Inferno plus Heaven's Retribution is going to land square onto Racecar's face, and you lose round 1.
And you know what? I'm glad that we talked about Crimzo on this Angela, because that is absolutely the biggest problem for Racecar right now. They just can't seem to pin him down, and even when they finally do, he gets rezzed back up. It's these 3Ks that come through. It's denying that Kraken Impact with the Heaven's Retribution. It's body blocking the Strange TP. Everything you can possibly doing to get value out of this Angela pick, Crimzo is doing, and then some. So, you know, maybe Lunex do keep their perfect Krakoa record, get the early ups over Racecar on this map, and if you do, I think we have to have that discussion again. Do you ban the Angela? Because right now, the answer, I think, is a resounding yes.
I mean, if things go like this, Crimzo has been setting his team up for success here. Energy does have that Kraken Impact available. I did say if he doesn't use it now, then maybe never, but I think if they just open up with this Kraken Impact onto Lunex, try to secure that first point, try to secure that first fight win, get some percentage here, there's a world where they can turn this around. I like their ultimate economy, especially because Lunex banked so much on that round win. Like, most of them are under 50%, so this bodes well for at least minimum 2 fights for Racecar if they win this next one.
Yeah, but it's worth it to get that point when, you know, you keep the momentum up in your favor. Now, you know Energy probably has that ultimate, so you can try and pin him down, but it looks like it's Lunex actually that are getting split off here. Techie under a lot of pressure there from Vess, but it's Vess that has to try and get back to the team for some help, and there's Crimzo getting unfettered access to the backline once again, continuing to be a nuisance. He's taking a lot of damage, but the Guardian Shields will heal him up, and there, Energy now has the opening for that Kraken Impact. It is Speedery lets the Devil out. How is that for a 1-2 punch?
Rymazing does go down here. Speedery and Energy pop both their ultimates. percentage is ticking for race car. So that's a good opening. Spark Chief as well has swapped over to Captain America. Might be the 5th or 6th unique Vanguard he's played in this tournament. I almost think he cycled through the whole roster.
I mean, if not, he'll get there eventually, but I like him on the Captain America. It's one of my favorite picks for him because he's so good at just being annoying, being a nuisance, essentially doing everything that Crimzo is doing, but just a little bit more boosts on the ground, and with a slightly better ultimate for your team if you want to try and control the tempo. And I like it. I think it's a good swap for Race Car and a great way to try and keep this momentum and get themselves on the board here. Early Freedom Charge is going to help with this ult economy and force Lunex back. They have to be careful, though, do Race Car, as someone was threatening a back cap there, so they can't commit on this Freedom Charge.
I do love it, though. Buying more time, buying more space, pushing Lunex back, right? That's the job of Spark Chief here, to create as much space as possible for Energy and Speedery to find those dives here. Cooper and Memories both have their strategist ultimates available. Looks like Eternal Bond is going to be the first one to come out to match Flame's own CYA, which has been pretty far back. Kurova drops the invisible boundary, and look at Rymazing swapping over to the Ultron. Extermination potentially available, and Song Inferno after the Crimzo ultimate. I don't think it's going to come in for multiple elims this time around, but Techie going on a rampage. 2 members down for Race Car. This should allow Lunex to secure the point.
And I hate to harp on it, but it's Crimzo, again, who finds Cooper before that Fate of Both Worlds can possibly come out. He is constantly finding the correct frag at the correct time. Bro is so smart. It's why he was a player coach for a while for that Sentinels roster, and it's why he's still being brought in here to be the playmaker and be the tip of the spear. In fact, the literal spear, as it were, with the Angela. And even with some of these smart swaps coming out from Race Car, they haven't effectively dealt with him in a permanent manner, and now the tempo game is going to be in favor of Lunex. Good teleport, though, to dodge this Rage of Ultron. That is an ultimate going to be down the drain, and now Cooper with that Fate of Both Worlds. Race Car in the driver's seat again.
Yeah, they could potentially damage boost Speedery when he lets the devil out here. He looks like he's chasing for Kurova, now hunting the other strategist. Like you said, very good teleport from them. Lunex tried to go fast, but unfortunately, they weren't fast enough to catch the Race Cars, as they are going to flip this point 90% and climbing. Multiple members down for Lunex, and a big stagger potentially onto Crimzo if they can catch him.
Strange TP looking to come out here from Techie. Is he going to be able to get it in time? It looks like he will, but there is going to be a Horn of Proteus from Energy online to try and shut them down, but he's going to hold on to it. Wait until he can get that juicier one, though. But nevertheless, Race Car are looking for it now. There we go. Good dodge there from Techie, jumping back through the portal to stop the impact from coming, and now we are at a full 66.
Banhammer comes in as well. Flame and Usher combo up with the Ensong Inferno plus the CYA, and that means see you later, Race Car, as they're gonna get wiped from this point.
Spark Chief gonna hold on to that Freedom Charge, just stagger out a little bit more, and 37%, and Lunex are going to start accruing a little bit more here, but at 99, Race Car only have to find one more flip, and they are in the money. That Strange TP being burned is going to be massive. Look at that cooldown. 126 seconds, practically 2 minutes from now and some change before that's going to be even an option for them again, assuming they can get the swaps and get the teleporter down in time. So no more second chances, but Race Car do still have that option. They just have to play this one patiently and play it correctly, and they can also play with the tempo. I want to see Spark Chief go in deep with this Freedom Charge and draw some aggro out of Lunex, but it's going to be Crimzo with the initiative.
Not allowed. Spark Chief's gonna call onto the Freedom Charger to keep his team alive. Techie can be big here. After this wears down, there's a huge opportunity for the Eye of Agamotto, especially out of the invis, and there we go. Unfortunately, only lands on the Memories, but just that's enough. Crimzo finds both strategists. 85% and counting. Are they gonna be able to get a TP in for Race Car, though? That's the big question.
I mean, I see Energy making the swap, 90%. It's kind of rough if he's going to be able to make it out the spawn door and get it there in time, or at the very least get close. It's kind of dicey, 97%. Vest is actually there to trigger OT, so the Strange TP will come out, and Race Car do have the ults.
Crimzo stopped it! Crimzo stopped it! He charged in to Energy! He stopped the TP! They're just running the point. Speedery does have the Daredevil ultimate available. He's gonna let it out. There's nothing to respond. Usher does have Ensong Inferno, though, looking for the Elim. Drops it on Speedery's head, but it's not enough. Despite getting the TP stopped, Race Car's coming in, but they are falling like flies. Lunex are taking their time. They're dismantling them one by one by one. Usher is rifling them down.
It's all Crimzo. You want to ask me the MVP of this map, which I know you do. It's got to be Crimzo. He denies the TP. He's constantly in the KO feed on the Angela. Racecar have no choice but to acknowledge him, but to deal with him, and they were not effectively able to do so at any point on Krakoa. And I think you are in danger if you go to a Heart of Heaven, if you go to a Central Park, if you go to just about any convoy map, he can do the exact same thing.
Crimzo, Angela, not allowed in this tournament, not allowed in this series anymore. I have to feel that Racecar understands that. They invested the early protect as well into the Daredevil, and honestly, Speedery did as good of a job as he could given the circumstances. But Racecar, in my opinion, yeah, I think they're gonna need to not save that Daredevil, because they also got their strategist pool pinched heavily. Like, Cooper is on Luna, which is not the worst thing in the world, but surely you'd want to be on something a little bit stronger.
And speaking of Luna, I don't know that Cooper ever got to pop the Fate of Both Worlds. I know it got denied at least one time from Crimzo, so. and you know, he was still holding on to it by the end of that second point there, so it just never came out when you really needed it to, and it's a suboptimal pick with suboptimal results, and it's all, again, on the back of Crimzo, who sets Yusher up to knock them down with this Endsong Inferno. And what's crazy is, despite all of the KOs that we saw from Crimzo, it was actually Techie that came out with the most final blows, and Yusher not too far behind. It was all members of the front line of Lunex going full steam ahead, taking the fight straight to Racecar, and Racecar don't know what hit them.
Yeah, and some of the combos that came out from Lunex, they were mixing it up as well mid-match. They kind of just sometimes threw down the Heaven's Retribution plus the Endsong Inferno. Then there was a combo with Flamme on the CYA that allowed them. And this is really big, right? Because this keeps Speedery super low, doesn't allow him to go as far as he'd like. Cooper as well. Yeah, he didn't get the ultimate off for Luna. He actually went down before anything could happen. So that means Racecar don't have the ability to contest this point. Yusher rifles everybody down, and that's going to give them the 1-0 lead.
So my question now is for Racecar. I mean, it kind of feels similar to what we had, you know, where they dropped the first map to Dreamland. Surely Racecar can go for the full run back, you know, brush off Domination. It's not real. It doesn't matter. Didn't happen. Wasn't
Fake.
there. Never heard Domination. Never heard of her. It's all about the convoy and the convergence. Which do you go to? And more importantly, which map do you go to? And I guess even more importantly than that is, do you, as you proposed, reach for that Angela ban?
Yeah, a lot of questions for Racecar that need to be answered. And honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if they opt in for going for Museum of Contemplation. That was a map that we saw early on from some of the on paper, right, worst teams. In theory, they would take some of these teams that maybe haven't practiced Museum, haven't been on there. That might be Racecar's lane to try and take a map away from Lunex.
I don't hate it, honestly. And, you know, leave it to Racecar to pick a map like Museum of Contemplation and then play some sort of off-the-wall kind of composition that's not just the poke comp. Like, maybe just give Lunex the bait and say, like, you want to play that double hit scan, go for it. We're gonna, you know, have Venom crawling on the ceilings. I'll put Spark Chief on the Rogue or on the Thor or whatever, you know? Like, people haven't really cracked that map yet, so it's kind of devolves into whatever flavor of Brawl v Poke that you want, but a team like Racecar could potentially break the mold. So I agree. I don't think that's where they're going to go, but I'm optimistic.
No.
I'd like to see them go there.
I'd love to see them go there. I mean, obviously we get more time on that map, but also it does favor them because I feel like at least the double poke, the hit scan sisters that Lunex like to run, not as dominant until you get to that final stretch where it's a lot more open. There's a lot more high ground. We've seen a lot of Moon Knight on that map specifically, where I might give that over to Racecar and their composition, especially when they're running the Storm and, like, you know, they can run Storm, Moon Knight, and all this different stuff. I don't think Lunex have completely figured out Racecar. And I think something that we didn't really get to mention too much, Racecar's strength of schedule, when we had those schedules up, wasn't as tough, right? I'm the biggest yeah we lost fan at all as we go over to Central Park here, so we're both completely wrong. But Lunex did have to go through a much tougher gauntlet to get here, so they might just be battle-tested, battle-ready.
I mean, yeah, with the win over Na'Vi, yeah, we lost, did prove that they can beat the best in the world. The key word there is can. They aren't always going to do it. When they went up against Racecar, they fell down 2-0. And, you know, we don't actually know what happened there or how easy or how difficult it was. I like to think it was, you know, at least a bit of a sweat fest despite the 2-0. But, Still, yeah, to your point, it is an easier strength of schedule for Racecar. Lunex might very well be the first, well, second true test, because I'm not going to discount Dreamland like that. I can't do my boys that way. They are definitely fighters. They're definitely contenders. Unfortunately, out of contention, and it's up to Lunex to dethrone the team that took the fast lane to the grand finals.
Yeah, Pick and Ban going a little bit more like we're used to. No wacky one-sided invis and stuff like that here. Lunex and Racecar both saving that Loki. Mantis being banned away, though, is pinching that strategist pool once again. No Gambit, no Mantis, no Cloak and Dagger. And I like the one-sided Mantis coming out from Racecar.
Yeah, I absolutely don't hate that either. I mean, but you're going to be looking at Lunex to see what do they go for, because they can put Ry-Mazing on the Mantis typically, but that's not like their preferred MO. Like, that's, you know, plan C or D. They don't really have to go that deep into their toolbox. Instead, they can just try and, you know, play their game. You know, a counteract or a ban onto the Phoenix there to try and deny some of that hit scan coming out from the other side, I think is another good way forward. You know, force potentially that Helena Moore to come out from the other side and invis protect, making sure that you do have a strong backliner for Kurova and also a good dupe for Flamme. I like it from Lunex. I do still think, though, that one-sided Mantis opens up some opportunities for Racecar, but Lunex aren't going to be hurting too much on that ban.
Yeah, one-sided invis has kind of been the monkey or the wrench in this plan, right? Like, it's really tough for Racecar to try to play. I know they have the Loki and the Mantis available to themselves. They might end up running that Res Cop here on Central Park specifically. But again, I don't know if I want to see Cooper on Luna again. Not because I think he's bad or anything like that. Not because he couldn't get his ult off, but because, to your point, CB, they were just so good at finding out where he is and making sure he goes down at least one of the first two eliminations every single time. It's really hard to build up your ult charge when you're getting ganged every single time.
I mean, even if you have your ult, Crimzo is going to be on the hunt on that Angela. A little bit of a change up here, though, as Lunex are going to be on the attack, and Angela not always the best look on the attack here. I think Crimzo sticking to that group might be a smart idea, but Spark Chief on the Thor for the defense and a double res comp for Racecar. This is going to be a spicy defense here. Not a whole lot of stopping power for Racecar, but a whole lot of resing power.
Yeah, Racecar opting in on the defense. Spark Chief opening up with that Thor. Vess as well is opting in for a 3-3 composition here on this point. Not something we've typically seen, but also in these kinds of cases, Spark Chief kind of will just play like a big duelist, right? That's what Thor is here. And Lunex running with that Storm Moon Knight composition that we're so used to them seeing. I'm really interested how fast Usher is going to be able to build his ultimate up.
It's going to depend on whether or not he gets access to the backline, wherever those Loki clones from Cooper are going to be placed, and if he's able to start getting some of those bounces. Bro is already at 70%, though, so I think it's fair to say he does have an angle right now. The question is going to be, can Racecar counteract that in some way? Can they prepare themselves for what is definitely coming their way in about 3, 2, 1?
The moon haunts them as Lunex pick up multiple elims onto Racecar. I assume Energy is going to be the one to swap over to that Doctor Strange. There we go. So Spark Chief sticking onto the Thor. Vess has used the Banhammer. Cooper, though, 95% on this copy. Probably going to look to copy Memories here for that Soul Resurgence. But look at Flamme and Kurova. Both strategist ultimates alive. Crimzo does have the Strangling Prison available. Maybe looking to combo it onto Ry-Mazing's, ultimate here. Kurova does take down Vesto. I don't even know if they actually need it. Racecar, as soon as they TP'd out, they got rifled down, and Lunex capped the point.
I mean, and there was an attempt, I think, at a res. You could see Speedery waiting in the wings, looking to try and pop that, but he doesn't get the chance to because he knows it would have happened off the point. Everybody on the point, like he said, got rifled down, and there wasn't an opportunity to go for the true recontest that they wanted. So Lunex, off of a lickety-split Hand of Khonshu from Yusher and a Penta KO that comes out off of that one, get potentially the fastest Central Park point A cap of all time, and they are looking to keep that momentum going. Energy finding that early frag there onto Ry-Mazing, but Lunex still have the tools to parry it.
Yeah, that was really good because of Rymazing going into that Omega Hurricane. Spideria as well picks up one on the backside. Flame, even through that invisible boundary, is not safe, as Spark Chief is just playing bully ball on this door. How many times can you move a tree? 3 or 4 for Spark Chief.
Like you said, bro just plays this like a duelist. He is Fat Wolverine, and
Exactly.
that is, I mean, that's all you really need. And for Racecar, okay, maybe you didn't get the point A defense, the full hold with that res comp, but this is the next best thing. A spawn hold on point B, you can bleed out a lot of time from the bank, and especially with this ult economy, we know how good Racecar are at cycling these ultimates.
Yeah, and that's kind of the counter as well. One of the big answers to Angela in general is Thor. So Spark Chief really happy to play this, especially with the grounding effect. As Spidery is going to let the devil out on top of the God of Thunder. Energy does have the Galactic Legend just in case, but Racecar win another dominant team fight, and Rymazing swapping away from the Storm into the Ultron. And as I say that, egg on my face, he now swaps over to the Hela.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to be to try and pin Energy down. Like, they know that he's got that Galactic Legend, and you know Racecar are going to try and play to bait out this invisible boundary. So you can't rely on just using this as a defensive utility once he pops that. You need to find a way to confirm a KO off of it. But look at the aggression now coming out from Racecar. There is that Galactic Legend. Forces out the invisible boundary, but Spark Chief does not care.
Yeah, Energy just looking to get as much damage as they can down. Rymazing went down in the process. Cooper copying the Soul Resurgence. They are playing right up in your spawn face. Loon X just don't know what to do.
You're gonna have to try and play something aggressive to break out of this spawn hold. Kind of feels like the life is slowly but surely being choked out of them, and this is what Racecar needs to do to make up for that point A defense that went awry, and they're doing such a good job of cycling these ultimates. Just like I said, Memory's holding on to that Soul Resurgence, so you still have a defensive utility or another opportunity to step your foot on the gas. Goddess of Death now gonna come out from Rymazing, and you need to find 2 or 3 big KOs off of this, but it gets burned.
Immediately goes down. Energy Invest take multiple members down for Lunex here, and every single fight has been 5 meters out of the spawn door, and they've just gone down. Like, that's their home. They're comfortable with that. They've pitched the tent. Lunex are just not able to get out of here.
As they just deny all semblance of space from Crimzo, from Techie, from anybody, so there's no angles that Yusha or Rymazing can play from. So even when it feels like Rymazing has the opportunity to make a play, it just gets shut down. You can see Crimzo now taking that mid-air duel. Bit of a dogfight there with Spark Chief. Heaven's Retribution coming out. Horror Proteus is online, but you can see the Soul Resurgence. That's too much HP to burst through, so they're not going to invest. Lunex trying to play this smart, but I think they're being outsmarted by Racecar here.
Yeah, Racecar are forcing so many resources out of this first bend. I mean, this convoy hasn't moved a ton. Finally, Techie swapping over to the Thing of all heroes to pick up an Elim. Cooper does have the invisible boundary. Horn of Proteus does get dropped. Doesn't matter. Unfortunately, unable to confirm this Elim. Usha's just trying, desperately throwing everything in the kitchen sink. And finally, Rymazing combos up and takes down Cooper here. But Lunex, after, like you said, a lickety-split .1, have burned nearly 3 minutes just to get it barely around the halfway point for .2.
And you saw Rymazing there for a second trying to check the back door. Spark Chief and Envy or Spidery are both back there looking for an opportunity to strike. So Racecar have a pincer set up. Galactic Legend coming out is going to force out the Goddess of Death early on. Lunex don't have a defensive utility for this, so all they can hope to do is try and pressure Energy back, make it so he can't confirm any KOs. Lunex doing a good job of living through it, but they are not living, they are just surviving.
Finally, Crimzo and Usher finally pick up some eliminations here. Asgard's Might, the God of Thunder, gets dropped right onto Namor's head here. Crimzo does find memories in the backside here. Vess is looking to confirm some Elims. Unfortunately, not able to do much. Lunex coming back to this point. Usher has 15% on that Horn of Proteus. You look at Racecar. Cooper's the one to watch. Has that copy available in about 10%. Looking to stall on point as the time ticks down. We're going to go into an overtime battle. Haymaker after haymaker after haymaker. But unfortunately, Spark Chief takes down Techie. Flame does get the invisible boundary copy. That's going to get thrown down here. Cooper copies the Soul Revergence. Look at Karova. Look at Usher. They've got the game-changing ultimates.
There's that invisible boundary now from Kurova. We're looking to try and confirm a KO onto Spidery. Him and Yusher able to just run Spidery down, and now Lunex have an advantage in this fight, but it's still not comfortable as they've had to use the strange TP just to get Techie back in the fight. Late Soul Resurgence now coming out from Memories. The discipline has been so good, and Cooper shuts down Amazing, but a Horde of Proteus, it's not going to be enough for Yusher to confirm the KO, even when locked down with that Heaven's Retribution. They can take down Memories, but they just need so much more than that.
Nice banhammer for Vest to stay alive, drops it onto Yusher, and I don't know, they're not able to get it to the second point. Lunex gets stuffed out right after point one. Very well played from Racecar on this round to keep Lunex just boxed in, man-to-man defense.
And it's beat for beat, bar for bar, band for band, the exact same thing that Racecar did on the exact same map against Dreamland, and Lunex weren't able to find what they needed to break it. You started to see that once the map opened up for them, once they were able to get out of the spawn door, Crimzo could start to come unleashed and find more of those high-value picks onto the likes of Memories. But it was just too much to overcome once they had lost their advantage in terms of the time bank. That 5 minutes getting whittled down to just one meant that that last fight was all or nothing, and Flamme just couldn't get the ultimate online in time to save Techie. So they started off that crucial fight down a man and just didn't have the time to regroup, never had the time to take that advantageous fight. And now, as we flip sides here over on the defense, Lunex going to go back to what made Kurova famous, what made him who he is, hitting that Adam Warlock on the defense.
Flipping sides and flipping compositions, right? Racecar are now holding on to the de facto spawn break composition here, and they've got Memories on the Mantis for an extra little bit of increased damage onto Energy. Like Spidery plus Memories, like I expect Energy to get a sub 30-second Moon Knight ultimate here. Lunex, though, like you said, Kurova, res available. Amazing has the individual res beacon. Oh, and by the way, if you get through all that, Flamme can then copy Kurova for another res. So will be tough. Racecar might have to beat them out 3 times in a row here, but they've got the comp to do it.
There's no real good defensive ult from the side of Lunex, so, I mean, you're kind of all in on duplicating that Soul Resurgence. You know, on the other side, we saw the opportunity to duplicate a Mantis instead for a Soul Resurgence. You have to get the Karmic Revival. There's no other option.
Yeah, Crimzo gets slept here. Energy takes him out immediately. I don't think the res beacon, okay, it was actually in range here. So Kurova taking out Vest, 5v6 on the point for Racecar. Don't think they have the ability to push a little bit further. So Energy actually gets stuffed out here with Racecar. No ultimate, no hand to Khonshu available, and Spark Chief is going to have to put it in reverse.
Kurova might actually beat Energy to the punch in terms of ultimates. He might actually get the Karmic Revival before the Hand of Khonshu comes up, and Lunex are doing such a good job of dancing around this Moon Knight, and I don't actually think that Lunex's comp is actually all that good for the Moon Knight. You can't get a whole lot of bounces there. All you can really do is try and use the Onks to pin Crimzo down, and they do just that, but there's the res now from Kurova. Just like I said, they beat him to the punch.
And they're going to drop the Hand of Khonshu on top of it. Spark Chief drops the Haymaker onto Yusher. Cooper is picking up multiple elims, though, as DPS Mantis here. CYA comes in from Amazing. Cooper is going to copy the Soul Resurgence, and unfortunately, that one is killable, as now Spidery dropping the Omega Hurricane. Flamme, you have to deal with another res, this time even further back, but they're going to take him down. Doesn't matter, 1 team fight, 2 team fight, 3 team fights. Racecar will persevere, at least for a moment. Time is ticking, but Lunex is back. Flamme, I believe, has copied Kurova as well, or almost did. Never mind, Memories has copied the Soul Resurgence onto Racecar, as Amazing is gonna riz Techie up, but Cooper finds Kurova. Sonic Seduction from Techie should allow them to contest this point once again.
Looks like Racecar, I mean, it's inevitable at this point. They are going to find this cap, though. Kurova fighting a KO onto Vest, and Spidery falls courtesy of Techie, and hang on a second. Lunex, by the skin of their teeth, are able to hang on here. The tech coming out, and look at that ult charge. Kurova coming up on another Karmic Revival, and despite Racecar's best efforts, Lunex took their hardest punch on the chin and said, what else you got?
Yeah, now Kurova has built up another Adam Warlock ultimate. Racecar to fight for that 94% was so brutal, and they've got to do that all over again with a minute left on the clock. Speedery does find Yusher. Born Again coming in. Cooper's going to copy the Soul Resurgence. We're back in this song and dance once again, but this time the CYA placed behind the wall to give them a little bit more DPS, to give them a little bit more health here. Big clobbering time from Spark Chief, knocks everybody up in the building, but Flame has copied the Soul Resurgence this time.
And that's going to keep Lunex alive in the fight. Crucially, Crimzo, who has been a nuisance and has been preventing this cap, and Spark Chief has to peel back, knows he's taking too much damage from places he can't see, but now that the team is there and Speedery is letting the devil out, the backline of Lunex is eviscerated, but there's the strange TP from Techie. That was another tool they still had on deck. It's going to be leveraged, but it's not going to be enough to deny Racecar. They will have this cap, they will have point A, and they will have the win condition in their sights.
I thought NetEase took out the zombie mode, the PvE game mode from Marvel Rivals, but Lunex says, no, you've got to defeat multiple waves of us, multiple reses, and what a toss as the last stand comes in. Absolute airmail for them, but unfortunately for Racecar Energy, unable to find the confirmations, the KOs, but Lunex does get pushed back momentarily.
Curiously, though, Racecar used the Soul Resurgence to try and keep that momentum going, so that is 2 big ultimates down the drain, and Lunex, even though they're still at a disadvantage, they have an opportunity to make it up. They just need to scout out this fastball special. There's another one from Energy, but he can't find his target. There we go. Is able to get Yusher on the backswing, and now Racecar are inching closer to that box of victory. Vess with 2K, Cooper with another, and Lunex are seemingly out of breathing room here as this cart will inch closer and closer. Is there going to be a touch from Lunex?
Techie on Captain America as well as Crimzo. None of them are able to get there, and Racecar walk it in without as so much as a gentle breeze from Lunex passing them by.
Rymazing was trying to go in with the dashes, but just got displaced and forced to use the deflect early. They called that one out. They knew exactly where Bro was coming from, and they had a 50-50 shot because from that spawn point, there's really only 2 doors you can come out, and they picked the correct one. It's what's behind door number 1. It's Rymazing, and it's a path to victory and tying the series up 1-1. We ain't getting a sweep either way. We are going to get a banger of a grand finals, and I am so here for it, Shibby.
As much as I love Kurova on the Atom, I am a very staunch disliker of the double res composition. So Racecar winning that, I feel a little bit vindicated there. Cooper and Memories, really, really good rotations, right? I mean, this is the thing. They're running this really wacky hodgepodge composition, right? Where they're putting in the Loki, putting in the Banhammer coming in from Vess, who is swapping around here and there, Speedery on the Daredevil, a lot of different things to try to break that composition. And it finally comes in here. I mean, I love Lunex sticking to their guns when they can on this spawn break and sticking to their guns on that, you know, double res composition, but Racecar just knew what to do and knew how to conquer it.
And I think it is a map pick gap because, like, not only do Racecar know what to do, they know how to play that first point in a way that sets them up for success on the second point, because this is the second time just today in the last, like, 8 hours that we've seen them go for this point B spawn hold, and it works out so well for them. They don't care if they lose point A, as long as they can get the defense on point B and deny that second point cap from coming in. They know that all they have to do is win this war of attrition on their attack for point A, and once you get past that, it's smooth sailing onto the checkpoint.
Yeah, really good Wolverine swap from Energy. Kind of looks to at least keep Crimzo under control in some of those moments where obviously Wolverine can't fly, but you have the team up with the fastball. It's almost flying. He just needs to find his target. Racecar with their map counter pick take that, and it's a 1-1 series CB. So I was wrong. I thought Racecar would take it 3-0. So I've already lost my pants with the house, with the kids, with the goldfish, everything. That's gone. This is just fake, by the way. I'm actually casting on the streets right now as we do have, dare I say, a series on our hands.
I mean, I sure hope so. I hope it's a series and not just echoes of one we've already seen. I don't want to see this go the same way that Dreamland versus Racecar did. I want to see Lunex get back in the driver's seat. Maybe we go a little bit of tit for tat here, 1-for-1 back and forth, but it's going to be up to them to go for this next map pick here. And I don't believe that, going to any of these convergent or any of these convoy maps is going to play all that differently from Central Park. The only difference you really have is the fact that you can't have Racecar trying to play for that second point hold strat.
Yeah, I mean, there's the world that Lunex maybe lock in Museum of Contemplation. Again, most of these...
You really want to see Museum of Contemplation.
Yeah, hey, I'm going to throw it out there. If I speak it and will it into existence, I'm sure I have divine
Bro's
power.
been reading the self-help books. You got to manifest. You got to really want it. You got to speak it into existence. Museum of Contemplation. But, I mean... For Lunex, I kind of feel like, you know, maybe something like Midtown might be a little bit more your speed, especially if you can try and play for that Atom again. I don't know if they're going to try and reach that same trick twice, but, you know, it might fare better on a map like Midtown than it does on Central Park because, I mean, Racecar just have that one unlocked. You ain't never going to make it to Dracula's Castle if Spark Chief's in your way.
Now, Yggdrasil Path could also be something they're willing to run here. They really like that hard hold composition, especially where they can go into the throne room and they can get that res off. Like, they are, regardless of what we saw, like, you saw how difficult it was for Racecar to essentially win 6 team fights in a row because of the double res. Like, their res spot's amazing. I'm not surprised that Korova is the best in the business on the Atom compositions. It's like peanut butter jelly. It goes hand in hand here. I don't know if Racecar actually have figured it out, or like you said, it's more of a map differential. Maybe it's a little bit of both. But yeah, I'm just trying to will Museum of Contemplation into existence, but I'm sure Midtown or Yggdrasil Path will probably be the choice for Lunex. On top of that, I'm going to ask you this. Does Racecar earn any bans from Lunex specifically? Is there a Daredevil ban in the works potentially? Is there something else that you need to remove so that Racecar just can't hard hold Lunex like they did last time?
I honestly do not know. Like, I don't have an answer for that question. I'm kind of like coming up snake eyes on a lot of these questions I haven't thrown my way today. But it's like, I kind of feel like it was just a map differential on Central Park. There's not a whole lot you can glean from that composition-wise, because, like, what are you going to do? Ban Spark Chief's Thor? No, like, that's silly, because then he's just going to do, you know, just play the good hero's forehead. Like, well, like... Yeah. The only thing you could maybe potentially hope for is to try and ban out that Daredevil, but Racecar have been real quick to go for the Protect on that. So in order to do that, you would have to risk the Gambit going through. And I mean, like, an unmirrored Gambit is, you're signing your own death warrant.
Yeah, you can just concede the round, right? At that point. Yeah, I was very skeptical, right? Of like, does Lunex have the answer for the Daredevil save that Racecar have been so lenient, or sorry, so prudent on, right? Like, they've just been going crazy on, hey, we're gonna protect Speedery's pick here, regardless of if he gets 3 finals or 30 finals, whatever. Like, we know what he's capable of on this hero, and obviously, that last round, we saw it. Every time the Devil was let out, it was pretty effective, combining it with that God of Thunder, dropping the hammer on top of them. I've really liked what Racecar have cooked up here. Lunex, kind of married to the idea of that one-sided invis. This time around, didn't work as effective as I thought it would.
Yeah, I mean, it's just, you know, you're on the second best strategist right now. You know, I hate to say it to all my Invis believers, but I'm sorry, Cloak and Dagger is just better. And I know a lot of people in the chat have been asking, like, why are they banning Cloak and Dagger? They're so terrible. It's because double Terra Cape is nasty. It's disgusting. Try it in your ranked games. Just run it down. I mean, ban out Magneto first, but
you heard it.
Ban out Magneto, but then run it down with that Eternal Bond, hit the double Terror Cape on a backliner, and you can basically, like, I've literally had games that I've won on Cloak and Dagger where I have the most damage on my team. Sure, they were quick play games, but it doesn't matter. Still counts.
You guys heard it here first. Play Cloak and Dagger, run it down. That's all I heard from Stevie. Run it straight down main as you can. But yeah, double Terror Cape, super powerful, especially... It's a really good counter into some of these dive tanks, specifically, right? Angela, who's flying in the sky, the moment she charges in, the Terror Cape comes out, and now she's blind. She's flying blind, and she's taking a ton of damage because she's vulnerable. And in another 2 seconds, she gets hit by it again. It is actually not a bad counter, and I think most teams, at least at the higher levels, have picked up on it in this tournament. Lunex, though, I wonder if they're married to that one-sided invisible win, or they're going to let something go, because a lot of their support pool also got pinched, I think, more than what they're used to. As we do go, CB, to Midtown, I have not willed my favorite map into existence.
But hey, I've willed one of mine. You know, I'm a big fan of both Midtown and Spider Islands, and I think this is going to play very well into Lunex's strength. But I think, to me, it kind of forecasts that they want to try and go for Kurova on that Adam Warlock yet again, and that should be an easy read for Racecar to just try and ban that one out. But instead, you know, they're going to go for that Mantis ban, deny the triple strat from coming out with that Soul Resurgence, go for the Loki Protect as well. And I'm curious to see where Lunex goes from here, because they have to try and, if they want that Adam comp, they have to try and make sure that it gets through. And also, there's the curious case of if and when do we ban that Daredevil, or do we just eat it, you know?
Maybe they feel like they have the tools, the capabilities to handle that. Double bans coming in. Has Racecar earned the Daredevil ban, or are they just going to be allowed to rocket through here? Magneto ban could be really spicy. Mind you, both of these teams have to lock it in at the same time. These are both, in theory, blind bans from both of these guys here. Cloak and Dagger removed from play. Mantis most likely going to be safe. So that's one-sided Mantis for Racecar, which, you know, they've been taking a liking to. But now Lunex get their final two. What are they going to ban out, and what are they going to want to save here so they don't get pinched too heavily?
And my question now also for Lunex is going to be, what is the strategy in terms of the front line? Because we kind of have an idea of what they want the back line to be. There is that Daredevil ban. So at the very least, that back line, whatever they want it to be, is going to be nice and safe. And they're going to go ahead and protect the Invis, make sure they have, you know, something resembling a competent strat line. So Loki, Invis, backline for Lunex, and likely going to be the same coming out for Racecar. I'm curious what Racecar's last ban here is going to be. The Phoenix, which I think is wise, because you're not really worried about Crimzo's Angela on a map like Midtown.
Yeah, not really. Not too much space to fly through. Not a lot of areas where you can take them off to the abyss. It's still pretty good if you want to, you know, disrupt the tanks, if there's a Strange on the team that you really want to mess with. But Racecar won't be allotted that Magneto, which could prove the difference maker here on Midtown. Mind you, this is Lunex's map pick, right? Racecar went down early in domination, countered with Central Park, then it comes in with Lunex on Midtown. Very comfortable map, very familiar map for both of these teams. Now it just comes down to this, as Racecar don't have their Daredevil available to them. The first Daredevil ban against them this series. They've earned it, the respect from Lunex. Now Spidery has got to show us something else.
Well, he's going to show us something that we did see previously on Central Park, and that is going to be that Adam Warlock res. But I kind of feel like Lunex already know how to best that. Again, like, you don't bring the Golden God up against Kurova because he wrote the book on how to play this hero, all right? He knows how to counteract it, and Lunex are going to have that one downloaded. Remember on Central Park, they kind of abandoned this sort of composition very early on. So Racecar,
yeah.
I mean, you got a little bit of breathing room to play with in this series, so why not take another crack at it, I suppose? But I wouldn't be surprised to see them get rid of this Adam Warlock if they fail on this first defense.
Spawn break comp coming in from Lunex. Amazing on the Storm. Usher on the Moon Knight. Not too
Spark
much of a
Chief on the
difference
ground.
Spark Chief, 6 feet under, unfortunately. Yeah, like you mentioned, a pretty non-traditional triple composition, right? Usually we see something like the Thing, or we'll see a double shield, but this one's a little bit different. Obviously, Vess piloting that Vanpool, the Banhammer, just really good at stalling for space and time. And none of these two are actually going to swap over to the Doctor Strange. They're going to wait potentially for that second team fight, most likely after the Hand of Khonshu gets dropped onto their foreheads. As I say that, energy swaps. It's always energy swapping, by the way.
Yeah, it does kind of feel like, well, I mean, he's one of the most flexible players that they have on this roster. Bro can play a lot of things at the highest levels, and making him the one to swap over to the Doctor Strange means you can also get Spark Chief over on the Venom, so a lot of comfort picks coming out, but now you're going to have to try and leverage some of these ults in order to reclaim this. Vess with an early KO there onto Yusher. That's pretty big. The Hand of Khonshu was on deck.
Yeah, it doesn't get dropped onto their head. He's going to come back into this big strangling prison coming out from Crimzo. Unfortunately, they can only combo it with the Omega Hurricane, and he's just looking for the cocoon. He's found you, Spidery. How are you going to survive? Absolutely diabolical. Everything in the kitchen sink thrown over to Spidery. Rightfully so. No res.
Yeah, now there's not going to be any more contests. Lunex are getting this cap. As I say that, Spark Chief is going to be able to go in with that diving strike there and has the Feast of the Abyss, but It's not going to be enough to confirm any KOs, and now the hand of Khonshu should clear the board here for Lunex. Invisible Boundary being invested from both sides, though. I don't know if I agree with that one from Racecar. Like, having Spark Chief going with Feast of the Abyss, okay, not that bad, because you're probably going to swap off the Venom for point B anyway, but trying to invest a strat ult into it, that's where I gotta draw the line.
And they don't really have anything for Crimzo, who's working towards this Strangling Prison. 20% off. Crimzo's really, really close. Like, maybe Speedery can build up the Ultron ult, but even then, that's not like a prototypical strategist ultimate, right? That's not a Luna, that's not an Invis, that's not a Mantis. You can very easily get eliminated through it if everyone is dumping all of their resources into that Strangling Prison. So really interested. As I say that, he's just gonna pop it. They're gonna try to go fast here. Spark Chief does go down to Crimzo, as we do see Strangling Prison come down. A lot of damage, good lamps though, and unfortunately for Racecar, like I said, Flamme and the rest of Lunex are just gonna dump everything into that Strangling Prison and take him down.
I agree the lamps were good, but unfortunately Lunex is just playing lights out right now here on Midtown. And Racecar, I don't really see any way that they can put up a respectable defense here. Crimzo with a little bit of those Thornlash walls just to try and get a little bit of tickle damage if anyone tries to walk in. Invisible Boundary very far forward from Kurova, and a Psionic Seduction to deny any touch. And Racecar are all out of sorts right now. It's Desperation Touch mode right now from Spark Chief. There we go. Soul Resurgence now going to come out from Cooper. And finally Racecar can get themselves through the front door, but Raimazing looking to slam that door right back in their face.
Energy does pop the Ensong Inferno. Unfortunately, not able to confirm any eliminations. Vest, in the meanwhile, goes down to Yushur, who's going to drop the hand of Khonshu onto the point. Memories, Soul Resurgence kindly responds. Raimazing with that Omega Hurricane, not able to do too much. Did buy them a little bit of space, but so far, Lunex, despite them being able to just walk through, Racecar finally finds some footing. They're putting their feet in the ground, and they're actually pushing Lunex back.
Slowly but surely, Heartbreaker now going to come out from Spark Chief, but he doesn't really have access to the backline, and Lunex can just kind of kite this, but it's still good enough to make more space for Racecar, and they're going to build up to more ultimates they can use to try and capitalize off of this. Lunex don't really have a good tool here. There's that Rage of Ultron now coming out to try and force the tempo, forces Kurova's Invisible Boundary out, and that is disastrous. You have to make a play now. Huge sleep.
Ooh, Crimzo threw down the Strangling Prison. Both Lokis copying each other. Flamme and Cooper, Invisible Boundaries abundance, but Yushur and Techie are gonna find Speedery and Cooper in the backside. And finally, after a little bit of back and forth, after Racecar burning maybe a little too much, Lunex take that second point with 3 minutes on the clock.
Did you see Spark Chief swap over to the Doctor Strange for a second? Like, that's how badly they wanted to try and fight that out. They were using their ults, using every resource available just to bleed out every possible second of time from Lunex, because they know the clock is not on their side. They have to try and play that resource, and now they're going to have to try and do it here through point C. The hand of Khonshu coming out from Yushur, and everyone being psionically seduced right into Yushur's waiting hands.
Yeah, Raimazing picks up Spark Chief. That's a big stagger. That's going to force Racecar to reassess how much space they can take. And look at Lunex just walking in right now, denying Racecar the ability to even set up on some of this high ground.
Yeah, Racecar will have the opportunity, though, once they start to leverage some of these ultimates. Again, Speedery can go aggressive with this Rage of Ultron, but it's actually going to be the Soul Resurgence. Raimazing trying to burst through it now with this Omega Hurricane, but Racecar have more options, and that Ensong Inferno is going to put an end to the storm.
Yeah, really well placed from Energy. Takes down the bonus health that this Omega Hurricane gives, and you just burst it through. This is the first team fight, I think, decisively that Racecar wins here on this map.
It's going to be a sigh of relief, and they can do it holding on again to that Rage of Ultron, and we know how Speedery likes to play it. He wants to try and go for a backline or force out a resource. Ideally, he scouted out that it was the real Invis woman that popped their ultimate and not the Loki, and knows instead to prioritize Flamme with that one and try and force an uncomfortable God of Mischief. But even then, you still have to worry about that Strangling Prison coming out on the other side. It's two different fights happening, but there's a Strangling Prison from Spark Chief, and the Rage of Ultron is the follow-up.
Rage of Ultron combos in. Energy's able to clean up some of those eliminations. Lunex do get stuffed out a little bit in their own spawn. Shades of map 2 coming in as Racecar are pushing super far up, and Spark Chief, beautiful, just picking the better hero, right?
Yeah, just get this guy on the Groot. Groot is busted. Spark Chief is the GOAT on Groot. Just get him on this hero and you will pay dividends. Coupling it with that Rage of Ultron and just the follow-up damage from the entirety of Racecar, clamping down on Lunex to burst through Flame's invisible boundary. And now Lunex don't have a straddle. Korova is going to be coming up onto one, scratch that. But again, Racecar looking to take the initiative, and that invisible boundary forced out in the spawn door.
Whoa, what a block from Spark Chief. Reads Crimzo like a book there, and unfortunately, no Strangling Prison is going to leave Lunex out to dry. Cooper has that copy available. Look at Speedery. They're going to want to try to go fast with this Rage of Voltron, and exactly what they're going to do. Looking for the back line, looking for the Elin. Korova does go down. Very well played, and multiple members start falling like flies for Lunex. Racecar, after 2 points of getting dominated, are coming back into this.
Less than 20 seconds left for Lunex to try and get a touch, and Spark Chief wants to play the bouncer, cut them off at the pass, not let them through. Early God of Mischief coming out from Flame. That's going to be onto Korova to throw down an invisible boundary just to make space, but Spark Chief yeets that Strangling Prison down range and catches onto 4. I don't know if he's going to be able to confirm any KOs, but no one is around to help Techie.
Yeah, they tried to get the overtime. They are ticking it away. The moon is going to be called. Cooper still has that copy available. Good runes, good lamps, as unfortunately Lunex are not going to have the ability to contest this anymore. 2 points, 124 meters. Racecar see their finish line for this map.
It looked so rough for Racecar through points A and B on the defensive side, but they managed to bleed out enough time to where they set themselves up for success on point C, and that's a win condition. That is definitely something that they can execute on. Lunex gonna have to be perfect on this defense. They can't let Racecar get away with what they thought they could get away with, just steamrolling through Grand Central Station. Racecar were so tenacious, so willing to invest just to try and bleed off those scant few extra seconds, but never stretching themselves too thin so that there wasn't something else about to come online to use. Whether it was Cooper's lamps, whether it was the Heartbreaker when Spark Chief was on the Rogue, whether it was the Soul Resurgence, they're playing the tempo game and just trying to slow Lunex's pace down. Even if they can't win the fight, if they can just slow the momentum and play the clock, that's good enough.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
Tough task ahead of Lunex here. You see them on your more prototypical hard hold composition, right? I mean, Racecar were on like Emma, and then they were on Deadpool or Vanpool, and then they also had Spark Chief on the Thor.
Well, here's
what you
the
see
thing.
from Lunex is something more typical.
The rocket is the key thing, because the whole reason Lunex were able to break through that spawn hold easily was because they caught Spark Chief out, and there wasn't that early BRB, and there wasn't enough time for Speedery to build up to that res. So Lunex have that second light, that extra layer of protection that Racecar lacked, that Racecar are gonna have to find a way to chunk through.
Yeah, they've got the spawn break composition as well as Vest with the Banhammer to take one of them out of the fight immediately. Spark Chief, no holds bar, charging in here. Speedery is just going to rip through Crimzo as he does get that BRB station proc. So back into the fight, 6v6 for Lunex and Racecar. Nice usage from Spark Chief. I feel like he really understands Thing to its highest level, which is a funny thing to say given how rudimentary this hero can be. But Energy is going to drop the hand of Conchu. Sub 30 seconds, and Vest, for safe measure, has that Banhammer available. I don't think Korova's going to get the res off. I don't think you should res yourself, yeah.
Yeah, no, Racecar do a perfect job of just reading the flow of that fight. They realize the BRB is burned, and there's a small window of time between now and when Korova builds up to that Karmic Revival, so you need to secure as many KOs as you can in that window, and they do just that. But now, that's going to be on deck for this next fight. Can they pin Korova down? They do get Flame, and that might be just as good.
Gets rezzed immediately. Cooper is going to copy the Soul Resurgence. Korova, watch your eyes on him when Lunex goes down. Like you said, Karmic Arrival available. Memories and Cooper. Back-to-back Mantis Elims is going to rip through Lunex. Finally, I think Korova should res himself. I don't think he's going to have time. No.
He couldn't. He got pinched down there by Energy in the back line, and Speedery was there as well, so he knows if he tries to go for that Karmic Revival, he's cooked, so he has no choice but to die with it. Now he's going to swap over onto the Invis, and Racecar have successfully broken the res comp and forced Lunex to try and play defensively here. But look at all of the space. Look how far forward Racecar get to play, while Cooper just leaves his Loki clones to push the cart for him.
I mean, also just look at Energy, right? Dropping the hand of Khonshu. Racecar's ult bank is just so massive because Kurova had to swap away from the Atom. He only gets 50%. So Flamme, most likely Lunex is going to try to go fast with this copy. Invisible Boundary onto the point. Memories, Soul Resurgence is there. They're still playing super far up. Unfortunately, Speedery did go down. No Omega Hurricane. Vest still has the Banhammer, and Yusher brings out the Shoddy and takes Memories down.
And Memories caught a slug there. He was not ready for that one. And here's a crucial thing that happened at the beginning of that fight was Rising found a pick onto Cooper, which meant that Racecar had to peel back in order to try and keep this cart rolling. Ooh, Invisible Boundary forced out with the Banhammer. Even though Techie is going to clean up energy there, that's still a trade that favors Racecar. Speedery, though, maybe over-investing with that Omega Hurricane, and I think Lunex might be able to turn this one now.
Yeah, Kurova had to burn that Invisible Boundary. Big Strangling Prison into the final judgment. A shooting gallery for Mr. Frank Castle as he goes nuclear. A triple for Yusher, busting out Big Gun Frank.
And it's another case of the ult rotations. Now you're going to have that Goddess of Death. You're going to have the Meteor M. And if you can buy enough time, Flamme is going to have the God of Mischief. So you can match up to whatever Racecar wants to reach for. Interestingly, Speedery is once again going to go for that Ultron. We saw it before. You can build up that Rage of Ultron so fast and force the tempo that way. It's a great tool. One that Speedery, even way back in the days of yore, was leveraging to the best of his extent and is bringing it back to the future.
Speedery and Racecar love to go fast with that Rage of Ultron. Rising forced to burn the Goddess of Death immediately. Oh, gets taken out. Flamme copies the Invisible Boundary. Cooper with the Soul Resurgence, just so much more effective. Techie, Meteor M needs to find someone. Tried to go for Energy, who was flying high in the sky, but Techie takes him down regardless. No follow-up. Spark Chief unable to find the Strangling Prison eliminations. Banhammer comes down onto Yusher. He's got to back up. Extermination is coming in, looking for Elims. Speedery has to be careful. He's getting rifled down. Lunex do a very good job kiting back.
Strangling Prison now going to come out from Crimzo, and it's going to force out the Soul Resurgence now from Racecar. They're still trying to march this cart forward, and Lunex, despite a good performance, are on the back foot, and Energy going to trip their feet out from under them with the hand of Khonshu. Yusher is going to be felled, Rising the next to fall, but Lunex still want to fight for this just as Racecar did. Flamme with the Invisible Boundary, and they're going to slowly start to trickle back in through that door and keep the contest going. But another Strangling Prison now from Spark Chief.
Spark Chief, it's a massive Strangling Prison. Energy is picking up Crimzo. Cooper takes Techie, and despite Lunex wanting to contest, they are just not allowed. Spark Chief, my brother, just play the better heroes. Look what happens.
It's just that easy. So sometimes, you know, you just got to play the Groot. Groot is busted. Put your boy on the Groot. And now you get to carry over this God of Mischief for the next fight. Look at Speedery's ult charge, by the way. You talk about how fast that hand of Khonshu from the Moon Knight charges up, and Energy going to be getting a little bit more as I say that. But now you have two huge ultimates that you can use to force so much percentage. There's the hand of Khonshu. And even though it's not going to find any KOs, it splits Lunex right down the center and forces out two big resources. And it's not enough.
Yusher popped the final judgment. Lunex are desperately trying to stall as much time as possible, but Energy, like you said, drops an early hand of Khonshu. And look at the resources for Racecar. Rage of Ultron. Vest has the Banhammer. Lunex banking on Rising and Crimzo to land the hand of Khonshu into the Strangling Prison. If it's not now, they surely will just lose this map.
Vest could just put the Banhammer onto Rising and just force him to die if he pops the ult, but instead he's going to go into the back line, and they find Flamme. Speedery with the Rage of Ultron is going to do just that. There's the hand of Khonshu, but it's the only thing Lunex have to their name, and it's not going to find nearly enough. It is all Racecar in the KO feed, and Herbie, with his pedal to the metal, will be reaching this final checkpoint, and Lunex are out of roadblocks, out of ways to stop it. Racecar take Midtown. They go up 2-1.
On Lunex's counter pick. Of all things, on Lunex's counter pick, Racecar come in. They locked in on that last point against Lunex, and they just came in. They never swapped off Energy's Moon Knight. It was just too good. The moon haunts Lunex in their dreams, in their nightmares. Even when they're walking to the bathroom, they can hear it in their ears. It's PTSD for them.
It's 21 final blows for Energy. You want to talk about Energy's Moon Knight? Like, boy, was getting those hands of Khonshu's every single time you blink and every time he pops it, there's pay dirt. And I gotta respect, again, just the way that Racecar are able to play the tempo game. They understand not just the win conditions, but when they can take those win conditions. When are your windows of opportunity? When can you make a play, or when can you grind the pace down to a screeching halt and force Lunex to flinch, just to try and get that extra little bit of car progress, to work 10 times harder than they should have to get that point B cap, to bleed out a hefty time bank to seemingly nothing, and then to just wholesale shut them down on point C. Incredible stuff from Racecar, and it's kind of hard to ask the question, what do you do going forward? Because, well, like, what do you do against a team that just knows how to play the game better?
We talked about it in our match preview, right? When it was all of us on the desk. What are some of the picks that are going to hinge? We mentioned Daredevil, we mentioned Moon Knight, and the team that's willing to pilot that hero better. This time around, it was Energy on the offensive. And look, Usher does a really good job on the Moon Knight. He also can pilot it, but he just got outgunned here, even on this Punisher. The final judgment was good, but it was only a temporary reprieve for what Racecar just coming in. And shout out to Spark Chief. That guy is building up Strangling Prison super quick. Fun fact, both Moon Knight and Groot have the same exact ultimate charge cost. It's 2,800.
And he's matching up to Energy, which means they always have the opportunity to use that combo.
Yes.
But that's if they even need it, because again, you saw in situations where Energy's charging that up so fast that all he has to do is pop it and force Lunex to split Clean in half, divide and conquer. And, you know, we also got to give, again, that shout out to Speedery, making those swaps over onto the Ultron and using the Rage of Ultron as a tempo tool. For a while, you were talking about how you can't use it like a strategist ult. It's not the best defensive utility. You don't use it like that. You play Ultron like a duelist, and you use that ultimate to force resources and force positioning and force Lunex into an uncomfortable position. And you gotta be uncomfortable against an Ultron, because that is a blast from the past, especially when it's Speedery piloting it.
Yeah, beautiful triple strat composition coming out from Racecar. A lot of tools for Racecar. I'm telling you guys, no pun intended, for them to go fast, right? It's Banhammer, it's Rage of Ultron. Like, they are Lightning McQueen.
You gotta get on your Ricky Bobby stuff. I want to go fast.
They are. I mean, and it's taking Lunex by surprise. Quite literally, they just don't have the answers. They don't know what to do here. But with that win, CB, we go to 2-1. We do have a best of 5 here. We're going to go to a short break as we get both teams back into gear for map 4, Lunex's pick. I'm going to say it again. If you got to go to the bathroom, if you got to grab a stack, do it now, because we'll be right back after this very, very short break. welcome back, everybody, to the culmination of the Mega Monthly Race Car versus Lunex. I'm Shibby, that's CB. Going into map 4, Lunex on their second counter pick, right? Race Car, they lose map 1, they counter pick with Midtown or Central Park, and then Lunex counter pick with Midtown. That doesn't work out, and now they get their chance on another map here. Race Car could do the impossible, maybe, potentially, as Lunex was a tournament favorite. Look, I'm going to say impossible because we had Lunex making finals with Na'Vi, but Race Car came through.
I don't even know if I would say it was impossible, because once I saw this roster, I was like, oh yeah, FlyQuest, but with Speedery, like, what's not to love about this team? And they are definitely showing why I, at the very least, thought they could go the distance, why they could be here. And is it really all that impossible if this roster, under the Mutants moniker, has beaten Lunex before, has eliminated them from MRC? Like, a while ago, like, Lunex was my pick to win MRC Season 5, but they got eliminated, relegated down to a measly 4th place by this very squad, and they may relegate them down to a 2nd place finish in this tournament, and they're only 1 map away from doing it. Fortunately for Lunex, the map pool does open up, so you can take them to Domination, to Convergence, to another Convoy map, whatever your heart desires. My question, Shib, is what do you do? Where do you go?
I feel like you and Vaudable ask me questions just to hear the same answer over and over again. Look, I'm willing it into existence. Lunex, come on.
I like to hear you say it. I like to hear how much you want it in your heart. It's not about what you want, though. It's not about a museum of content. It's about what Lunex wants, and they want to go to Burn into T'Challa.
We're going to Burn into T'Challa. We're going to Burn into T'Challa. I could have led with my brain. They are going to take them back to that domination map. Makes sense. They won on Krakoa, so maybe they feel like they have the edge there. But it's really tough for Lunex because they win this map. Race Car then has their pick of the litter on whatever map they want to take them. And I doubt Race Car is going to take them to a domination if this heads into map 5. Bans, though, pretty typical.
I do think this map pick is a good forward scout, though, because remember, you know, the same script we followed for Race Car versus Dreamland was domination won by Dreamland. It was Burn into T'Challa. So they know that Race Car are weak and are vulnerable on this particular map. And if they can get a good pick and ban here for their side, I think they can buy their way back into this. But unfortunately, this is their Hail Mary. This is their last map pick. Even if Lunex win this, Race Car are still, again, as I've said several times, in the driver's seat in this series.
How many car puns are we going to get away with? All right. I mean, I said go fast. I was the most obvious. If we get
Diatonic back on, we could probably get like 4 or 5 more. Like, I was keeping a tally from him. I think I got like 6 throughout the day. Like,
maybe 7. A ton more. I don't know.
I'm holding on to a few Fast and Furious references in my back pocket as well, you know? This team is like a family.
It could be. Could be. They could be going fast and furious here through the ban phase, at least. As we do see nothing too out of the ordinary. Lunex, though, are opting in potentially for that one-sided Luna that they really like to go for. And they're finally giving respect where it's given. Vanpool not allowed for Race Car.
I do think that Techie on the Vanpool has been doing a lot to try and be the playmaker for Lunex and has helped buy them a lot of space. And you could see Vess was doing the same thing a lot of the time. Again, putting out those ban hammers and just letting Speedery go be the one to follow up on it, and paid off so well against Dreamland, especially on Central Park and all throughout that series. So it's a good scout all throughout here for Lunex. I like this pick and ban phase, but that's not to say that Race Car didn't come out of it with some pretty good things as well. That one-sided Mantis that has worked for them now 2 times in a row, they get it once again, and they also get a one-sided Phoenix as well.
I don't like how Lunex are so willing to give this Mantis over. 3 maps in a row. I feel like Soul Resurgence has just been the difference maker. Granted, right, okay, you don't get the copy, so you only get 1 Soul Resurgence, but it's just so damn good, especially when you pair it up with the Groot. You get that little bit of extra healing, the damage boost on top of that. Like, at this point, sure, maybe the Vanpool was a problem, but are you not just willing to remove the Mantis completely, opting in for maybe a little bit more fair Marvel Rivals?
I mean, well, like, pretty much every other team under the sun has. Like, Mantis is still S tier, guys. Like, just because Gambit exists doesn't mean that Mantis isn't also still a threat. And I kind of agree. Giving this Mantis over to Race Car over and over again, I think you can only overpower it so many times before it starts to bite you in the butt. And here is another blast from the past, by the way. Spidery is hovering that Ultron, a damage boosted Ultron. We've seen this combo so many times in Marvel Rivals history, and it's been Spidery's bread and butter. And you know that Lunex are going to have to try and find a counter for that. Raimazing on the Daredevil. I do like this, though. They could potentially try and put some pressure onto that backline with that pick.
Yeah, swapping over from Crimzo on the Angela with the dive poke composition. Now Lunex are going to be on more of a dive-centric pull here, and I like this. They've been really good at finding out where Cooper is, where Spidery is, and also you need something to contest Ultron in the skies. I can't think of anyone better than the quintessential flying tank that is Angela, as Lunex, Techie specifically, dropping the Banhammer just to provide them a little bit of space.
Drops it on the Ultron as well, and that is a tough order for an Ultron because a lot of that extra damage is going to count as missed abilities. But once that expires, I mean, Lunex aren't going to be around to be the beneficiaries of it, and Spidery isn't going to fall. He comes back, in fact, claims a KO of his own, and Lunex already on the back foot as Racecar get early access to this choke point, early access to that Rage of Ultron. So even if Lunex start to come up to some other resources, Spidery single-handedly can force them out in this next fight here. And you can already see Racecar, they've got time to go back, do a little bit of redecorating on the point, and make sure they have unfettered access to this high ground as well, which is smart against Yushur on this Star-Lord because you can deny his angles of approach as well.
Yeah, they want to bring the map down, force them into a choke here, as we do see Rage of Ultron coming in from Spidery. Takes down Techie. Yushur takes down Cooper in the back line, though, so a 1-for-1 trade overall at the moment. Point was in the process of getting flipped. Energy has found Raimazing, or has Raimazing found Energy. Ensong Inferno gets popped just for them to live. Crimzo goes down in the process. Spidery now claiming 2 elims for himself. This Ultron might be the difference maker, but Spark Chief has gone down in the process. Another 1-for-1 trade. Look at Lunex's resources, though. Kurova drops the invisible boundary. The Devil has been let out. Raimazing looking for something, but Memories is going to pop the Eternal Bond here. You better believe Cooper is going to pop that Soul Resurgence on top with Flamme putting out the CYA.
It's just so much to try and burst through, though. That Soul Resurgence and the Overhealth and the healing, even with the Amplifier, Lunex don't have enough to burst through it. You sure should have a free Galactic Legend now, though, and Lunex are going to utilize that, force Racecar back into this little cubby. Techie confirming that KO, finally putting his nemesis in Spidery to bed, and should be enough here for Lunex to find the cap. A good bit of patience there from Yushur to hold on to that until all the Strategist Ultimates were burned, and a good understanding of the win con from Lunex that they know they have to burn out both of those strat ults in order to even have access to that.
And I like Flamme also recognizing, hey, this is probably the one chance maybe I'll get where Energy doesn't have Ensong Inferno to wipe my CYA out, baiting the Soul Resurgence away from Cooper. And like you said, good patience from Yushur to use that Galactic Legend once all the strat ults are out. But Techie, Banhammer available for them. Vess, Meteor M. Here comes the Extermination, but immediately Spidery goes down. I believe he used it on the Ultron. So that means the missed Ultron shots from the Rage of Ultron was his demise. Techie, show me what you got with Deadpool, because that was beautiful.
Techie says, down with AI, pick up a pencil, dweeb. It's time to, no more of this AI, just bull. Racecar, I feel like they wanted to try and do what they've done so many times, and that's use that Rage of Ultron to try and force resources out of Lunex, force the tempo out, and they just can't do it. Now Lunex, with that one single Banhammer, have managed to turn this fight on its head. They are now the ones in control. Raimazing trying to make the most of that control with letting the Devil out.
Ooh, Raimazing and Yushur pick up multiple members. Energy drops the Ensong Inferno, but look at this. Flamme has a free Cosmic Yarn amplifier, as does Kurova with this Invisible Boundary. Lunex maybe have to win 1, potentially 2 fights at max here, and they'll pick up this round after essentially going down 95% to 0 to Racecar.
But I have a feeling this last fight is going to be another war of attrition, as you're going to be building up to both of those Strategist Ultimates for Racecar, and Yushur's Galactic Legend is going to be the key to victory, but they have to try and, again, bleed out all of the defensive resources on the side of Racecar in order to get a good one. Cosmic Yarn Amplifier looking to do just that, and they do, and they can still find Cooper even through it.
Oh, I don't love that Vess. I mean, just popping the Meteor M to take down a Cosmic Yarn Amplifier. Maybe that was your best bet here, but now you have nothing for the Galactic Legend. You don't have a single resource available. Mind you, Cooper went down, like you mentioned, CB. So this point, most likely going into Lunex's favor, there is a potential for a TP, but instead, it's just going to go in the favor of Lunex.
I mean, you sure just get so much value with that pick onto Cooper there because you deny that potential third defensive utility. And like you said, I don't like the fact that Vess also used that Meteor M to shut down the Cosmic Yarn Amplifier as well. Because, yeah, that is the next best thing when you don't have a Strategist ult to deny a Galactic Legend is the Meteor M. So with one fell swoop, Yusha is able to dodge the 3 biggest impotences to his ultimate and come up aces on it. And Lunex, when it seemed like they were about to lose that point, managed to wrestle victory from the jaws of defeat and carry that momentum over to the next point here on Burden T'Challa. It's a strat ult on both sides. The key thing, though, as has been so many times, is Speedery with that Rage of Ultron. He's nearing it and could potentially force that invisible boundary out early, and there's no real plan B for Lunex there.
Techie swapping over to the portal, Doctor Strange specifically. Maybe looking for that early play, looking for a kidnap potentially onto the Magneto, onto maybe Cooper, who has that Soul Resurgence, who's been holding on to it. It looks like they're going for something here. Are they just going for the first point, try to get on there first? Looks like it. They're just going to get on. They're going to hold their ground, but look where Spark Chief is going for Racecar.
Bro, he's just holding W.
Yeah, he's just holding W, and unfortunately, the Heartbreaker does get interrupted. Crimzo skewers him out, and that's going to reset the ultimate charge down to 55%. That's probably how they wanted to open this fight and win this first point. Speedery goes down again. Techie, I think, dropped the banhammer.
I'm not sure if that was the case, but nevertheless, Ultron is down, and Rymazing is going to be back up with the BRB. Soul Resurgence now coming out from Cooper. Racecar know they have to try and win this fight because they've already invested so much just to even make it happen. Energy is hitting the taps, though. Ensong Inferno, he wants to confirm this one, but he's not going to be able to put Rymazing down for good, and now Rymazing is going to turn the tides towards Racecar, letting the devil out, getting his revenge on Energy and on Cooper and on everybody on Racecar who dared stare him down.
And Racecar, Speedery swapping out of the Ultron, saying, I'm done with this. I have gotten eliminated one too many times in my rage. Opting in for the Daredevil versus Daredevil, Rymazing versus Speedery. This is the matchup that we're looking at. Both teams almost running somewhat identical team compositions, although Kurova on this one-sided Invisible Woman. Lunex sticking to their guns here, and Flamme has that CYA. Mind you, Energy has not had a single Ensong Inferno to interrupt it, so Crimzo's just gonna drop the Heaven's Retribution on top of the Cosmic Yarn Amplifier, and that's another team fight won.
It might be a little bit jumping the gun, though, from Lunex, because we're only at 30%, and this is a very aggressive play that's going to get them a little bit more percentage here, but they do spend 2 ults to do it, and sure, you have the Galactic Legend, but you're coming up on Vess's Meteor M, so you might not have the best opportunity to use it. Maybe you try and build up to something, maybe try and force that out before you bait them out into the open and pop this ultimate, or maybe you just go hyper-aggressive and force them to use it and try and play the clock, but Spark Chief on this Captain America is going to be a thorn in your side. We'll keep an eye on that, but as Yusha pops this ultimate, Racecar looking to just try and kite it.
Nice usage from Racecar of the environment. Drops the banhammer. Let's see if they can get more. Crimzo takes down Cooper once again on the Luna specifically. Angela is just poking and prodding and just destroying Racecar's backline. This dive comp from Lunex, a complete 180 from the previous poke that they ran, is absolutely running Racecar's pockets.
And like you said, it was good use of the map geometry to not have to use that Meteor M to try and counteract that, but you also just kind of feel like you greeted that ultimate, gave unfettered access to Crimzo to your backline, and as he did so many times on Krakoa, took down Cooper. Freedom Charge now going to come out from Spark Chief, just trying to roll out that red carpet. Kurova going to answer with the Invisible Boundary, and Energy taking down Flamme. That's absolutely massive. Racecar could potentially get themselves on the point here now. 98%, and Rymazing wants to let the devil out.
Amazing, like you said, letting the devil out. Spark Chief looking to beat somebody down here. Cooper has popped the Luna ult. Lot of resources to work with for Race Car. Are they actually going to be able to use them? Are they just going to flip the point here? Spark Chief takes down Techie in the process. Right, amazing, beating down Captain America, looking for something. As he goes into Speedery, the point is flipping once again. How come Race Car's not using any of their ults? We just see Amazing beating them down right now. Vest finally pops the Meteor M. Maybe they can look for something. Looks for the dunk onto Yusha, but he dodges it out. Spark Chief takes down Amazing, who was terrorizing their backline, and Speedery lets the devil out, but unfortunately he's unable to find any elims. Watch Crimzo, watch Flame, because they've been comboing these Heaven's Retributions with these CYAs, and there it comes. Memories is going to pop the Eternal Bond. Energy has Ensong Inferno to finally take down the Cosmic Yarn Amplifier. It's a dry fight, but only for a moment. Yusha sitting on that Galactic Legend at about 8%.
It's all on to Crimzo. He's been able to be the hero and find the KOs that you need, but I don't know that Lunex have enough gas in the tank. There's going to be a BRB that brings Korova back into the fight, and Racecar wants so desperately to flip this, but the Galactic Legend coming out from Yusha. The point does flip over, so Racecar are going to be thankful that they were able to get even that much, but they still need to win this fight as Amazing lets the devil out and has complete unfettered access to your backline, and he is beating them to a bloody pulp with the Billy Clubs. 1, 2, 3, 4, all lining up and being knocked down for Amazing, and Lunex will find the flip, and Racecar forced to try and make a play, but Cooper will not be able to make it to the point as Amazing gonna take his 5th in the fight, and Lunex will take us to a map number 5.
That was the Amazing show. The Daredevil dominance over Speedery, a hero that Racecar was so dependent on, right? They were the ones that were constantly protecting it, that were constantly in use, but Amazing just showing who the better lawyer is, who the better devil of Hell's Kitchen is on the table. Beautiful play from him, and really good enablement from Lunex. The Angela, the Star-Lord, like it's just so much to contend with for Racecar. It really felt like they did not get a chance to breathe that entire match. And yeah, look at Amazing, 19 finals to his name.
There's a key moment in the penultimate fight there where Crimzo goes in deep and unfettered and just manages to find the KO onto Memories on the Cloak and Dagger there. And that's when you were like, why aren't we using these strategist ults? It's because Crimzo denied one from ever coming out. And everybody from the side of Racecar has to pop a 180, go back and peel and try to deal with Crimzo. And sure, they do, but then they're playing on the wrong side of the point. Lunex have unfettered access at that point to the entirety of the mission area, and they can just let the hellfire rain down from all angles, and all Racecar can do is hope to soak it up with that Doctor Strange shield, and sooner or later that shield will break, and once it does, so too does Racecar's spirit.
The spirit may be broken, but does Racecar have a diesel engine in their vehicle? Can they make it that extra mile, that last lap, as we're tied 2-2, CB? Lunex riding the momentum, but Racecar can take them to a map of their choice, any map actually. So it could be another domination, which I highly doubt. It could be my favorite potentially for Museum. There's still a chance. I'm hoping there's a shred of hope there, but I suspect it might be a Convergence map.
I kind of think I suspect that as well, but if you're going to go to Convergence, do you go to Heart of Heaven? Because I don't know if that's the wisest choice, because you saw how good Lunex was against Dreamland on Heart of Heaven, doing essentially what Racecar did on Midtown, playing the map and playing the space to its fullest potential and utilizing some of these longer sight lines, utilizing the positioning of the cart, of the angles, just being able to constantly be a nuisance. It's another great map for Crimzo on the Angela, so I don't think that's your best bet. Maybe you try and go to a convoy map. You were able to win out on Midtown, so maybe you just go for Yggdrasil, or maybe we do grant your wish. Maybe a shooting star passed over your head just now, and we do actually get to see Museum of Contemplation. The one thing I know for sure is that you're 0 for 2 on domination maps, so please do not go to Hell's Heaven.
No, I don't think that's where Racecar is going to end up. They also need potentially a reshift on what their composition was, because for what we know, Lunex has found the answer to Speedery's Ultron. It's Banhammer, right? It's simply the Deadpool. You throw it on top of them, and unfortunately, every single hit that he's either not using to hit Daredevil or he's missing gets taken out immediately. Also, very good job from the Deadpool to at least track them with the hit scan Desert Eagles. I mean, that does a ton of damage once you upgrade it. A lot of the early issues that we saw with Deadpool, a lot of people talked about the pros. No, it takes too long to get those upgrades. It takes too long to confirm some of these eliminations. Banhammer actually solves all of those issues for the most part, because I saw him snapping flicks every second, and instead, we're going back to old reliable.
You were correct. It was a convergence map, but it was the one that we didn't mention. Symbiotic Surface. That's where we're going, and we have seen some bangers here. Need I remind you, this is the map that Lunex was able to initially best Na'Vi on in their group stage matchup, the one where Lunex seemingly shocked the world and beat the best in it, and we get to go, and this is going to be the site of history for one of these teams yet again. I couldn't be more excited. I'm glad this is where we get to bring it home.
Symbiotic Surface, a map that is just been in the competitive pool since the beginning, right? So many pro teams are tested. The strategies are endless, right? You can do the portal play, different parts of the map. You've got so many different ways to attack it. You can go through the right, you can go through main. This is actually a very good Storm Moon Knight map. So maybe Racecar are banking on that. I wonder if Lunex are picking up on that. Maybe they're not afraid. Has Lunex earned the Daredevil ban?
I mean, I want to say one other hero that's really good on this map, and that's Ultron. And it's one we haven't had to mention until this very moment, where Speedery is making us have the name Ultron in our mouths. We have no other choice but to acknowledge again, I call it the blast from the past, because Ultron Mantis used to be the most busted combination in the game, especially alongside Torch. And that was when Speedery was playing at his prime. He's bringing it back from the past, and it has been enough to get Racecar this far. But like you said, they maybe found the counter to it. So I think that Vanpool versus that Ultron is going to be the tail of the trade here. Like, what is the pick and ban phase going to look like for these two teams? We don't have to wait to find out. But while we do wait, I do want to also shout out Techie on this Vanpool. Like you said, that's the counter to the Ultron, and he's coming in as a sub while Dongmin is on vacation. And it took a while for them to reclaim that old Sentinel synergy between himself and Crimzo, but once they got those wheels in motion, bro has become more than worth his weight in gold lately. He has been a playmaker, and especially in this counter matchup, he very well may be a championship player.
One of these teams could be crowned as the first Mega monthly champion, taking $6,000 back home. $1,000 each for the players, but that's not nothing to scoff at with RAM prices as high as they are. That's some new RAM, baby.
Yeah, that's like a stick of RAM right there. Like,
True. But unfortunately for us, just like the RAM prices kind of staying the same, being really high, these bans are staying the same. No Mantis, no Gambit. Though we do get both Loki protects here. Loki obviously very good. The res comp is something that we didn't mention, because similar to, I believe, Central Park, you do have those walls where you can kind of fly behind. There's that unbreakable wall where you can get the res off and flood back onto the point, especially because point one, it's very difficult to get that TP off because you have to walk so far out.
it's a bit of a gamble, though, because it's a very predictable thing to do, especially when you know that Kurova is going to be on one side. You know he knows that, and you also do know where that spot is. You know, like, if they're going to play that Adam Warlock res comp, that's where they're going to be coming from. Right now, these perfect mirror bans so far to me mean that both teams are feeling the pressure. And here's another thing: the protect onto the Vanpool. They are not going to give that one up one-sided again. They cannot just let Techie have that one. And I beg the question: is Vanpool meta?
I hope it is. I'm going to spam it in ranked after this. Like, I'm going to use it. I'm going to lose or gain some elo one way or another. Someone's not going to have fun as one-sided Invisible Woman for Lunex.
Oh,
we do see the predictions.
Shivy, yeah, look at those Preds. That's right down the middle.
I didn't bet my house. I don't have any more points. I literally lost all of my points, unfortunately. I've lost everything. And it's unfortunate as we do see the one-sided invis for Lunex, the Groot being removed from Lunex's hero pool.
But look at the bans on the side of Racecar. Look at those bans. Once again, it's 4 strategists ups, 4 strategists down. Gambit, Mantis, Cloak, Invis, all taken down. You're going to be forced to play something suboptimal. Sure, you can have the Loki, but have fun duping a Cosmic Yarn Amplifier because that's the best you're going to get.
Luna is the only thing I can think of there, right? A lot taken off the plate for Race Car. Like you mentioned, one-sided Groot and obviously the combo with the Moon Knight. That's the one-sided combo. I really love Moon Knight on this map, especially on this first point, attacking or defending. A lot of good high ground, a lot of good choke points for him to get a lot of onk damage out. And we've seen how quick both of these teams have been able to gather those Moon Knight ultimates. So it's just a matter of which MK is better. Symbiotic Surface for map 5, ZB, the ultimate decider, good, old faithful, old reliable, and oh, I thought we were going for a throwback. I saw Yusha quickly on the Human Torch. I was like, CB, are you in their walls right now?
No, I'm not, but Raimazing might be, as he is flashing the mirror on that Ultron. I think both teams realizing the strength of the Vanpool and of the Ultron, neither team willing to give it up. In fact, there is a lot of similarities here. Okay, Raimazing gonna make the swap over onto the Daredevil. All right, maybe just a little bit of spawn room trolling. Can't be taking the bait on that one, but nevertheless, it is map 5, Shibby. It all comes down to this. Lunex versus Race Car on Symbiotic Surface, and Lunex wrapping around, trying to take a high ground approach, not just giving themselves to the meat grinder in that choke point.
A lot of good tools available to them. Crimzo on the Captain America. We've also got Ensong Inferno plus the CYA. Damage boosted, could prove lethal. Korova with that one-sided Invisible Woman. Look on Race Car's side. Speedery on the Ultron Energy, locking in this Winter Soldier to hopefully dissuade some of this dive that they were maybe expecting. Spark Chief is getting very low, and he gets absolutely gunned down by Techie. Memories does take down Raimazing in the process. I think he's available for the res. No, Banhammer goes down, provides Lunex a little bit of space. Yusha has already picked up the Ensong Inferno. He's gonna look to drop it onto Energy, and there's another big Banhammer, but Cooper now copies the Ultron. Double range of Ultron potentially coming in back to back.
Yusha split off from the rest of the team, has to try and make this flank worth it while the rest of the team can't help him out. There is some healing coming down range, but so much pressure. Bro is living on a wing and a prayer right now, but his prayers have been answered. Cosmic Yarn Amplifier now going to come out from Flamme, and Energy does not want to take this smoke. There is a crack and impact, but I don't know if he was able to get to the TP with that one.
Gets hit out of his ultimate. I think went down mid-swing here, and a very fast take from Lunex there, just ready for Race Car.
Now they get to carry on that Freedom Charge and that Invisible Boundary on into the next fight, and Race Car don't really have a whole lot to hang their hat on. And what's worse is Raimazing has full access to these back rooms, and they can get him nestled in nice and deep and try to pin down whether it's Cooper or whether it's Memories. They're gonna have to play with their heads on a swivel, because sooner or later you're gonna hear, "I see you."
Veswa sees Korova, though, takes him down. Cooper as well is gonna eliminate Techie, so it's gonna give them the ability to potentially hold around here. Spark Chief was stopping the cart momentarily. That's the first team fight win for Race Car. I've seen this situation before. Lunex take a fast 0.1 on conversions to getting full held at a really awkward spot.
This is a much harder one to go for that spawn hold than Central Park. So Lunex, I think, do have tools to, literally lay out the red carpet. Crimzo has the Freedom Charge. You can just play aggressively with that. Raimazing also going to let the Devil out, and that's going to force out that Fate of Both Worlds. Race Car aren't going to be sweating the damage that comes out from Raimazing, but they are kind of being forced to make reactive plays, and that is not what you want from a team looking to try and go for these spawn holds. But two big KOs and a third and a crack and impact from Energy. That is what you were looking for.
Flamme, Res Beacon gets used on Korova. I'm not sure if that's worth it. Usher, though, is getting beaten down. They found him. Speedery came in on the Daredevil, and Spark Chief on this thing, just running disruption. And Crimzo says, I don't want to play Captain America anymore. Let me fly around so I can get away from this thing.
Lunex, like you said, they're making some swaps there. Raimazing hovered over that Ultron again for a split second, but went back again to the Daredevil. Only the Cosmic Yarn Amplifier, and I gotta feel like this next fight does not favor Lunex. They need to have more tools than just this amplifier. All they can really do is hopefully use this to build up for the next fight, but they gotta make sure this one is efficient and bleed out as many resources as they can.
Big clobbering time. Spoodery lets the devil out. Unfortunately, Yusha does get respawned here. Vest takes down Rymazing though, so that's a big duelist away from Lunex. And Spoodery going in deep, but full understanding of this hero is completely fine. Techie, Banhammer available. Korova, Invisible Boundary. Look on the side of Racecar. Cooper has copy. Memories 20% from between both worlds. I'm looking at where these Banhammers are going to go. Vest is going to be the first one to pop it, and that's going to give them the initiative to go in. Korova has to pop the Invisible Boundary. Yusha has Ensong Inferno here. Cooper, though, is holding on to that copy. Rightfully so. Ice in his veins, doesn't need it.
Yeah, he trusts his team. He knows that they're going to be able to live through this one. And Memories holding on to the fate of both worlds now as well. There's a lot of tools online for Racecar that Lunex still do not have the means to chunk through. Rymazing has finally pulled the trigger on that Ultron swap. Good hook.
Whoa.
And Techie gets shut down. Just absolutely deleted there from that hook from Energy. And it's looking so rough now from Lunex. I mentioned how much harder it is to spawn hold this point than it is on Central Park, but Racecar are making it look easy. They play the ult game, they play the resource game so perfectly. Now Rymazing with this Rage of Ultron has the chance to throw a spanner in the works and maybe get the tempo back in Lunex's favor, but they are running out of time to make it happen.
Rymazing has now swapped to the Ultron here. Unfortunately, no Banhammer available means Vest is going to go down. This is the spark. This is the push that maybe Lunex need. They have the Heaven's Retribution. Here comes the Ensong Inferno. You can't combo, though, because Memories has popped up between both worlds. Rymazing finds Cooper in the back line, though. 5v6 for Racecar. Techie takes down Energy. And although Lunex win this fight, they burn a buttload of resources to win it.
And also a buttload of time as well. Racecar understand that once they've lost the fight, all they have to do is just keep throwing their bodies at the cart to stall it out for as long as possible. So Lunex, they're going to have that Banhammer and that Cosmic Yarn Amplifier, but that's not a win condition. Those are two tempo ultimates at best, or maybe potentially combo ultimates if you have something else to combo them with, but they don't play too nicely with each other. But on the other hand, Racecar, Clobbering Time, Kraken Impact, now that's a combo you can hang your hat on. Or you can even go with Clobbering Time and Let the Devil Out, but Spoodery are going to go with the ladder to open things up.
He's looking in the back line. Yusha trying to run damage control here. Flame pops to CYA. Korova has Invisible Boundary available just in case Spark Chief is looking for that clobbering time. Techie in the meantime has taken down Memories, and these strategists for Racecar are not getting a moment to breathe. Every time they're alive, somebody is breathing down their neck. Yusha takes down Spoodery, and unfortunately, Techie does go down 4v5 on the point for Lunex, though he does get rezzed. Numbers disadvantage, but Racecar feel like they have to contest this. Overtime is on for Lunex.
Dot of Mischief going to come out from Cooper, so you know a Strategist Ultimate is going to be coming out sooner rather than later. Lunex trying to play the waiting game, going to force out that Invisible Boundary. There is Cooper now with the Fate of Both Worlds, and Spark Chief is just letting the haymakers fly. Grounds Crimzo, in fact, puts him 6 feet under the ground, and Flamay will be there to join. And Clobbering Time coming out from Spark Chief, and Racecar seemingly have done enough to reclaim this point. The Ensong Inferno from Yusha will be the swan song for this push, as there is nothing left in the tank for Lunex.
Oh, no TP. Crimson was so close, but unfortunately, the haymakers from Yancey Street are more than enough for Racecar. 1 point, 133 meters. CB, I promise you, this is the last punt I'll make. The finish line is there for Racecar.
And they haven't made a pit stop yet. There's one more for you. Just throwing that one into the equation. I mean, it's going to be a tall task for Lunex. I mean, they don't feel like they are as willing to go for those defensive spawn holds, especially on that point B once it unlocks. I think they're going to try and go all in on this point A defense, which I think is wise and I think is a good way to ensure you're set up for as close to success as possible. But essentially, you need to deny a point B cap from coming out if you want to crown yourself champion, or Racecar just go the distance. They prove they have the gas in the tank. They prove that they have what it takes to be the champions. And I didn't doubt them, but some others might have.
Potentially. I had Racecar taking it 3-0. My prediction of the score is incorrect, but I do hopefully believe that Racecar will take this series 133 meters. They first have to get that first convergence point. And I've talked to Vaudable about this multiple times. We've seen a ton of full holds on Clintar. It's not uncommon, and it may not be uncommon for Lunex to win this outright. I know we've talked about Racecar knowing where they need to go, seeing the finish line, but they first got to get this point before they can look ahead, and Racecar have a tough road ahead of them, as well as Lunex on Techie with the Deadpool. Crimzo running interference on this Captain America. This is a good old dive composition that Lunex are running.
Look at Yusha's ult charge, though. Bro is playing Phoenix like she's Moon
Yes.
Knight. 70%. That's going to be an early Ensong Inferno that could come out here for the side of Lunex. But Speedery taking down Flamme, so no BRB. It's already gone all wrong for Lunex. Speedery with 4, and Lunex, their point A defense, it's dead on arrival.
Beautiful from Speedery there. Multiple elims to just put the team on his back. It doesn't matter if Yusha has Ensong Inferno. If you're dead, if you're gone into the ground, you're not allowed to use it here. Lunex have to hold for 5.5 minutes. A heroic task for them. Racecar did it with 4. That's an extra minute, as Ensong Inferno is going to get dropped onto the heads of Racecar. No elims confirmed here. Not much else to work with for Lunex, but Rymazing does find Vess, and energy is going down ever so slowly. But Cooper says, I want to go fast. I want to go furious. Copies, I believe, Memories here is going to use the fate of both worlds to get them to that finish line.
Really limit testing with this ultimate, waiting till the last second to pop it, but now it comes out, and there we go. Lunex, they're going to have some tools to be able to burst through this, but they have a second Fate of Both Worlds on deck that they have to worry about and be prepared for. Crimzo is super low on the HP, has to jump back to the rest of his team. Banhammer now going to come out from Techie, but is it going to be enough? No, it's him who is going to find himself banned.
And Memories has to use the ultimate, and energy finds multiple resets onto Loki clones. Korova gets his invisible boundary forced out. Flamme has the CYA, but Speedery finds Rocket Raccoon, and Racecar are speeding through this full throttle, pedal to the metal.
Doesn't look like there's anything left that can stop him. Techie on the Doctor Strange, going for the TP play, but this is the Hail Mary for Lunex. Still 4 minutes in the time bank. They say the star that burns twice as bright burns out twice as fast. Do Lunex have anything left, or is it all Racecar?
CYA used. Ensong Inferno is going to damage boost it. Lands onto Spark Chief. That's a good elim. That's going to buy Lunex a little bit more time. No more ults. As Rymazing, as I say that, pops. The devil is out and unfortunately gets taken down by Cooper. Crimzo has the ultimate, but understands it's going to be crucial for them, as Speedery has let the devil out for Racecar. A momentary pit stop, CB. Lunex, 3.5 minutes, 133 meters for them. They're at 131 on Racecar, less than 4, and they can see themselves with that cash prize. They can see themselves as the first winner of the Mega Monthly.
Speedery going in, letting the devil out, wants to let this back line sing, and is being forced back. But his energy takes down Rymazing. There will not be a commensurate ult. The res will be there. BRB already burned, but Speedery still hasn't been dealt with, wreaking havoc and forcing Lunex so far back, but the card!
Oh my lord, Cooper has the copy available. Crimzo, nobody's there. Charlie Niner as Racecar are your victors. They will be the Mega Monthly champions off of an absolutely ecstatic Game 5.
Speedery really said, y'all forgot about me, but I'm still that guy. I don't care what you heard about Envy. I don't care what you heard about anything else. I'm that guy. You gotta respect me. You gotta fear me. He goes in on point A and he finds a 4K, and Racecar take point A in blazing speed. And the second time he pops that let the devil out, there's so much fear from Lunex. They have no choice but to turn and acknowledge him with everything that they have, but they forget to acknowledge the cart, and Racecar just breeze on in to the finish line, and they will be your Mega Monthly champions.
They were going full throttle, full speed, but the one play that gets them into the Mega Monthly champions is a slow crawl, 1.5 meters, nobody touching the convoy on Lunex's side. Congratulations to Racecar. The confetti comes in, orange and black as well. Can someone tell me, by the way, who the guy's face is? Is that one of the players?
I can tell you who it is. Actually, Diatonic, why don't you tell them? Because I know you were talking with me about this as well.
Yeah, that's legit RC because they put him on the car, so now he's legit a race car. There you go.
There you go. There's the name. But yes, congratulations to Race Car for the victory on this one. Only dropped 3 total maps the entire run. Played through the group stages all the way into those winners final when they finally dropped a single map against Dreamland, and then Lunex gave them a run for their money. But unfortunately, Symbiotic Surface was where they would meet their demise. It seemed to be Race Car just had one leg up against them. And talking about that, CB, what seemed to be the difference maker here for Race Car to give them that edge in that final map?
I mean, it's twofold. On the one hand, it's speedery, but on the other hand, it's tempo. It's the fact that Race Car, they like to go fast, but they also know how to pump the brakes, especially on the defensive side. If you have a team that can control the pace of every single team fight, every single second is on borrowed time for Lunex. And to their credit, they made a lot with what they had, but it just wasn't enough. Once Race Car finally got that lead foot on Symbiotic Surface, and once Speedery said, "I'm that guy," there was no stopping them.
No stopping whatsoever. But Lunex did everything that they could here, Shibby, to try and put up a massive fight. Came back on the domination. A lot of people were saying, oh, don't go domination, go something else. Maybe like Heart of Heaven could work out better in their favor. We saw how that went well in the lower bracket, but they played all out Daredevil offense, it felt like, on attack every time that they went for that capture point. And it felt like they were just the controllers of their own fate and domination. What changed from then to this final map, though?
I think Lunex just weren't prepared for getting held after the first point. For whatever reason, when the convergence turns into a convoy, they lose their hands, or they lose what they're able to do, because I just think Race Car understood they had the proper defenses. They had the proper heroes to hold them down. They kept finding pick after pick after pick. It wasn't even really huge, decisive team fight wins. It was one time or another, someone on Lunex's side would get picked off, whether it was a dive from, Race Car, whether it was a random pick. It was just really, really tough for them. I think Lunex could never find their footing.
Let's take one last look at the bracket as well to see how we got here to our final winners in Race Car. As you can see, took down Flark and Yeah We Lost in 2-0 finishes. And that's a big win, too, against that Yeah We Lost roster, who 2-1 Na'Vi just before then. They were on a hot streak. Well, Race Car put a stop to them in their tracks. Dreamland did the best that they could, and then Lunex got the closest, but no one could beat them. I mean, was there a secret sauce for Race Car here, Diatonic, as to why no one was able to take them down?
I mean, I'm on the same page as CB, right? You forgot about him maybe since Ignite's been off the air for a while now, but Speedery, definitely a big playmaker for this Race Car team. But, I see in them a very versatile team with deep hero pools across the line. I mean, I know one you talked about was Spark Chief, right? So many different Vanguards and so much success on so many of those different characters, but there's a lot of things they do well. Positioning, spacing, ult economy control. I mean, it feels like no matter where you're at, they always have some kind of advantage over their opponents. I mean, obviously synergy, chemistry has to play a huge part of this too. This is kind of the heart and soul of FlyQuest at the middle of this Race Car squad here. But man, what a run here for them. And as they say in the racing business, if you ain't first, you're last. And today, Race Car definitely not last.
Yeah, Race Car race to the finish all the way to the end to become the ultimate champions of the Mega Monthly. They proved that they were the victors at the end of the day and looked solid throughout all of it. I mean, again, didn't drop a single map during the group stages all the way into that winners final and eventually the grand final champions. $6,000, mind you, of the 9K total prize pool that they were able to win for themselves. And I mean, Shibby, what do we hope to see from all these rosters that competed throughout this tournament? Again, a lot of these teams may stick together. Some of them may get picked apart for other rosters being built up on the back end. The partner teams we're still waiting to see when those announcements come in. And a great logo again for Race Car that they came out through. But all of these players, I feel like whoever gets them is going to be blessed with great players on their roster.
Yeah, whichever org snatches them up ahead of the Marvel Rivals Ignite tournament should be pretty happy, right? I think this is just a really good tune-up for this roster, right? We can keep going. I can keep going, but I really love the way all of them played together, and I'm really excited. We saw this core 6, right? But if, Smash comes in, if Vinny comes in, right? Players that we didn't get to see, they have this 8-man roster. That's going to be really tough to stop in North America. But the core that we just saw today with Energy, Speedery, Spark Chief, Vess, all these guys, I mean, beautiful gameplay, going the distance against Lunex, the tournament favorite for a lot of people prior to how the matches came out. Very, very well played from them.
Well, CB, I'm going to leave it up to you. Who do you think is the MVP from Race Car after this? I mean, is there anyone that comes to mind for you that you would say was the most valuable player in this matchup?
I think there's 2 or 3 different candidates, and I want to give a couple of shout outs here. I want to give we'll start with a shout out to Energy, because I know he is one of the best fraggers in the game right now, up there in contention for best duelist in NA. But unfortunately, or maybe fortunately for him, some of his competition is right there by his side. I want to give a shout out to Spark Chief as well. Diatonic, you did a great job calling out Spark Chief and some of the hero swaps we make. We clowned on a couple of those hero picks, but
Thor was great.
But he's still the reason why he's able to do that is because he's one of the best vanguards in the business, and he knows how to play all of those heroes at the highest level. And every time he makes one of those swaps, it changes the calculus, it changes the game. He's trying to stay one step ahead, and that did a lot for them. But without further ado, I think my MVP has to be that guy. I gotta go with Speedery. That just blitz over point A symbiotic surface. If that ain't value, I don't know what is, and he is still that guy.
Well, there we go. Speedery is our MVP of the event here at the end of the day. Shout out to Racecar. Shout out to Speedery for getting that accolade. You don't really get anything total for it, but they got the glory, and that's what's most important for that as well. So congrats again to the match MVP that we have here for Speedery on their side of things. And I'm just can't wait to see where people are able to end up. MRC again coming up in the future. Next weekend will be happening for that. Signups are still available for both Pacific, EMEA, and America, so make sure you log into Marvel Rivals and sign up with your team. You just got to get Plat 3 to be able to sign up. It's not too hard. But still, the match MVP highlights. I mean, we saw so many amazing highlights throughout that series. Anything that stuck out in your mind, Shibby, that you want to give a little bit of a shout out to?
Specifically in this match, I mean, there were so many, right? We have that blitz that CB talked about where Speedery just somehow miraculously ends up with 3. The double res into the double team fight win on this map. I think for me, one of the craziest plays, Spark Chief just blocked by LeBron, right? Taking out Crimso's ult. That wall was the game changer. That was the big defining moment, which is what turned them around on that point, on that half. And yeah, I think this is where the blitz happens. Speedery gets 1, and then he just goes crazy.
Crazy plays throughout the event, throughout the final matchup that we had there. I'm going to go down the line, starting with Diatonic, and give me your final thoughts of the event before we close the show.
I think it's been a fantastic window into what Ignite 2026 is going to look like, all the MRC seasons going forward. They may end up on different teams and in different arrangements, but this is really giving you kind of a who's who, especially in looking at the Americas region, for who is going to be that guy or those guys going forward this year. So, love to get to see that in advance. And so many players that have evolved so far since I started watching Ignite at the very beginning last year. I love to see the progress, and that ceiling seems to just be getting higher every single day.
Awesome. Where can people find you as well, Diatonic, for those who want to follow you as well?
Everything is at Diatonic Rivals. I'm on X. I do a lot of YouTube videos. I do some TikTok stuff too, so please go check it all out. All Rivals esports all the time.
There we go. Shout out to the Rivals Report. Shibby, what about you?
Great event. Loved it. Honestly, loved being on the cast and sharing a desk with all you lovely people. I hope to see you guys in the future on other stuff potentially, as well as, honestly, shout out to the production crew, right? I mean,
oh yeah,
plays, picture in pictures. I mean, the pans. I mean, everything was just. It makes my job easy, makes your guys' job a lot easier, and obviously, shout out to Milani for kind of gathering everybody, organizing it. I know he's in the background somewhere, probably smiling. Get a shout out, buddy. I promise you. It takes a lot of work getting all these fantastic teams together. Really our first big, kind of tier 1 tournament with all the Americas teams pretty much coming in here and the preview for that April tournament. But yeah, I loved it. It was super fun. Shout out to the chat. Super engaged. I know we saw some World Cup talk. Then we saw some Daredevil talk. We saw a lot of different topics today.
It's been a great time. What about you, CB?
I mean, what a great tournament. What a great showing for North America. Maybe not the best showing for EMEA as, Na'Vi shows up, goes down in lower round 2, Rip Bozo, NA on top. And we'll see if that carries on into MRC and into Marvel Rivals Ignite, especially once we get to those international lands. But hey, at least for now, I can rest on my laurels and say, hey, NA on top, baby. Esports is for everyone. And I'm so glad that I get to be here alongside you guys to share it. And I had a blast. I can't wait to do this with all you guys again here shortly.
It's been a great time to be involved in the action for the Mega Mulani event here. $9,000 across 3 days of action. Shout out to BPL who helped out on the production side. Solomon, June, we saw Spooky reached out as well. Mega Mulani. Nixie on the socials was killing it the entire event. Oscar, Start Trap, as well as all of our other moderators that have helped us throughout all of it. It's been an amazing production that has been put on. I've been your host, at least for today, Vaudable, and you can check me out on socials as well, but it doesn't really matter. We'll hopefully see you all very soon. Next season or 6.5 coming out pretty soon, so definitely make sure you keep your eyes on all the socials for the action that will unfold for that. Thank you all for tuning in to the Mega Monthly this weekend and Ignite the Battle.